Now, The Rock, I have a question. The question is, these Fred Hampton leftists online use Fred Hampton and ask for donations. Do you know about? Let me say this: there are so many people unauthorized or bogusly utilize the name of of the chairman, our name. You know what I'm saying? We in the process of heightening and dealing with these contradictions. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, be black when it's beneficial, play Panther when it's profitable, when Cubs when it's comfortable. No, that's your question. The Rock, no, that is not sanctioned. You know what I'm saying? No, cut straight to the chase. No, we've been hearing about these different groups, and I've been really picking my moves about making sure I don't address each, because every day, all day, it's constant. A dime a dozen different groups of individuals popping up, and you know what I'm saying? And the deal is sometimes we let shit sit and see what flies attract. However, you know what I'm saying? The deal is, man, to answer your question, no. You know what I'm saying? And we want the people, and we want to heighten the consciousness of people, be very clear, to be able to pick out authenticity from counterfeit. And as far as these individuals saying, you lies not, our chairman's name and donation, no, that's not sanctioned. No, you know what I'm saying? And we in the process of dealing with it. I say we, I'm not talking about just only the Cubs, I'm talking about the community, I'm talking about the people. Again, the people in general. Right on for the update. Right on. Thank you. Right on.
Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. To win you need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
So when confronted by Black organizers about his bullshit, he says, Ryan Knight, you don't have to lie. The problem with Twitter these days is these accounts just make stuff up to smear people they don't like. I support and advocate for ADOS reparations, as does Fred Hampton Left. But the Fred Hampton leftists said that they don't want us to get reparations till the end of the world. But let's go a little bit deeper. So this is Ryan Knight showing how he's all for the people. Because you see, he's like, look, reparations. I talk about reparations. See, there's reparations in my tweet. I don't see anything about ADOS, Black American descended from slaves. There's Haitians who descend from slaves in this country. There's all types of Black people who are not enslaved in this country, who have to get reparations from their own country that they were enslaved in. Everybody deserves, and then Black people in this country, again, do you see ADOS anywhere? Do you see US Freedmen? He knows the distinction. So again, let's go back into this, right? So he says at Fred Hampton Left is for ADOS reparations, right? So let's go down. Well, sorry, Cornell, this is not my tweet. This is all on One Accord's tweet. So take it up with the Black community. It is what it is. Yesterday, I did a thread about these frauds called at Fred Hampton Left. They aggressively try to undermine and sabotage reparations. So it's important to make a note of who's supporting and trying to prop them up against us and against reparations. You see our buddy Ryan Knight. I don't know how many of y'all keep seeing this MMA socialist loser on fucking Jimmy Dore's show. Like they keep putting these black faces pushing white talking points that we're not fucking with. So here we go. Make a note of who defends these frauds. And since they just kept saying you're lying, let me provide more clear receipts. At Socialist MMA from fraud ass at Fred Hampton Left wrote this BS clearly undermining reparations for US descendants of slavery. Apologize and provide reparations, victim of police, racial discrimination, policing, prosecution and sentencing, passed HR 40. If we pass reparations without passing Medicare for all, our money will be essentially funneled to big pharma. Black Americans hold nearly 1/3 of nation's medical debt, which is not true. Passing reparations before Medicare for all, doing without counseling. So you see, he's basically saying that we shouldn't do reparations until the end of the fucking world. This is what Ryan Knight supports, is saying that that the Fred Hampton leftists support ADOS reparations. But it gets worse than that. Like, hold on one second. Let me find in the description box, because there's a lot in here and I'm not even going to go all the way through it. Ooh, wee. And for the record, my only statement about Cornel West was that he supports them, and he does. That's a fact. And they may try to change it. They may try to change it now, but you notice at Fred Hampton, left supporters look like our oppressors. To them, address the receipts I post. No, and let's keep it a buck. So when the Fred Hampton leftist folks came at us, when we did that Fred Hampton leftist video, their supporters were very anti-Black and racist. Like they were like, oh, talking about reparations in a coalition is like bringing salt when people ask for sugar. They were very, very racist. So just because people listen to Black people spout out white talking points doesn't mean that they're not anti-Black. But I want to go further. Let me get over to Afeni. But again, I'm gonna drop the link for this one, but there's more. Up, Afeni. So again, all on one accord. Again, remember Ryan Knight said that these people support reparations for ADOS folks. Y'all FHL are so hypocritical and fraudulent. You steal talking points of Black grassroots to push white supremacy for racist leftists hashtag tokens. Example, you try to sabotage reparations for Blacks, descendants of American slavery by using Native Americans as a deflection, just like racist white leftists. Good old Afeni. Reparations isn't just money in hands. Reparations is meeting the mark for every tangible harm that the US and other colonial powers waged against Black and Indigenous communities. Let's talk to Kim Tallbear, who is actually a Native person. Biden and other clueless white Dems and Black leftists, Afeni, and the Fred Hampton leftists need to stop bringing Native peoples into the reparations convo. We have a treaty and other rights. Reparations is not our avenue. They show their historical legal ignorance while they try to deflect Black people's demands. I was in a group the other week where people were talking about this. Dear white allies, do not bring up Native Americans when you're talking to Black people about reparations. And when you are talking to Native Americans about land back and honoring their treaties, don't bring up Black American reparations either. We are all fighting our own fights. Like, be respectful of that. But let's go back, because I'm not done, because good old Afeni showed that she's full of shit. Because again, Ryan Knight said that we are for ADOS reparations, allegedly. But when you get into these tweets, here we go. So again, Black organize. And now remember, Ryan Knight supports these people, and he says that they support ADOS reparations. So Afeni, we don't know. And again, Fred Hampton leftists, I need to know what your lineage is. Where your people from? Where your grandmama from? What life your grandparents lived? Like, I need to know who you are, because a lot of y'all are out here pretending to be Black Americans, and I don't think you are. I think you're first gens. But again, let's go deeper. Where does Afeni? I'm just trying to find this damn thing from Afeni. Come on. Not that one. Here it is. Let's go. So Ryan Knight said that the Fred Hampton leftists support ADOS reparations, right? So if Afeni says that ADOS is xenophobic, let's argue, how do they support reparations for ADOS people? Ryan Knight, you're a fucking liar. We see you, and we know you prop these fuckers up. This was some bull. Like, for real. Like, this is the problem with people being like, we're for reparations. And then when you ask them what kind of reparations, it's on some bull. So these are so-called allies. And again, this whole ties into a whole year later. I'm gonna pop back to the rest of the show so y'all can enjoy the rest of what we was talking about from last year. But Ryan Knight should have been got his smoke. We gave him some time to see what he would do. And what he did was sit around and prop up Black people who were using anti-Black white fucking talking points against Black people. This is what Ryan Knight considers an ally. He says that he's an ally and he supports reparations while propping up people who say that Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery, ADOS people, US Freedmen should get reparations after we fix the climate, pay student loans, do Medicare for all, do all this shit that doesn't help Black folks up front as much as it helps other groups. But these are the people that Ryan Knight is promoting and saying that they're down for Black people. Ryan Knight, Black people, we can pick our own fucking people that we want to follow. We don't need white people to do that for us. So I'm gonna need you to go sit and eat your fucking food and get the fuck out of Black people's business. 100%. And as for your little puppets, Black folks ain't listening to them. So that's what I got to say on that one. Sorry the guys weren't here for this, y'all, but I had to go through these little bit of tweets and stuff because this shit is just out of hand. And there's this other fucking dude on Twitter, and I can't even remember his name, but he's always trying to tell Black people who we should follow too. White people, do not tell Black people who they should follow. Don't tell Black people who they should be watching. Don't tell us fucking shit. Figure out who the fuck you should be watching that is actually going to help you be better and help you get your people on board so we can build a better society. But we don't need propped up Negroes speaking white talking points. That shit is dead. We've killed it. And Ryan Knight.
In the meantime, and as usual, go fuck yourself.
I'm going to go next. I have a theory on how and when. My theory on how is a UBI. And
sorry, I want to lead up to this because I cut this video in multiple parts and we're actually playing it out of order. So the question that she's about to answer is, should Black Americans get reparations and when? And I guess she's going to talk about how they should be taken, like what form they should take. So this is her answer.
I'm going to go next. I have a theory on how and when. My theory on how is a UBI. And why is because the nation is just under 250 years old, and you've been using our labor for about 400 years. So we deserve it. We've been, again, like I said before, this nation has been anti-Black that entire time. Still is to this day. So, instead of cutting us, like, what the hell? How are you going to cut a one-time check to make up for all of that? It needs to be lifetime, and it needs to be universal basic income for all Blacks and Native Americans.
All right.
John. So we've done this Native American thing so many times. John, do you want to go first? And then I'm going to replay what we've already said on this. And then after that, I'm going to read Kim Tallbear's stuff again so we can explain again. But go ahead, John, please go first because I did cut you off, my brother.
Oh, nah. You all right? Come on, man. You my sister. You know what I'm saying?
I know,
like,
but I'm a
need
pain
to
in the ass. I'm trying not to be a modern. I'm working on myself, John. I'm still not there yet.
Shit, it is what it is, man. We works in progress. Trust me. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like this right here, what she just did is she does what every leftist does. Like she brought up, first of all, she said UBI in a way where it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, UBI? Are you talking about for everybody? You need UBI for that? How much is it? Because we got the numbers. We know people that crunch the numbers up and know exactly what's owed. So what the fuck are you talking about? UBI. And low key, that's a dog whistle. See that to make white people feel comfortable. It's not reparation. You give black people it's like, it make it feel like beyond you to me, like you just giving us a welfare check or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Or something like, it's like a little piece of something and then it adds up later. Something about that is real disingenuous, and stop putting Native Americans in our plight. Like they have their own plight, they got their own issues, they got sovereignty, land, and I think Sam's gonna go into that. And what's very important is when you talk about Native Americans and black people is that Native Americans never say us and black people. They never say this. They don't even talk about other tribes when they talk about this shit. So like, what the fuck is you talking about? You out of control. Respectfully, you out of control. I'm trying to be respectful. I got better. So I love my reset race fam. I got better, but she is bugging. That's all I got to say. That's it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to play what we already said about the Native Americans, and then I'm going to go back and reiterate the stuff that isn't in this short clip from this video. But I know we're tired of saying this. I know Mud is tired of saying it because Mud, I feel like I have you say this all the time. I'm so glad we've been doing clips because it makes it easier to find the stuff so we don't have to repeat ourselves so much.
I swear I say it in every record.
I swear too, Mud. I swear too. But this time I'm pulling up all the records and we're going to read everything. So now we'll just be able to pull up the old videos and we don't have to keep doing this because y'all bore me. That's it. Y'all bore me. Like for you to step out and step into this realm and be so uninformed, y'all really don't watch our show. Like, do y'all not see how we slaughter these white leftists? Why did you think you would be exempt? Okay, so as for Native Americans getting reparations as part in a reparations program attached to Black Americans, this is what Mud and the Reset Race had to say about it last year before the election. Okay, go ahead. Here, yes, before the election, y'all. Before the election.
I probably don't want to go into it and like seriously, but I have to bring up the indigenous shit. Like there was the Indians Claims Commission of 1946. What it was is that after World War II, they saw the Holocaust, they came back and they're like, damn, we committed a genocide against the natives. We need to do reparations. Mm-hmm. They paid out, some of these tribes, but then a lot of these tribes said, we don't want your motherfucking money. We want the treaties to be upheld and we want our fucking land. That's what they want. Mm-hmm. Stop trying to do this shit where you're undermining reparations for us.
Ooh, say it, Mud. I know you just said it, but I need you to say it again because I need you to say it again because I caught something and it hit hard for me. I'm gonna say what I caught, but I want you to repeat the whole thing again, just for people, because sometimes people don't catch it. You said they offered them reparations and money, and a lot of the tribes said no, fuck that. We want our treaties honored. Isn't that what Kim Tallbear just said?
Exactly. But like, I just want to connect the dots for the motherfuckers who may not be aware of the context behind what she was saying.
No, say it again, please. Like, just say it one more time.
All right. There was the Indian Claims Commission of 1946. They came back after World War II. They saw a genocide that took place over there in Europe, and they said, we fucked up. We need to compensate the natives. They paid out some of the tribes, and then a lot of the tribes said, we don't want your fucking money. We want you to honor the treaty, honor our treaties, and give us back our goddamn land. That's what the fuck they want. They don't want to be grouped into some reparation shit. This is just some shit that y'all say to undermine paying reparations to ADOS.
And they are sovereign, which is different than us. We are not sovereign.
They want to be treated. They want to be treated like a fucking nation.
Exactly. And Black Americans who descend from slaves are not our own nation. We have never been. It is two different things. So stop conflating them. It's disrespectful. You are disrespecting Native Americans when you do that shit.
Yeah, them too.
Well, it's disrespectful to us as well, but it's disrespectful on both parties. It's disrespectful because you're using them to dismiss our claim, and it's disrespectful because you are trying to muddy the waters of their claim because they don't want reparations. Like she said, they want their treaties upheld. They have a different avenue. They are sovereign. They are their own nation. So you are... All right, I'm gonna come back from that because I want to actually take you through Kim Taub, but it's disrespectful on both parties. It's disrespectful because you're using them to dismiss our claim, and it's disrespectful because you are trying to muddy the waters of their claim because they don't want reparations. Like she said, they want their treaties upheld. They have a different avenue. They are sovereign. They are their own nation. So you are... All right, I'm gonna come back from that because I want to actually take you through Kim Tallbear's actual Twitter. February 23rd, 2019. Tribal nation treaties. Okay, tribal nations have treaties that the US is not upholding without focusing on treaty rights. Hashtag Elizabeth Warren suggesting reparations for Native people undermines sovereignty. Again, she reveals her total ignorance on Native issues. So, Fred Hampton leftist, you are ignorant on Native issues. You need to stop speaking for Native people, especially unless you're Native, you have no right. And if you are Native, you should only be speaking for your tribe. So, but I'm not done. Let's keep going with Kim Tallbear. And feel free to read these articles. Elizabeth Warren opens door to reparations for Native Americans, WashingtonPost.com. It should be in the archives. And then, hold on, I got more from Kim Tallbear. I see in responses to my tweet yesterday, some people don't understand that I didn't like Warren and Sanders bringing Native people into responses to Black people's demands for reparations. Indigenous people have our own frameworks. Don't use us to caveat reparations for Black people. Again, beautiful. Fred Hampton leftist, this is a Native person. You didn't do your research. If you would have spoken to an ADOS person, even a random one who was paying attention over the past 2 years, they would have pointed you to all this shit quite easily. We ain't even got into your video yet. We're only a minute in. I think, let me see if there's anything else I want. Oh, no, because we're going to read the article. Whew.
It got fucked up.
Yeah, because y'all making us go back to our old school days. Like, y'all understand I done had so many months to like recharge, and y'all just giving me red meat. Like, oh my God. Okay, where is it? No, we ain't even got there yet. There's just so much. There's so much to go through, y'all. Oh my God, y'all make my skin crawl. Okay, Native Americans why Native Americans don't want reparations. Can one of y'all read this? My mouth is dry.
In this month's Atlantic, Ta-Nehisi Coates, this is from June 10, 2014. In this month's Atlantic, Ta-Nehisi Coates makes a strong case for reparations for Black Americans. But what about payments for injustices endured by American Indians? Both groups have suffered centuries of severe damage courtesy of the U.S. political and economic systems. There's the legacy of slavery, Jim Crow, and segregated housing nationwide. Similarly, the establishment of a reservation system, the Kill Indian and Save the Man inspired Indian boarding schools, and we've seen a lot about that recently. And the Dawes Act, quit moving it, Sam. The Dawes Act of 1887, and the largest legal colonial dispossession of Native American lands in U.S. history, contribute to the social dysfunction many American Indians experience daily. Still, reparations have never figured prominently into American Indian calls for justice. Why? All right, Sam, you got your water? I already embarrassed myself reading out loud enough.
Okay, now I don't, but I'll get it when we go and play some more. So
Okay.
The greatest harm done to us was the theft of land, our homeland, often accompanied by forced removals and under the cover of law. To American Indians, land is not simply a property value or a piece of real estate. It is a source of traditions and identities, ones that have emerged from centuries and millennia of relationships with landscapes and seascapes. The territory is irreplaceable. Reparations are ill-suited to address the harm and damage experienced by people who understand themselves in a very practical and moral sense as a member of communities that include non-human life. For many Native Americans, our land, including the air, water, and biological life on which we depend, is a natural relative, not a natural resource. And our justice traditions require the restoration of our land relationship, not monetary reparations. This was done in 2019, right?
2014,
Sorry,
yeah.
This is 2014. Where y'all been at? And Nick, when you ran up in our shit and you said, well, what were y'all doing with the Green Party? And we checked you then. I told you we got a long motherfucking record. Boom. So we're going to show you what it's about. Let me see. Is there anything else? You know what? That's good. Anything else? Y'all got to go read the rest of this article, y'all, because we can't do everything for you, but we basically put it out there for you. They don't want your motherfucking reparations. They want they fucking treaties upheld. And you know what I say? Power to the people.
Power to the people.
I stand behind the Native Americans and outside of the tribes that kicked my family out of. I ain't looking for them.
So many people that happen to. So many families that happen to.
Oh, yeah. But
that's a fight for another day.
But Black Americans are not going to fight against Native Americans having their treaties upheld. No, we are not. We are going to fight for them to get their money because they owe us a check too. So pay them up first.
Well, pay them not first. They already getting money.
No, not first. Sorry, I didn't mean pay them up first. I meant pay them up so we can get our bread from them too, because they shit is separate. That's what I mean. Like, that ain't got nothing to do with us. Quit conflating apples and oranges. Native Americans and Black people, completely different. I already said in the other video. Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry. That was a lot.
Now, something that many people who are maybe listening to us for the first time, ethnicity is a very complex thing in the United States, even among Black people. Even though those who descend from slaves are 90% of the Black people here in the United States, many Black people come from, many of the remaining Black people come from other places. Right. So, and many folks you may think are Black are not actually Black. Some of them are under different ethnicities. So we'll go into that, Afro, Latino, so on and so forth. Okay, or Black Europeans, whatever the case may be. Right. So for those of us who do fall under that Black label or African American label, right, ethnicity matters. So I brought that up because I do not know where the Black folks from the people that are visually Black. From the Fred Hampton leftists. I have no idea if they are actually descendants of slaves or they're an admixture of descendants of slaves and somebody else, or they're not descendants of slaves at all, right? So that matters because if they do not descend from slaves, and our standard is at least descend from at least one person who was enslaved here in the United States between 1619 and 1865. And that could be proven. The silly people who think that Ancestry.com doesn't exist, I don't know where you people have come from. That's the first thing. The second thing is you have to have on federal or state or municipal documentation, you have written down that you have checked the box for a Black, African American, Negro, or Black American, right? For the last 10 years consecutively. All right, 10 to 12 years consecutively, either before the beginning of a reparations program or the beginning of a study for a reparations program. So those things are important. So the question becomes, who you, right? Are these people qualified to be dipping their toe into this discussion? They're obviously not qualified as far as knowledge is concerned, and we'll go into that later. But are they us? That's another question, right? And that's up to them to answer, and it really doesn't matter. But it needs to be said for the purposes of this discussion. All right, Mud, what you got, man?
Oh yeah. Let me just
#
clarify.
who you?
Mhm.
Yeah. Let me just clarify because you said something that I know they're gonna like nitpick about. So when you said they aren't black, you mean they aren't Black Americans who descend from American chattel slavery?
Yes, I
That
said they're
could
not
be,
black. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Just
Yeah, you're
for
right.
that
You're right.
clarification.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, they are visibly black to my mind. I don't know how they identify personally, but they do look black.
Yeah.
Again. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Good
And-
job, Mud. Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
bud.
The next thing is, all right. So as far as like paying out reparations, if you wanted to do a basic income specifically to the descendants of American chattel slavery, I don't have a problem with that. I've heard several different ideas as far as how the payments would be paid out. Some have been like a tax credit and whatnot. The problem is when you use the term universal basic income, that means you're talking about paying everybody. And then it's no longer a reparations program.
Preach. So
So
giving money to everybody isn't UBI? Huh? I mean, giving money to giving money to Black people alone isn't UBI? Oh.
Nope, not at all.
no,
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, if that's their idea, like, you know, we're gonna pay like you're gonna get a paycheck every week, and that's the form your reparations payment's gonna come in, I'm totally fine with that. But you know, playing this game where you jump from the reparations thing that is something about a specific harm to a specific group of people, and then flip into a solution that is for everybody, that's a no-go.
Yeah, and that's a good point, but I mean I'm with the lifetime thing, right? that sounds good on paper, but if we're talking about a specific amount of money, that means they're going to stretch those payments out. So I like Dr. Darity's idea of paying a monthly stipend or an annuity or something or some sort of way that the every individual has control of their particular portion of their reparations, and to get paid over a 10-year period. I like that model better because it gets us there faster. Because you know, as politics change in the United States and they change fast, they could be the next president and the next Congress could cut that shit off. Right?
Exactly. That's why we need, like Irony calls it, we need a down payment of earnest money. To be honest, Darity's 12 to 14 trillion is a down payment. That's what you should pay us cash. And after that, you should give us a monthly stipend for the rest of our lives for 3 generations at the minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. Darity, I talked to Darity today. He called reparations merit pay because we've already earned it. We've already earned it. It is what it is. Right.
And I'd also like to throw in, we didn't ask Darity to come on this episode because we knew we was gonna get ignorant as fuck. Yeah, and we didn't want him to have to be on a show with such ignorance. So we will be having him. We will have him on in the future, and it will be it'll be the tamest reset race you'll probably ever see, because we're gonna interview
first and
him.
last.
And hey, and I hope y'all ready, because I've been waiting to dig into the class stuff to beat y'all over the head. I just needed to get pointed in the right direction. So I'm looking forward to Darity pointing me in the right direction so I can start beating y'all over the head, because I'm very sure that all this stuff that you guys are pushing for class doesn't fix even poor white people in Appalachia. So I'm going to find out soon, and I'm going to beat you over the head with it.
Just a hint. You are correct. Yeah, you are correct.
I knew it.
Y'all out of control.
Okay, let's get back to the video, right?
Yeah. We would never get through this 11-minute video.
I told you, we got 4 clips. There's no. Yeah, of course, John. Of course, John. Go.
Now it's right. When I got out about the UBI, it's just the vagueness of what the way she was saying, like it should be a UBI. It was a way to calm down people that's not us, to kind of accept it, but she didn't have no numbers behind it. She was just like, UBI. It's like, you feel me? Kind of like a flash, like, I get UBI. You feel me? Like, it's the way she said it. I knew she bullshitting. She not serious about no real repair when she said UBI. Because she would have broke down numbers. She should have been basic income for these people that came from, like, she wasn't talking like that. She was just saying like a UBI. Yay. Like,
see?
I know I like UBI. I want $1,000 a month. You give Negroes $1,000 a month until the dentist pay was going to take $5,000 a year. Yeah, it might get it too. So I feel like that's the game she was playing. My bad. With y'all. I love y'all. Okay. This is on their book. They on some bullshit. I'm out of it.
because it's owed to us. The Japanese were interned for less than a year, maybe about a year.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, they got reparations. The Nazis gave reparations to the Jews. The slave owners got reparations when they let the slaves go. Meanwhile, we were cut out of the New Deal specifically.
Yeah.
There are racist policies like redlining. Banks will not give us a loan based solely on either our name if they see the paperwork first, or our physical appearance based on the color of our skin. There are jobs that will not hire. There are institutions like educational institutions that without affirmative action would never have allowed us. And then again, when we did our own thing like the Jews did, and had our own communities building our own wealth, those were burned to the ground. Innocent children were murdered in churches. So this is a lifetime debt that's owed, because so many lifetimes have passed since the now. So to me, it needs to be a universal basic income. It can't be a one-time check, because what are you going to do? Give each individual $1 billion? Because you have to realize you're not just giving it to us for the stuff that's going on now, but also the fact that we couldn't have generational wealth. And again, anytime we attempted to build it, you knocked it down. So you owe us for all of that. So that's why I make the case for universal basic income. I make the case that who pays for it is literally every corporation, but certain corporations pay a certain amount more. What are those corporations? The cotton industry, the sugar industry, the alcohol industry. Can anybody guess why? So also the prisons, the prison industry. The prison industry is for profit in this country. And we all know about the 13th Amendment. So certain industries that have profited, those industries need to pay more. Everybody else should have a certain tax. Everybody meaning corporations, not every person. But corporations should have a certain tax. And there should also be a law that they can't raise rates to compensate for it. Like you've been making money off of this the whole time. You just have to pay. It's your turn to pay back now. To answer the question that JB brought up.
I cut off. All I gotta say is that she was like, "Yo, what we gonna do? Give every black person $1 billion?" That's a good start. Yeah, but like, why not? You see that? It's just they don't got no political imagination. But MG, hey yo, please let us know how you feel, bro. Let us know how you feel, man. For real. So I want to hear what you got to say, man. For real.
Go ahead, Mud.
No, I was gonna let you go.
Yeah, let Cuz go, man. What the fuck? Like this is come on, Cuz. Like, don't do it.
All right, for me, the bottom line is she builds a good case and then drops off into nothingness because she just doesn't know about the remedies that have been talked about for the last, I don't know, at least 5 years. So that's where they're kind of failing, because they didn't do the research to have this discussion, and they didn't have anybody to guide them in the right direction, even though there are literally thousands of people that could have done a better job than this. So that's my issue with it. But go ahead.
So she goes through this long list making the case of the specific injuries that happened to us, and then she reverts back to universal basic income for everybody, which is a fucking problem. Because everybody didn't go through those injuries, so why exactly would they be getting this income? Then the idea of corporations paying for this through a higher tax. I mean, I don't necessarily know how that would exactly work, because I don't think, especially if we're only going to be specific to the industries that were involved in, like, the slave trade or discrimination towards Black people, I don't know if those corporations or those industries have enough to pay universal basic income for life to every American citizen. I don't necessarily know if that all works out, but either way, none of this makes sense. If you're talking about building generational wealth for the descendants of American slavery because we weren't allowed to, then whatever is done has to be specific to us, because everything else, it just dilutes the program. And we've seen over and over again that these things that are done for everybody doesn't work out as far as lifting us up. That's all I got.
All right, cool. Saying what you got.
Mud said everything I wanted to say. John says it all the time. And this is a perfect time because I'm going to talk about your favorite. But what she just did is the reason why John takes issue with Jimmy Dore. You talk all about shit that happened to Black people. You lead all the way up. And then you said, this is why we should do a UBI. This is why we should do Medicare for all. This is why we should do $15 minimum wage for everybody. So you used our plight, you used our political capital, and then you use our political capital for everybody else. Fred Hampton leftists, y'all are white leftists. Y'all may have to change y'all name. Did y'all get permission from the family?
I bet they did.
Okay, that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. And I'm sorry, MG, for fussing over you. These people don't wreck my fucking nerves. They don't wreck my. When I originally watched this video, it was like 5:30 in the morning. I was in the bathtub. I should have been like relaxing, but instead. Okay. Woo-wee. So yeah. Okay, y'all can go from here, but that's why I just wanted you to let her finish because I knew you guys would catch that she was gonna do that shit. And also these fuckers double talk too. So when you jump out and you say like, oh, this, then they say some backwards shit and then they go back against what they say. Like, they're terrible.
Yeah, part of the reason they do that is because they don't know what they're talking about. They'll say something that they've heard before or they think people want to hear and then they realize, oh shit, that didn't make no goddamn sense. And then they'll flip it later.
I hope that they're ignorant and that they're not Brianna Greyjoy. Because Brianna Greyjoy does that fucking shit on purpose. So I need to know if the Fred Hampton leftists are ignorant on reparations or if they're enemies. That is undetermined at this moment. How they go forward and who they start interviewing. Like MG said, you can interview Sandy Darity. Like, y'all seem to have reached with these interviews. Y'all need to holler at Sandy Darity because this right here again was a dumpster fire. So I'm press play.
Which is when this is going to be very unpopular. We can't do reparations first. And the reason why we can't do reparations first is because with the level of wealth inequality that we have in this nation right now, if we were to do reparations first, that would paint a giant target on the back of every Black person in this nation.
Okay. No.
John, can I go first? I just want to ask one question, and after that, you can go. So for the white people who are listening to this podcast, and for the hate-watching white people, and the people of color, and the hate-watching people of color, Black Americans get reparations. Are you going to the gun store tomorrow, strapping up and running into Black communities and killing Black folks and taking their money? If not, this shit is fucking crazy. And I say it all the time as a joke about, that's why we should get reparations first and sign reparations and then literally have the universal basic income, wealth redistribution, $25 an hour. And what was the other one that I like to do? I'm missing one. Wealth redistribution, $25.
Federal job guarantee.
Federal jobs guarantee, because a UBI without a federal jobs guarantee is bullshit.
It's hot garbage.
Yep, hot garbage. So that's normally where I'd be like, sign the reparations bill first, and literally on the same day with the same pen at the next stroke, sign the shit that fixes all American. But y'all ain't saying that. Y'all just like, we can't do it because white people gonna kill us. Then let them come. At least we'll have some money. We can hire Z and all these other paramilitary groups to protect us from these motherfucking white people if they want to come, and the people of color, anybody who want to come kill us. Like, miss me. And at least one thing I can say, it's not the 1920s. Y'all can pick us off one by one, but you can't massacre us in towns anymore. Y'all see how black people rolling up on these racists and mobs at their houses. This is a new generation. So that was my question. John, you can go. I'll let you, and then we can get into this wealth transfer that white people are about to get. But y'all, please, everybody talk.
Go ahead, John.
I think the thing about what this is right here, she did the two things that we hate the most. Like, one, she said basically everybody poor can't do that because it's morally wrong. Take care of Negro. She basically did a class reduction shit. So basically, she's like, everybody poor can't do this. And then two, and it's something that I never really realized until I got up with y'all. And y'all kind of these things that they would say like white people gonna get mad. It's basically like white people they're gonna be angry and try to kill you if he get it because we're so vulnerable. My whole thing is that people attack unstable communities, like. You know, like the reason why you think it's going to be elevated because you still think our community is going to be unstable after we get it. But we're going to be like what you reparations stabilizes us. They're not going to want that no more. If it's done the right way, the way that Dr. Derry laid out, the way that many people who fight for reparations laid out, some people in the ADOS movement laid out, some people in the Descendants of American Slavery movement, Descendants of American Child, whatever you want to call yourself, laid out. If it's done a particular way with the Black agenda items, then our community is stable, and you do not attack stable communities. Like you attack disstable, vulnerable communities, and they think that because us being unstable for so long means that when we get the money, that capitalists gonna come and feel me like and you'll be taking no, like it's gonna empower us, like. People was going to leave us the fuck alone. They don't understand what reparations is. They don't want to give it to us because they got it. I swear it's so much, and you know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm gonna drink some more. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Go ahead, Mud. I'm gonna come back on this one because this is a kind of a deep one for me.
Well, yeah. The white people that we all expect to act out don't need an excuse to put targets on us. I mean,
facts.
They already are wilding out here. I don't know if anybody's paying attention to what's going to happen in the news.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And also, like, here's the problem I have with these people, right? Because these are the same people that will say, well, we can't do something specifically for Black people because the white people go and get crazy and try to kill all of us. But what we should do is get into an alliance with these same white people and do everything that's going to benefit their lives. Why the fuck are we trying to help people that want to kill us? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Now, you might say, well, there's some good white people out there, and I agree. Well, then, if we agree that there's good white people out there, why do we just assume that the majority are going to come kill us? I mean, if they're good white people, I would think that, you know, they would actually align with us against the racists. And maybe that would prove the thing that would allow us to have this worker alliance.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, that's how I think about the things, you know, because for my mindset, we need to galvanize solidarity first, instead of just assuming that solidarity is there because we both go to a fucking job, you know, every fucking
at $15 an hour.
Knowing damn well, most of us don't even like our goddamn coworkers. Like, the whole shit is silly, like, when you really think about it. But honestly, like, we got to stop being scared. What the fuck why are we afraid to demand what is owed to us? Like, I don't understand this. We're gonna wait to die off through this economic genocide that's coming.
That's actually what they're putting. That's actually what these people are doing. That's what they want. They want us to just die off and not be relevant in politics. That's the bottom line. I'm not saying the Fred Hampton leftists, but the circles they run in, that's what they want. They're waiting for us to disappear and no longer be relevant in politics. Go ahead, bud. I'm sorry.
Nah, I mean, that's basically what it is. Because even like, if we're being honest about the solutions, we all understand that it's just going to be things that are going to keep us on the bottom and give us a little bit of cushion. That's what universal basic income would be if it's not something that is exclusive to us.
Yep. Just the fact that it's universal means that everybody's getting it. Therefore, we just covered that. That means it doesn't change our position. It just lifts, just again, a more comfortable bottom. I'm sorry, Mud.
It's going to be for everybody. And what's going to happen is just our economy is going to change to accommodate. So it's not going to really, in the long run, it's not really going to do anything to change our situation. Versus if you target it towards us, the whole economy is not going to change just well, some of the economy is going to change, but the reality is it's going to change for our benefit. Like people are actually going to be targeting us to service us.
Exactly. Those capitalists that really run the country, they're going to want to get our bread. So they're going to be, hey, leave them niggas alone. We need that loot.
The same with our politicians. It's the same thing with our politicians. Once we can actually fund their campaigns, they're going to fund
their opponents. Yep.
They're going to actually work for us. That's it.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead. No, that was beautiful. Keep going, please.
All right. So for me, I am a father, a grandfather. I live in the South, and people often think that what happened to us during the Jim Crow era was because there were just so many of them. No, there were a lot of laws in place that kept us from protecting ourselves. Right? We weren't allowed, like many places, we weren't allowed to have guns. If we could have guns, we could only have a limited amount of ammunition, right? Or you could have one shotgun, which usually just served for hunting, for just to eat food, right? And when they couldn't do that, the people who ran the general store would make the weapons more expensive, make the bullets more expensive, so you can't afford to buy it, right? So that has changed. Oh, God damn, that has changed. Since Biden came in office, black folks are the #1 purchaser of weapons in the United States. And rising, because we recognize what the world is coming to, right? All these militias are out there ready to blast us up. That's fine. They're out there. They've always been out there. That hasn't changed. But our ability to protect ourselves, that's where I come in. That's where I am, right? We can afford weapons to protect ourselves. We can afford, like Mud was saying, to be more politically active, right? Aggressively politically active. Right now, all we have is our vote and our voice to a certain extent as far as social media will allow us, right? That's all we got, right? We have zero representation in government. None. If somebody says a CBC, I will slap the taste out their mouth, all right? So
slap and pop.
This is, and those you hardcore lefties, if this is the issue, where's Antifa? Right? They supposed to be the counter-revolution to these right-wing militias, right? Where the fuck they at? Right? We should be talking about, well, we need to get these black gun owners together with these Antifa folks so we can get out here and fight together, yada, 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 because they can afford to buy all these hot guns and keep it popping, right? Where's that talk? Right? So, and ultimately, if you were paying fucking attention to this argument, and that's what pisses me off about the left, because they denigrated this discussion as soon as it fucking came up in this recent iteration, right? That's what moved me away from these people, right? If you understood, we want protected class, to become a protected class in this country, right? So we can get these hate crime bills like every fucking body else, right? And people will suffer consequences through government and through government and law enforcement action for harming us, right? That's also part of our mission in the reparations movement. But if you motherfuckers knew that, if you listened to that, you would understand. And my final point is, this is how terrorism works. Terrorism's job is to make you scared so you don't make moves politically. That's why we're here now. That's why they do what they do, to make you scared, right? The left is supposed to be courageous and forthright, right? The Black Panthers were courageous and forthright. Fred Hampton was courageous and forthright, and he was a motherfucking reparationist. It is what it is. That's all I got.
Woo. So MG, I know I was giving you a hard time earlier, but I just wanted you to save your energy for right now, because this is what I love. Like, this MG, the wise one. This, like, fuck giving that bitch some cookies. She don't need no goddamn cookies.
she's still gonna get the heat. I like to give a little sugar with the heat.
Nah, fuck that. I'm like Paul Mooney. I'm not gonna say it. Yeah. Except it was number 3. It wasn't number 10. It was number 3. God damn it.
Number 3.
Ooh, and you fuckers talk about you not capitalist, but they were talking about how to break capitalism was to give Black people their money. Oh, how are you Fred Hampton leftist? I'm sorry, please, MG. I'm gonna take a nap like John be saying it. But no, I'm gonna go with my phone, calm my ass down. Look, I done ordered wine from Smart and Final so I can sleep tonight. Y'all done killed my nerves.
Yeah. The medical debt. And
like, it's sort of like we mentioned early on. We smelled these folks for who they were, right? We knew it from the beginning, right? So if you're going to be Fred Hampton, if you're going to be the Fred Hampton leftist, you need to be living up to his legacy. Fred Hampton was a Black Panther Party member. He was Chairman Fred, right? So I'm going to read my tweet real quick. It's from May 7th, 2021. Clearly, the Black Panther Party was 100% for specific reparations for the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. They even call out 40 acres in point number 3 and the full version of their 10-point program. Surely, Fred Hampton supported this position as well, which he did fully and wholeheartedly. So really quick, let's talk about number 3. Sam, can you slide that a little bit to the number 3? Thank you, ma'am. Number 3, not number 8, as like Sam said, not number 10, not even number 9, number 3. And again, while we say that, all the Panthers wanted all these things, not maybe this one and give me that one. No, they wanted all 10 things. So I'm gonna read the whole thing to you, because often you will not see the whole thing. You will see the demand, and then it'll be just bullet points. But this is what they actually wrote. Okay, number 3. Can you slide it over just a little bit, Sam? All right. We want an end to the robbery by the capitalists of our Black and oppressed communities. If you go read further down, you'll see how they want to accomplish that. We believe that this racist government has robbed us, and now we are demanding the overdue debt of 40 acres and 2 mules. 40 acres and 2 mules was promised 100 years ago as restitution for slave labor, mass murder of Black people. We'll accept the payment in currency, which will be distributed to our many communities. The American racist has taken part in the slaughter of 50 million Black people. Therefore, we feel this modest demand is a modest demand that we make. That sounds like reparations, huh?
Wait, I'm with them. That's 28 trillion. That should be the starting point. Where y'all at, Fred Hampton leftists? What y'all think about this 28 trillion?
This is now. I see another.
Y'all named yourself the Fred Hampton leftists. How are you talking about we got to do reparations way down the list? It was number 3, people. It was number 3, and y'all can talk about how the Black Panthers worked with everybody, but they never put other groups over Black people ever.
It was a political move. And also, I read another version of this, right, from the original text, from a flyer or from the original text. And they also mentioned the Jews and that got paid in Nazi Germany, right, from Nazi Germany, all right, from Germany for what the Nazis did. Let's be clear. I want to clarify.
Is that the Bobby Seale video?
No, that was another version of this thing, right? It's in the other one I gave you, the printout one.
The printout one, yeah.
Yeah.
That was just hard to see.
Yeah. No problem. So just so we're clear, we're not coming at these folks because out of the blue, they just some black folks on the left and we just gonna cook them because they're on the list. We let them slide. They're mostly young people, and we mostly have no beef with what they're talking about because most of us come from the left in some regards anyway. We're all for universal programs. But when you start dipping into reparations in this unserious manner, and it's damaging, and that's a problem for us. All right, let's continue.
Yes, damaging is perfect. So do we want to move to the great wealth transfer then? Because they're talking about how we got to fix everybody because everybody's poor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me zoom out finally. Good, thank you. Oh my God. Okay. Woo. So everybody's poor. We got to save everybody. White people are poor too. So yes, there are something like 40 million poor white people, but there's something like 147 million white people. So 100 million y'all got money still. So for those 100 million who got money, which yes, your parents who own a house and your grandparents who own a house, yes, this involves you because that's money. That's a wealth transfer. So if your parents ever bought you a car or helped you with a loan, or don't let your parents have bought you a house, all of this stuff, that's a wealth transfer. So welcome to the Wall Street Journal. Older Americans stockpiled a record 35 trillion. The time has come to give it away. And I'm lazy. I don't want to read this. So I'm going to make y'all listen to the computer read it. And let me know if y'all want me to pause it so we can comment on it. Okay? All right, cool.
Older Americans stockpiled a record $35 trillion. The time has come to give it away. Transfers to heirs and others are unleashing a torrent of economic activity, including buying homes, starting businesses, and giving to charity. By Ben Eisen and Ann Turgeson. July 2, 2021, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The greatest wealth transfer in modern history has begun. Baby boomers and older Americans have spent decades accumulating an enormous stockpile of money. At the end of this year's first quarter, Americans aged 70 and above had a net worth of nearly $35 trillion, according to Federal Reserve data. That amounts to 27% of all U.S.
I just want to pause for a second just so people can understand. Black America as a whole has $3 trillion. That includes Oprah, that includes that includes all our Black billionaires, that includes everybody, $3 trillion.
Sam, are you saying that there's wealth inequality between us and white people? Who knew?
Oh my God. I don't even know. Oh my God. Do I have to break out the charts? But let's just go through what they have. I'm going to keep playing. Do y'all have anything before I keep going? Because I know this is a lot, but y'all got anything?
No, we good.
Okay, thank you.
Wealth, up from 20% 3 decades ago. Their wealth is equal to 157% of U.S. gross domestic product, more than double the proportion 30 years ago, federal data show. Now they have started parceling it out to their heirs and others, unleashing a torrent of economic activity, including buying homes, starting businesses, and giving to charity. And many recipients are guided by different priorities and politics than their givers. Older generations will hand down some $70 trillion between 2018 and 2042, according to research and consulting firm Chiroli Associates. Roughly $61 trillion will go to heirs, increasingly millennials and Generation X heirs, with the balance going to philanthropy. The transfer will provide another display of the outsized economic power of baby boomers, who came of age during a wave of post-World War II.
Sorry, because I have to tie stuff together. So all of these poor white kids that were in the BLM movement, that were all rowdy, are they going to calm down when they get this money from their grandparents, when their grandparents start kicking down this money? Or when their grandparents kick the bucket? Because it says millennials and Gen Xers. Like millennials, that gets down to millennial goes all the way down to 1994. Mm-hmm. Y'all got anything? I'm sorry. I know I keep pausing. I'm gonna let it play some more unless y'all got something.
No, we good. I'm just concerned about these kids having a target on their back. But go ahead.
Yeah, because Black people. No, not even that. Well, hey, yeah, you know why? Because the 40 million poor whites might come and get these people. So we should not allow this great wealth transfer to happen amongst rich whites, because poor whites might come and kill them for their money. And this is why.
But that's the class war they've been asking for, right? That's the class war they won, ain't it? But go ahead, let's continue. Let's too much logic.
Okay, I'm good.
Prosperity and drove the economy through many stages of their lives. The average inheritance in 2019 was $212,854, up 45% from an inflation-adjusted $146,844 in 1998, according to an analysis of Fed data by economists at a unit of Capital One Financial Corporation. And people aren't waiting until they die. Annual gifts taxpayers reported to the Internal Revenue Service, a fraction of the gifts that flow outside the tax system, rose to $75 billion in 2016, from an inflation-adjusted $45 billion in 2010. Over that period, the amount that people could give away without paying taxes on gifts.
Sorry, I'm gonna keep going, but I just want y'all to see this chart. Like, look at how much this has rose since the 1990s. Like, look, 40 trillion gifts to heirs. Somebody lying. Y'all white people lying about this money. Are y'all just mad that you haven't got your cut yet? Are you mad that you got to live in a shitty 1-bedroom apartment and your parents couldn't afford to buy you a house, but you go inherit grandma's house?
Yeah, it's all these trust fund kids that are running their movement right now.
Anybody, before I go back to playing this, I just wanted to go through that because you can see this in this chart.
That's the white middle class. Real shit like, I think they said something about the average amount be 200 something. That's the white middle class. That's not the rich white people. That's how much wealth white people got. Like,
you know, the funny thing. I'm sorry. Please go ahead, John.
That's all. I'm just saying that's the white middle class though. People playing these games like a quarter. These white people. Yeah, I'm trying to. These. You know. Gotta be seeing on. Mm-hmm.
John, you just said something that triggered something in my head. What'd you say about that 272,000 or something you said something about 272,000 or something like that being transferred, right?
Yeah, something like
yep. per person. They said, where was it? I'm so sorry. I need to point it out. Okay, so the average inheritance was 212,854. Reparations for Black people is only like 272 to 3 something if we're talking about the down payment, which is the 40 acres and the mule. So white people are getting reparations every fucking generation.
Wealth we weren't allowed to accumulate.
I'm sorry. Anybody else? I'm sorry. Forgive me. Mud, come on. I need you to say something.
Oh, I'm like driving right now, but yeah. John is right though. I do think though, when we talk about like, we got to be careful when we talk about the middle class based on wealth, because it could be a whole totally different game, because the way our society works, we base it all on income. We don't even talk about wealth when we're talking about middle class, upper class, and all this shit.
That's facts.
So, like, literally, we could be talking about someone, like, we're saying they have their middle class based on their wealth, and they could be bringing in $1 million every year. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just weird how this whole shit is worked out. But I think that, like, it's intended to work this way to hide what's actually going on.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point, bud.
So that we're confused about, like, it's not just us, it's the poor in general, but mainly us, because this is the focus of our show. I mean, it's about us being confused about what is actually going on so that we never actually demand something different. But yeah, that's all I got to say about that,
That's good. Very good points, Mud. Very good points.
Thank you, Mud. I needed that hot fire. Okay, I'm gonna go back to playing this. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all gotta. I hope they don't hit us with a copyright for this.
They'll be all right.
That's what you get for taxing people.
Rose from $1 million to more than $5 million for individuals, and from $2 million to more than $10 million for couples. That gift tax exemption rose again in 2018 and today is $11.7 million for individuals and $23.4 million for couples. In 2026, it is scheduled to return to the 2017 level of $5.49 million per person, adjusted for inflation. Kingston, New York, which sits along the Hudson River north of New York City, is seeing the effect of the approximately $9 trillion expected to flow into philanthropy. When Berkshire Hathaway Incorporated chief executive Warren Buffett who was 90, decided to give away nearly all his money. He directed big chunks of it to foundations run.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to go back to reading because I don't care about that shit. Let's talk about the money going to the white kids.
Yeah.
Okay. Inheritances and gifts can bring financial stability to some recipients, and for others can provide the freedom to take more risk. Something data have shown drives a great willingness to invest in stocks and increase riskier work ventures, such as starting a business that have potential for bigger payoffs. 20 years ago, Bart Boyer, 73, gave each of his 4 children stock in the financial advisory firm he founded in Asheville, North Carolina. Today, those shares are in privately held Parsec. Sorry, y'all. I'm thirsty.
That's a Star Wars word. All good.
Parsec Financial are worth 15 times as much. Each year, he gives them a bit more stock. All that is outside my estate, said Mr. Boyer. Recently, Mr. Boyer and his wife Elaine set up trusts for 5 grandchildren of $25,000 each and plan to give annually for at least a decade. Fred Hampton, leftist, you don't want Black people to get no money? Are you gonna stop this wealth transfer?
They don't want to stop it. They like
y'all gonna stop this wealth transfer? Listen, I don't need y'all to talk about reparations. I need you to talk about how we need to be taxing white people for this wealth transfer. That's in your wheelhouse. This is in your capitalist wheelhouse. So I'm gonna point you where you should go so you get the fuck up out our business, because reparations ain't your thing. But this should be your shit right here. This should 100% be your shit. Am I wrong?
You're correct, but that'll get them chased up off the yard.
Because
all the fucking trust fund kids. Fuck yeah! Shut up, nigger.
The Ryan Knight. What's the Rational National dude? Don't get me listing.
Yeah. Well, he's Canadian. Yeah, but yeah.
I don't care.
All of them.
I don't care. He still dabbles in our politics.
That's true.
And people and y'all white people listen to a Canadian tell you about American politics. So since y'all dumbasses listen to him, I gotta talk about it. and I'm going in on him because he was sitting around talking about how this racist person who did did some racism. Oh, that was a long time ago. And then you look and it was like a year ago. White people, you are not allowed to forgive other white people for racism for Black people. You can forgive them. You can text them and be like, I forgive you. But Black, you don't get to jump out in front of them and be a bulletproof shield when Black people come for them. No.
Because we're coming.
We get to say, if somebody is redeemed, you don't just get to say, I'm sorry, and that's okay. No, you need to do a fucking mea culpa. I need you to do the Nick Cannon. The shit that Nick Cannon did when he disrespected the Jewish community, according to Nick Cannon, because that's what he said he did, because he had to make a mea culpa. I'm gonna need you to make a mea culpa like that to Black people. Until then, you're not fucking forgiving, and these white people can't forgive you for us. Fuck y'all for doing that shit. That shit's fucking racist. Okay.
They get on code quick when their people fuck up. Man, they get on code quick. Meanwhile, we can't get reparations.
What is it you wanted me to reconcile myself to? I was born here almost 60 years ago. I'm not going to live another 60 years. You always told me it takes time. It has taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brother's and my sister's time, my nieces and my nephew's time. How much time do you want for your progress?
Fucking.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Listen, he was a good guy. Listen, I know him. Even though I know he's a capitalist, he put a BLM shirt on, and he's my fan. He knows white people now.
He only uses the N-word when he listens to rap music.
He loves Tupac. Tupac is his jam. It's his jam. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. So I mean, for you, Fred Hampton leftist, you need to see. This is my warning to you as an old head in the circles you moving in. You need to look around you, because you get used right now for your skin color. Many of you know that, I'm sure. Just trying to move up in the world and get paid. do what you do. But like Sam said, this is not your space unless you're ready to learn something, right? So this is, again, as an old head, I'm trying to tell you, these people don't give a shit about you. They will cut you loose and find some other Negroes that will say exactly what they want to say. So you might as well go out here swinging. So take this and learn, or just take the beat. Neither one. It don't matter to me. All right, let's go.
Oh, Jesus, we done been away from the video for so long. Y'all fucked up so bad. Okay, here we go.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
We have to cure that first. Also, you know, as a Black person, we said this earlier, but I live on the planet. I would love to be able to inhabit that, because reparations don't do me a damn bit of good if I can't breathe or, you know, can't drink any water. So,
or you get killed by the cops.
Or you get killed by the cops. That's another thing. To me, with the reparations.
Stop.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was waiting for y'all. I was there sipping my wine. Go ahead.
So, like Sam just pointed out with that great wealth transfer, those first two things you talked about, the planet and water to drink and not burning your hair off your head, whatever the fuck she was talking about with the global warming stuff or climate change or whatever we're calling this century. The same thing's going to happen to them, but they're just not going to go through it broke, right? So if we have money, these things hurt less. The being shot by the cops, how much power does a cop have, even if somebody working for the sheriff's department, if you're paying for his boss's campaign, his political campaign? How much power does he have? That's why they're killing us now, because like John said, we are an unstable, unprotected community, right? But if we had the ability to protect ourselves socially, physically, and politically with wealth, that whole understanding of us and the cops changes. It's not like Black Wall Street, where you had a handful of Black folks doing well. All those towns that got burnt down, they were the sterling examples in their community. The rest of the Black folks were broke as fuck, right? So this is a totally different situation we're in. We covered that before. We could right now, we can't protect ourselves socially and politically because we don't have any fucking wealth. That's why. Yeah, America's racist. But if you want to talk about it class-wise, that's where we are. Okay? Because we're impoverished and we're a targeted group. But we're a harder target if we have wealth. Nick's an MMA guy, he should understand that. Just be stronger than the guy next to you. Right? Or more, another one I love. You ain't got to be faster than the bear. You just got to be faster than the motherfucker next to you who's running away from the bear. All right? That's where we are. We're always the motherfucker sitting under the bear. We're tired of sitting under the fucking bear. Let's go.
We have to either eliminate the police or drastically reduce their role. None of this reform the police, because people have been saying that bullshit for 50 years. It's not, you can't reform something that was designed to go after slaves. The institution is anti-Black. That's why it kind of bugs me whenever I see people say things like the KKK and white supremacists have infiltrated the police. How are you going to infiltrate? Infiltrating, to me, denotes that it wasn't designed that way, but it was. So they didn't infiltrate shit. They're just stuck around. They're still there, is what you really should say. So yeah, we have to dismantle the racist organizations and in their place, put in a system that is good for people. Because right now, the policing system that we have is not good for people. It is designed for capitalists. It is designed. That's why businesses last year during the pandemic.
All right. I had enough. What she's saying in this particular clip right now. What she's saying is like this. Like she's basically was saying like, oh yeah, matter of fact, she was saying like we can't drink, breathe it, like the cops still going to kill us if we have money. All right. So that was the main. All right. So Ilhan Omar, who was somebody who I don't agree with her like that, but she's a black woman. She has melanin, and I ain't gonna lie, the white right wingers are extremely hostile towards her, racist towards her, and they don't like people that's Arab. They come at Arabs all the time, but they is not blowing Somalians' brains and Arab brains out in the street, beating the shit out of them, taking them to fucking jail. They don't live disproportionately poor. They do because they refugees, but it's things set up for them to really get out of that poverty. So at the end of the day, it's like, so you gotta think about that. It's like, well, you know, Arab people, like usually, like they're well educated when it comes to this country. Arab people, we really just broken down the sections of even what country they came from, even if they was refugees, they have more money than Negroes. Not black, I'm talking about the American Negro, like. And the police do not terrorize them like that. Even if the country and the white people have some type of feelings, they talk about all this shit towards them, but they do not blow their brains out in the street like they do to us. Why? They don't do business with them. Why is that? Why? And you think that if we get money to, like, this is fucking insane to me. This is insane to me, man. Like she's doing some double speak to do the double down. She's tapping into our pain to do more class reduction and playing games. So I ain't really going on a tangent. I'm sorry about that, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I know what it is.
But you're right, John. But you're right. I mean, the reality is they talk about this future world shit where everything got to be fixed before we can get our due. But in the meantime, what if we can afford bail? Right? Rikers would be empty if niggas could afford bail. Think about that.
What if black people could afford gated communities that there would be no reason for the police to come into because we have our own private security?
Mm-hmm. Or for the lawyer, you know, it's little shit. Well, after that's little shit, right? It's these things that people with wealth can afford that changes the dynamic between them and the police. You know,
Robert Durst.
Yeah, Negroes with money will say, well, I still get stopped by the police. Nigga, really? You got stopped in your Jag, and then you hand that motherfucker your lawyer's card, and it's all over. It's all over.
Let's just say you do get jacked up. You get jacked up by the police, you got good lawyers, so you can get your check.
Yeah, you
get a
good.
whole nother check.
Yeah. And so this and you know, and the rich Negroes who still get put over by the cops. I am not the smartest dude in the world. I have not seen a study on this, but I guarantee if you do a study on all the black people that have been killed by police and check their wealth level, I would say 80, maybe 85% poor Negroes, right? So let's be real about what we're dealing with. These folks, they don't understand the dynamics. They do not understand the numbers and the facts that we've learned especially over the last few years, right? They don't know our plight. And I'm not saying because this is not a shot at their blackness. They don't understand the system the way we understand the system because of the study that we've gone through over the last few years. They have no idea how dire our situation is. And that's the only reason I want to give them the slightest pass, but fuck these niggas. Mud, what you got, man?
So what I wanted to talk about with the police, right, is like, all right, they present this shit like this is the alternative to reparations. We have to do this shit before we could do reparations. The problem is that we actually see traction happening with reparations. I don't see much traction happening with this idea that we're going to abolish all forms of policing. Like, I don't see like it. I wish like they could present some shit like that so that we could take them seriously. But like honestly, you're trying to derail something that's actually moving to push for something that is a fantasy. And that's pretty much all I got on that.
Yeah, and they're derailing the people. They're derailing something that can help them because of people that want this more than anybody. Maybe not always get to the abolish point, but the people that want the police to change more than anybody will be empowered. That helps you if this is really what you want to do. It's backwards as shit. And I guarantee you, the minute we get reparations, policing will change in the United States of America. There's going to be a window there where shit's going to be kind of wild, but give it about 5 years. It'll be, hello, sir. May I see your license and registration, please? It won't be, hey, nigga, give me your paperwork. That shit is going to be over with. That shit is going to be over with. Because niggas going to have lawyers in tow, right? So it's going to be different. And all right. And part of this is, like we talked about before, Sam brings it up all the time, the paternalism that is in these left movements. They think that because we get paid that we're, number one, not going to be able to manage the money. Number two, we're not going to spend it on what we need to spend it on. And number three, we're no longer going to help them with their shit. And our suffering seems to be a precondition for everything they want to do. I don't know what the fuck that's all about. But that's it. Go ahead.
No, I'm with y'all. No, I'm here. Like I said, I'm with y'all on everything that y'all had to say. And to be perfectly honest, like, again, you guys call yourself Fred Hampton leftists, but y'all got to kind of do better. And the reason why I say that is, like, you know, your man's talked about the importance of a political education. Like, y'all don't even know what's going on in the current reparations space. You don't even understand that Fred Hampton was a reparationist, that the third point on the 10-point plan was reparations. So for you to be talking about how we got to do everything before, it was number 3. It wasn't number 10. We're on, hold on, I got to go back, MG. I'm sorry. Let me zoom this out so I can just kind of scroll over it, because, you know, I don't know this by heart because I don't call myself a Fred Hampton leftist. But if you call yourself a Fred Hampton leftist, you should know it, because they made you wait 6 weeks before you could even be a member of the party. Like,
you basically knowing my ideology, basically you knowing me knowing yours, you can support some of our programs. Is that what you're saying? Why not? And you believe in programs like the Breakfast for Children program and free health clinics? Right on, brothers?
We believe they're good things.
Uh-huh.
As a focal point to organize their mothers and fathers.
Uh-huh.
Peace.
Mm-hmm. There's no educational program here?
That's come out of the social action thing. You know, you set that up, bro. I mean, we can't put everything on one piece of paper.
What about this bank?
Credit union?
Mm-hmm.
Credit union. Credit union, my brother.
Is a bank.
Are you hip to credit unions? It is a bank.
Yeah, you go and borrow money?
Yeah, it's a bank. It's a bank. Owned by the people, run for the people, and by the people.
What will money be given out to people for?
Well, the people would decide that. You want to buy, you know, whatever, you know, the people in the community decide. You need some living room furniture, maybe? You need a car, maybe?
See, the thing is with me, you dig, I need to know some more about it. I wish you had some more literature about the educational thing here. Because, you dig, as far as we're concerned in the struggle, the way we look at struggle is that this depends on the educational thing, you dig? Because
this depends on the education. Well, the whole thing.
No, but in the end, this does. You can form this with no education. You can form this and this.
No, not the way we're talking about forming it. You know, right. We're talking about forming it right. You know, it's not on the paper. We didn't write it on the paper.
You form it right with no education.
No.
Let me give you an example. Jomo Kenyatta formed the excellent revolution with no education. And on the day of the end thing, Jomo told the motherfucker, said, well, you know, you can educate, hate the enemy, but I'm your brother. I'll help you lead the revolution. Now I'm going to oppress you. Another example, Papa Doc in Haiti. Papa Doc in Haiti hated everything white. Man, you couldn't put this white paper in front of Papa Doc's face. But he moved all the white people out and he took over and be oppressed. He did, because of no education. And the people that had been educated, they just said that we don't hate the motherfucking white people, we hate the oppressor, whether he be white, black, brown, or yellow. So we got to know the educational program to find out what it's going to be in the finale. A lot of people, Jomo Kenyatta is called never a revolutionary, but an ex-revolutionary. So is Papa Doc. They brought on a successful revolution. That thing in the Mao's was a bitch. Bantu freedom fighters, all that kind of action. But what we're saying is that it's the end. That you don't judge Castro now. You can't do it. Nobody in this room could judge whether Castro's going to be a revolutionary or not. You know what I mean? We're talking about things, you know what I mean, with China, the People's Republic, and even at the stage they're in now, talking about even going on further into a communistic state. That's what we're talking about. Those are revolutionary. So we got to understand here the educational program that you have to be able to figure out whether it will go on the right lines where the people will end up in a situation where they can be able to really control themselves. You understand what I'm saying? With no education, the people take this local foundation and start stealing money because they won't be really educated to why it's the people's thing anyway. You understand what I'm saying? With no education, you have neo-colonialism instead of colonialism, like you got in Africa now, like you got in Haiti. So what we're talking about is there has to be an educational program. That's very important. As a matter of fact, it's so important for us that a person has to go through 6 weeks of our political education before he can consider himself a member of the party, able to even run down ideology for the party. Why? Because if they don't have an education, then they're nowhere. You dig what I'm saying? They're nowhere because they don't even know why they're doing what they're doing. You might get people caught up in the emotionalist movement. You understand me? You might get them caught up in because they're poor and they want something. And then if they're not educated, they want more. And before you know it, they'll be capitalists. And before you know it, we have Negro imperialists.
You had to
They go through their training, yep.
You had to go through their training. So how y'all Fred Hampton leftists, but you ain't with number one, we want freedom, we want power to determine the destiny of our Black and oppressed communities.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when they talk about Black and oppressed, this is the 60s, right? 60s, 70s?
60s.
Definitely the 60s.
Yeah, the 60s. So when they talk about oppressed communities, they not talking about everybody who got here after the 1960s. They could have never understood how immigration was going to impact Black people. So let's not pretend like this was going on back then. In the 1960s, less than 1% of Black people who were here were were non-ADOS people. And then me and Mud are about to do more research, and we're going to start getting deeper into the numbers on immigration as well, so we can actually see how many of you people of color were here before 1965. But I have a feeling when we start doing this research, we're going to see that not that many of y'all was really here. So stop lumping people in. So again, this is a 10-point plan from the Black Panther Party. This is who these people identify with. This is who they call people. We want full employment for our people. Why are y'all not pushing the federal jobs guarantee? I don't know. I don't watch your content. Maybe you do. But even when you brought up UBI in this, you should have brought up a federal jobs guarantee. You're a Fred Hampton leftist. So if you were talking about a UBI, there should have been a federal jobs guarantee connected to it in the first place, even though you should have been talking about UBI. But I'm saying your plans aren't even right for poor whites. This is my issue. We want decent housing. Good shit. We want education. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to slip over. Number 3. We already went over this. We want to end to the robbery of the capitalists of our Black and oppressed communities. And then 40 acres and a mule. No, 40 acres and 2 mules. And promised 100 years ago, we want our restitution for slave labor. Restitution, i.e. reparations, repair, restitution, our motherfucking check. Are you Fred Hampton leftists or not?
And at capitalism, they saw this as a shot at capitalism. But these folks, I have to be cool, these individuals are talking about this helps capitalism. This is for capitalism. And we want to participate in all this other bullshit. They saw this as a blow to capitalism, just like empowering any poor people or oppressed people is a shot at the system they live in. Let's go.
And I'm tired of Black people talking about, I'm not a capitalist. No fucking shit, you're not a capitalist. You're fucking poor. You can't be a capitalist with no fucking capital, motherfuckers.
And that black capitalism bullshit, fuck you with that black capitalism bull. Anybody who calls our reparations black capitalism, go ahead.
Mirza Baradaran. What was her name? What was the name of that book? It's my shit too.
At capitalism, they saw this as a shot at capitalism. But these folks, I have to be cool, these individuals are talking about this helps capitalism. This is for capitalism. And we want to participate in all this other bullshit. They saw this as a blow to capitalism, just like empowering any poor people or oppressed people is a shot at the system they live in. Let's go.
And I'm tired of Black people talking about, I'm not a capitalist. No fucking shit, you're not a capitalist. You're fucking poor. You can't be a capitalist with no fucking capital, motherfuckers.
And that black capitalism bullshit, fuck you with that black capitalism bull. Anybody who calls our reparations black capitalism, go Go ahead.
Mersa Baradaran.
Mhm.
What was her name? What was the name of that book? It's my shit too.
Color of Wealth.
The
Color of Money. Color of Wealth.
The Color of Money. I didn't see the color of money or the color of wealth. I'm gonna find it and put it in here. Mersa Baradaran. I'll put up the book. Y'all need to read that book. She talks about black capitalism. We are not talking about black capitalism. Black capitalism was the shit that Nixon brought out that made black people think if they started businesses that they would be equal instead of giving us reparations.
Going back to the historical thread we were following, you spend a lot of time in your book talking about the civil rights movement. And the demands for self-determination. Of course, this is happening a century after the Civil War was ended. Material conditions for African Americans have barely improved in many ways. The government has failed African Americans. It's sent out policy that's destructive to African Americans. There's attacks on black communities. There's the rise of the KKK. So it's understandable. It's totally understandable and reasonable that African Americans will want more control, more self-determination. But this idea of black capitalism and black banks was resurrected by none other than Richard Nixon, as you detail in your book, and sort of co-opted. Talk about the next compromise that happened starting with the Nixon administration, but this idea of black capitalism we've seen that's continued to this day.
Yeah, so what's happening, within the ghettos is that, in tandem with the civil rights movement. So the civil rights movement, as we remember, is very much about the Birmingham bus boycott and the Selma Bridge, and the Southern sort of, Jim Crow and the Klan and Bull Connor and all this stuff. But really, there's a lot happening across the nation. What's happening up north is even more important, I think, than what happens down south, because what happens down south is what we see. What happens up north is what hasn't been covered as much. And what's happening is these people in these communities that are, have suffered from what I call a Jim Crow credit market, who pay more for everything, start to get very frustrated. And they understand that these civil rights laws that are passed, these are monumental reforms, a wonderful sort of advancement, although all they do actually is just give blacks the rights that they were always entitled to, right? The Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. Blacks were always supposed to have the right to vote, or since the 15th Amendment. So yes, these things are great, but the North essentially saying, hey, let's not celebrate quite yet. For us, it's not about the white water fountains and the black water fountains. We can't even get buses to come into our neighborhoods to take us to work. We pay more for these things than everyone else, right? We're stuck in this trap of poverty and violence and crime and all of those things that come with poverty. And so what happens is these protests and riots up in the north, and Congress starts, they call it the urban crisis, and it's nationwide, right? Days after the civil rights laws are passed, Harlem, Watts, and Detroit and Baltimore really kind of just erupt in violence. And these legislators are like, what's going on? We just passed these civil rights reforms, and they come and they meet to talk about it. And the thing that they're realizing is that the rioters, the protesters are targeting these lenders, right? These aren't just random acts of protest. They're actually going for these lenders, and they're saying, burn the books, right? Because these are their oppressors in the North. Their oppressors are not necessarily the Klan, although the Klan does have a presence in the North, but it's these lenders, it's these exploiters, as they call them. And so, Congress meets and they say, okay, well, it looks like these are these white establishments. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw in black businesses into the ghetto. Because, and this comes from, Richard Nixon is unwilling to push anything on the civil rights agenda. He is very clear. He says, I have nothing to gain by working with these black leaders. His whole, his whole sort of platform relies on the Southern strategy, which is that he has to get Southern racist, sort of white supremacists onto the Republican ticket, and he does this very successfully. And part of what we already talk about is this law and order dog whistling that he does. But the other part that we don't talk about that I try to highlight in the book is this black capitalism. And black capitalism essentially means to Nixon, look, for centuries, whites have been getting all of these state subsidies, but for blacks, once blacks are saying, hey, we want to cut too, we want the same deal, he says, okay, go to the free markets, best of luck, right? So no programs, no welfare, no even poverty reforms. It's all about capitalism. And what he means is you just start your own businesses in the city, right? So even as we have this different credit market, he's saying, okay, well, we'll put Black businesses in it. And he doesn't even mean it that much. This is when affirmative action comes out. So he says, okay, we'll just throw a few contracts here and there and, you know, give a few loans to Black businesses, but it's never robust. He doesn't care about it. And really it's about, you know, his Commerce Department head Maurice Stans, you know, there are some people in the administration who think this is a real program and they try to push these reforms, and he kind of shoots it down and says, look, just come up with some good success stories. That's all people need. It's about hope, you know. In business, it's not really actually meant to benefit. And then the program just sort of morphs out of control after this era, is now, you know, encompasses all sorts of, you know, minority programs and female-owned businesses. And it started very much as a response to wealth inequality and the discontent that had, you know, segregation had wrought. And now it's very much about, oh, you know, we'll have, you know, Black businesses and Native American businesses and women businesses, and this will be, you know, help with us, you know, in diversity and representation. It's no longer about the wealth gap.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're using white socialist / white leftist talking points. So you're doing the white person shit in blackface. I'm sorry.
Oof.
I'm sniffing Brianna Greyjoy. I'm sniffing Brianna Greyjoy's over here, and we go in on Brianna. Y'all are pulling up Brianna Greyjoy. So my folks, woo! I'm sorry. Woo! Okay. So I'm not even going to go through the rest of this. This link will be in the description box so you can actually look at the 10-point program. But y'all fucking up. I see Black all up through here. Blackity black, black, black.
I'm Black, y'all.
No, I see it. Look.
Black, y'all, and I'm Black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm Black, y'all, and I'm Black, y'all, and I'm Black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm Black, y'all. I'm blickety black, blacker than black, I'm blacker than black, yo, because I'm Black and I'm back.
For real, look, number 1, Black. And then number 2, full employment, even though they talk about us, but 3, Black is in it. 4, Black is in it. Go down. 5, Black is in it. 6, Black. Like, come on. There was blackity black, 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 y'all. Like, yes, they was about ending imperialism, but you know how we help end imperialism? We get some fucking money, because then we can start buying we can help these white people who allegedly give a fuck buy politicians to give a fuck about imperialism. But y'all ain't talk. You just want us to be broke. You just want niggas to be broke so we can sit here and mule these white and people of color who are just above enough money. Y'all just mad because some of y'all parents can't afford to give you no money to put down on a house, but they own a house that you're gonna fucking inherit. Quit playing me. Oh my God. Okay, let's go back to the video.
Or they got some land somewhere you're gonna inherit. You may not even fucking know about it.
But the thing about it, like,
go ahead, John.
But now, like, the thing about it is, like, with income and wealth, like, the thing about it, they like to compare a black person's income to, like, a white person's, like, it's kind of like, all right, so that white blue-collar farmer, I'm a farmer, I had this land, I don't want the land is slipping out my hands, and you can turn it into a rapper, like, a poor rapper whose yearly income is, like, $900,000, like, you feel me? Like, this white farmer's yearly income is probably maybe $100,000 or $80,000, but when you compare the wealth, the
value of that land, yeah.
When you start looking at, when you like, what's in your bank account? When you look the skirt up, like, oh damn, like real shit. Like, you look at the assets, and you like MG always say the debt that comes. You feel me? Like the debt, the assets, everything that's in the bank account, what you own, what you don't own. Like, oh, this motherfucker really ain't in his. But think about it, that rich rapper though, he has $1 million, but his whole family is broke. Like, and you're from a family where you're like, you got, all right, so on paper.
Anchors and balloons. Keep going.
On paper, you got $100,000 coming in yearly, but your income, your assets, your wealth equals up to $900,000, and you got people in your family that got $100,000 in wealth. Like, you're not, y'all don't know what the fuck you talking about. You out of your fucking mind, man.
John, let me jump in here. So I come from the personal development space. So, like I said, I feel like I haven't talked about this much, but I have a different wealth position. I'm in the top 5% of Black people. And on top of that,
No.
My great grandmother left me a house when she passed away. I am not a special Negro. I inherited some shit. I'm special because Negroes don't inherit shit, but I'm not special like I worked hard and got.
You special because your grandmama love you.
My great grandma. My great grandma.
Great grandma love you. You special.
But let me keep going. Let me keep going because I come from the personal development space, right? So again, I have a certain wealth position. I always planned on escape hatching out of Blackness, as Yvette called it, and I actually will be doing that by the end of the year. But I'm still going to keep fighting for my people. And as good as the person I'm gonna escape hatch out with, they're Black and still are okay with me fighting for my people, so I don't have to leave y'all. But
that's good shit. That's good shit.
But back to what I was saying about anchors and balloons. So I went to Lisa Nichols. Lisa Nichols was the Black woman that was on The Secret with the big curly hair. I saw her in person. She literally was talking about when she moved wealth positions, she had to create an account that she put money in specifically for things to help her family. And there's a certain amount she would put in every year. And after that, that was it. Because she was spending so much money trying to help her people that she had to set boundaries for herself so she could be able to continue to grow her wealth. That is anchors. Those are anchors. So she got this big balloon. Lisa Nichols is probably in the top 5% of white people. Okay? But her family is so poor that she's still, even wanting to help them, she can't lift her whole family. Unlike, oh my God, I'm so mad I can't remember this shit. I don't remember sports, but I remember who's the guy who a bunch of their family members like play in the NFL? Oh, let's just talk about the Mannings, right? Anchors, right? So you got Eli, you got what was the other one's name? Peyton, and then they daddy, right? Mm-hmm. Peyton ain't borrowing money from Eli, and Eli ain't borrowing money from Peyton. And between Peyton and Eli and they daddy, who is also a player, they got plenty of money to help any poor white trash in their family. You gotta unmute yourself.
Their family had money. I'm a Giants fan, so their family had money before the NFL. Well, go ahead.
But let's go there. You understand?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Balloons, like they have anchors. Like there's white people I saw, because like I said, I'm sorry y'all, because I watch stuff in passing because my ex likes to watch a lot of sports. So like I remember watching like this one guy decided just to quit because he didn't like what was coming out about the information about CTE.
Chris Borland was one of the NFL's most promising rookies last season. But on Monday, Borland announced his retirement from the San Francisco 49ers over concerns about the long-term effects of head trauma. He is just 24 years old, but says the risk of playing are not worth the rewards. Chris Borland joins us to discuss his decision in his first live television interview since his decision. Welcome. Thank you for coming here.
Absolutely.
Walk us through how you came to make this decision.
Well, I'd always been aware of the dangers, or I thought I was. In fall camp last year, sustained a hit, and it was nothing out of the ordinary for a linebacker, a physical play, and just thought to myself after that, is this the route I'm going to go? How many times am I going to do this? For how long? And what are the real consequences? So it triggered a change in thought for me, and subsequently I did a lot of research and ultimately came to the conclusion that no, it wasn't worth it for me personally.
So that one hit set you in the process. Was it a concussion? Was it?
Yeah, I thought so. There's a lot of vernacular in football about getting your bell rung or getting dinged, and it was one of those instances. The hit itself wasn't cataclysmic. It just changed the way I approached the game.
And you realized that if you continue to play the game, you might suffer permanent brain damage. That was your conclusion.
That was my conclusion. People talk about knowing the risk going in, and I think guys understand, of course, it's not good for you, but I don't think even the top neurologists truly understand the risks and the connections. So that's what I found in my research, and it's just too much unknown for me, and there's been too many tragedies for me to be comfortable playing.
But there must have been people who said to you, you're crazy, you're giving up so much money, so much fame, such a career.
Yeah. And I am, and I understand that, and maybe they're right. I could be wrong. I hope I am. However, that's a difficult conversation to have with families who've lost loved ones about how important it is to make a lot of money playing football.
Black people can't just walk away. We need that money, brain shattering and all.
Well, let me give you a personal, as anecdotal, of course, along those lines, because I saw this. I still see this. My father grew up in the South. Both my parents grew up in the South, right? My father grew up dirt poor. My mother was also poor, but she didn't know because she was a spoiled single child and of a skilled carpenter, right? So when they met up north, my father got a union job. She's working in education, and when they retired, they moved back south. My parents sold their house in the Northeast and bought a slightly smaller house in Georgia, right? You can imagine how much profit they made when they came down. So they got the money they've been saving their entire lives, the money they made off selling the house, retirement, insurance comes, health insurance comes with that retirement. So they're set, right? They're set. Boy, are they set. I love my parents, right? Both of them came from nowhere into nothing, but this was a different era. 50s and 60s was a totally different space. Those things, those stories rarely happen nowadays for us. But we'll go on. I
got a real story too.
Yeah. And now that they're living around my father's family, everybody's broke. Nearly everybody is broke. And my parents are the only ones that are stable. My mother is the gatekeeper. I don't know how, since they moved to the South, I don't know how many times I heard my mother say, "Fuck them niggas." My mother does not play. My mother does not play. I'm not helping no grown ass people. We work for what we got and we gonna keep it. Right?
My grandpa in the South, he tell me, go get that over there. You're going to have to go find that over there.
Exactly. Now, me and my brother could come get it, but we're both fine. Right? But at the end of the day, if it wasn't for my mother, my father would be dead broke because he's trying to help everybody around him. Right? And neither one of them are wrong, just to be sure. But this is Black life. This is Black life. And people don't understand that, right? And these guys are young. So, the life experience and knowledge, life experience along with the knowledge.
Nick ain't young with that hairline, but the rest of them look young.
What's that call for?
He said, leave niggas' hairlines alone, man.
We're hairline sensitive around here.
This is why I talk on the show, because if I reveal myself, y'all would know. Y'all would know. It's not right, sis. It's not fucking right.
It ain't right. Damn it.
Love yourself.
Man, this is the longest 11-minute clip we ever did. All right, what we got, man? All right, Sam, let's go.
I told you when we first got started that we wasn't gonna be able to do no multiple clips. This could be a 4 or 5 parter. Let me tell you, this might get ugly, y'all. Y'all better hope we don't have time. Okay, let's go.
Were had the police in front of their trash cans to make sure that poor people didn't get food that they just threw out. They literally took it from the refrigerator and threw it out because they knew they couldn't come back. And they had the police to protect the property, not to help the people, but to protect property. So police right now are there.
I wonder how many of those folks were Black that were trying to get past some cops to that food.
Dismantle the racist institutions and deal with the core anti-Blackness that is inherent in this country before we can work with reparations, because for one, they'll never get past.
You see, there you go. Hey, my bad, Sam. Hey, Stan, there you go.
I'm gonna let her go 2 clicks more, and then we're gonna stop because we need to dig into her ass.
All right, go ahead. If we have to.
Pass until we do. And number 2, if they do get passed, that just makes that we'll have money, but we will have a target on our backs, like JB said.
I'm done. Well, I'm not done, but miss me. That's some bullshit. We can't do reparations first. We'll have a target on our back. Blah, blah, blah. Listen, Black people need money. We're the poorest in the country. These white kids that are look to your left. look to your right. One of these white kids next to you is going to inherit $500,000
at least
to a property.
Mm-hmm.
Are they still going to be your ally after? Maybe they will. Shit. I own a house. I still fight for black people. Maybe some white people still gonna be about it. But some of y'all gonna be on some regular leftists, like when Joe Biden got, Joe Biden got in the office, they went to sleep. A lot of you white people gonna get this money and go to sleep. And again, this is why we can't pay white people first. They gonna get their wealth transfer from their people. Then you want us to do another wealth transfer to them. And then we can finally do what reparations. By then, you gonna exacerbate the wealth gap.
Dr. Dirty, you were one of the various people who talked about reparations. I've quoted you quite a bit in my work. When you think about ways to address the racial wealth gap and through the lens of reparations, like what's one of the most effective steps you think can be taken immediately?
Well, I want to thank Ryan for introducing reparations into the conversation. So I've done a substantial amount of work on this topic, particularly in conjunction with my partner, Kirsten Mullen, and we have a new book on reparations that will be available in April called From Here to Equality. In the final chapter, we try to sketch how you might actually execute a reparations program. I think one of the critical things that we have to recognize is the magnitude of the racial wealth gap. And I think we've talked about the racial wealth gap here, but I don't think we've offered any numbers to give people a sense of the scale of that disparity. So if you were to examine the American population as a whole, Black Americans are about 13% of the nation's population, but Black Americans possess less than 3% of the nation's wealth. What that translates into at the average is an $800,000 differential per Black and white household. That is to say, the average Black household has $800,000 less in net worth than the average white household. And I'm talking about looking at the average or the mean instead of the median, which Ryan referred to, because 94% of the wealth that is held by white households is held by white households who have a net worth above the white median. And so if we're thinking about closing the racial wealth gap, we have to think about closing it at the mean rather than at the median to absorb the full differential in the proportion of wealth that's held by the two communities. So if you were to bring the Black share of wealth at least to the Black share of the population, it would require an additional at least $10 trillion. And so the other kinds of programs or initiatives that we're talking about are not going to come anywhere close to trying to eliminate or eradicate a gap at that magnitude. And so that's why we need to turn to something like a reparations program, which is specifically aimed at building Black assets to a level that would be comparable to the level of assets that are held by white Americans on average.
Like today, I got time because
that there are people who argue we're always putting Black issues on the back burner.
Yes,
the number one Black issue to me is the climate, because we can't.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because we don't have enough power to control what's going on with that shit. We need money. If you give us money, we can put our money with the white activists who actually give a fuck about the climate, and we can help them fight for the climate. Right now, all we can do is kind of show up, and when we show up, they get beat up more because there's too many Negroes around. Can I keep going, y'all?
Live on a planet that is uninhabitable to humans. So that's the first thing we got to address.
I don't give a fuck.
Then,
I hope this bitch burns.
We, like JB said,
Let
we
it
need
burn.
universal health care. We need, we need a living wage for everyone. And here's my thing, like we do.
You say living wage, but you're not saying federal jobs guarantee. And they didn't bring up federal jobs guarantee in this thing. I didn't hear him bring it up.
All
I
of
might
these
be
social
wrong, but
programs,
I didn't watch
and
the
then
last
we
11
get
minutes.
reparations, we'll be in a way better place.
How about you do them at the same time? Why does reparations have to come last? And when I say do them at the first time, I mean sign the reparations bill and then with the same pen at the same desk, right after, sign the bullshit for everybody else. But again, white people about to get this money. So I vote we wait till 2053 to do the great wealth transfer. See, look, Let me tell you, this shit, I don't know. I need some good whites to start getting in the comments because I was rooting for you, but this great wealth transfer, I need the 40 million poor whites to holler at a bitch because you other motherfuckers, I'm about to start a class war on you motherfuckers. We about to ride out. We gonna ride out. It's gonna be a class war on whites and people of color.
There's something. There is a, because I had I get the same vibe from them that I got from Mark Thompson and Thompson and the Pan-Africanists. Is like, I feel that there's some sort of insecurity or something that makes them feel responsible, that makes them think that they're worth less than other people, right? Or their uplift has less value than the uplift of other people. Therefore, I can put my uplift on the back burner and sling myself on the cross because you white folks or whoever the fuck it is, the rest of Pan-Africa or Pangea, whatever the fuck they want to call it at this point, are more important than I am. And me on the cross, I'm going to put my family on the back burner. I'm going to put my people on the back burner. I'm going to watch black children starve until everybody else is fixed. Fuck you.
What is it you wanted me to reconcile myself to? I was born here almost 60 years ago. I'm not going to live another 60 years. You always told me it takes time. It has taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brothers and my sister's time, my nieces and my nephews' time. How much time do you want for your progress?
Not even that. We are going to give up our fight that was started by our ancestor, Callie House, after she got out of slavery petitioning for slave pensions, where she got locked up and put in jail. We are supposed to stop a fight that started in 1865 to fix motherfuckers who, most of you motherfuckers just got here. And I mean you Ellis Island motherfuckers. If you came after 1865, I'm talking about you. All of y'all. So you want us to put our shit on the back burner when you fuckers who came after 1865, white and people of color, have been oppressing Black people for generations. And we are supposed to stop our reparations fight so you can get a leg up. You got me fucked up. I'll fight with you for us all to get our shit, as in I get my reparations and we fight for the class shit together. But if you got to come before me, fuck you and fuck your family, like I be telling with the POC, fuck you, fuck your family. Like I said, my god sisters are low key with poor white trash. No, because my god sisters are poor white trash. I'll fight for them. But I'm not fighting for you middle class rich fucks who don't want to fight for me. Fuck you. Hell no, I ain't doing that.
Fuck all this mule and shit.
Your Grace, His Holiness the High Septon wishes to speak with you at the Great Sept of Baelor.
His Holiness the High Septon is welcome to see me here, in the Red Keep.
Your Grace, this is not a request.
It is a request, Cousin Lancel. You are asking me for something I'm refusing.
The High Septon commands you. Are you sure you want to refuse him?
He promised me I could stay in the Red Keep until my trial.
He made no such promises. If you refuse to come of your own free will... Move aside, sir. Order your man to step aside, or there will be violence.
I choose violence.
listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out we're really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, the win. You need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out we're really about justice and really who fake.
So, because at Reset Race, we are all about facts and data over your fucking feelings. And even my feelings, because I have to re-record this whole section. So, because we like to make sure people have the full data before we get out here and talk about anything. So, let's go ahead and get our screen share on. Okay, bam, I'm gonna go through this quick. This is from the Center for American Progress. Simulating how progressive proposals affect the racial wealth gap. It was written by Christian E. Weller, Connor Maxwell, and Danielle Solomon, August 7th, 2019. Y'all, Fred Hampton Leftists did this fucking video on July 4th, 2021. Y'all had 2 years to read this goddamn thing. So here we go. Author's note. CAP uses Black and African American interchangeably throughout many of our products. We choose to capitalize Black in order to reflect that we are discussing a group of people and to be consistent with the capitalization of African American. Wealth, a household's assets minus its debts, is the key measure of financial well-being. Unfortunately, the United States is home to a stark and persistent racial disparities in household wealth. While various proposals exist in the aim to shrinking the racial wealth gap, estimates of their long-term effects are limited. So estimates of the long-term effects are limited. A new simulation developed by the Center of American Progress demonstrates how separate proposals implemented today, these fucking proposals that you fucking white liberal racists and you Fred Hampton leftists are pushing, in combination or in isolation, would reduce the racial disparity in average wealth, total wealth divided by the number of households in the United States by 2060. The simulation specifically tracks white and Black couples who are currently beginning their careers and starting to accumulate wealth and compares their total projected household wealth as their retirement. So, Jimmy, you keep talking about how class is going to fix race. It's not, bruh. I need you to fucking get a Black economist who knows what the fuck they're talking about. Instead of having these Fred Hampton leftists that you like because they're saying the shit that you like, but they're not doing anything for Black people. And the shit that you're proposing isn't going to fix poor white people either. So I need you to step y'all pussy up. So back to what I was saying. Interactive. Tackling the racial wealth gap. This is a fully interactive menu. Y'all got to check this out. So wealth, a household's assets minus its debts, is a key measure of financial well-being. Unfortunately, the United States is home to stark and persistent racial disparities in household wealth. For centuries, American public policy systemically excluded Black households from opportunities to build wealth. Black, not people of color, Black. Black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm blackity black, a black, y'all. Black. Not people of color. Don't make me pull this fucking chart back up. No, I'll make sure I do so you can see before the 1965 fucking Immigration Act, there was not a bunch of y'all people of color here. There was a handful of Chinese people, a handful of Mexicans, and fucking Kamala Harris's parents from fucking Jamaica and India. That's who the fuck was here. Yes, I'm over exaggerating about this shit, but y'all was a speckle. Y'all were not a majority. Quit trying to play like people of color. Quit trying to play like Mexicans and Indians were in the fucking slave fields and cotton fields with us picking cotton. That's not what the fuck happened. The racial wealth gap was created and will only be eliminated by systemic and intentional public policy choices. So let's look at the baseline. Baseline, $1.87 million for white people, $317,000 for Black people. White wealth in 2060, 5.9 times more than Blacks. Racial wealth gap in 2060, 1.56 million. So this is the bullshit that y'all like to first start with. Free college. Free college gives white people more money. The baseline was 1.87 million. So white wealth goes up. Yes, Black wealth goes up, but Black wealth goes up by 130,000, a little under 130,000, more like 127. White wealth goes up quite a bit more. Or maybe it goes about the same percent, but the wealth gap persists. This shit isn't closing the wealth gap. So what you're talking about right now, Fred Hampton, Leftists, y'all on some bullshit and you don't know enough. So either you're a fucking enemy like Breonna Greyjoy who tries to skew the shit on purpose, or you don't know enough, you need to go back to the lab. If you need to go back to the lab, you need to fucking sit down and have a conversation with Sandy Darity. You need to sit down and have a conversation with a Black economist. You need to sit down and have conversations with people who are actually doing work in this reparations movement. Because right now, y'all just poisoned the well and you're a fucking problem. Debt-free college and student debt. For a century, Black people have largely denied access to full, even race-neutral programs such as the GI Bill systemically excluded African Americans and left them with few opportunities. Today, Black people remain less likely to attend and graduate from college.
Less than 19% of native-born Blacks have college degrees.
Is native-born Blacks. That includes your first-generation Ghanaians, Nigerians, all that shit. They're all lumped in. So we don't even know what the numbers are for what it is for actual ADOS, American descendants of chattel slavery. When they attend, they are more likely to take on more student debt, which makes it more difficult to buy a home. So Fred Hampton, let's just talk about how we have more medical debt and how we have more student debt. That's because we're fucking poor. So you talk about you want to be a Black capitalist. You're not a Black capitalist because we're fucking poor. Y'all need to do more research. Okay, so here we are. So we did debt-free college. We saw that was some bullshit. That ain't gonna do nothing to close the racial wealth gap. Right? But okay, but I wish we had all the other bullshit that the Fred Hampton leftists was talking about, because they talk about fucking fixing the climate and medical debt. They don't have all this other shit. But let's say fair housing, right? Because I like fair housing. So fair housing. Fair housing, the baseline was 1.87 million. White people will still have 1.87 million, and Black people get a little under 80K. Wealth disparity still 4.7 million. Racial wealth gap will be at 1.48 million. So that's free, that's housing, right? For more than 50 years after prohibition of redlining, blockbusting, and other discriminatory housing practices, Black Americans remain 9 times more likely than whites to experience discrimination when trying to buy or rent a home. With additional resources and expanded authority, agencies charged with addressing racial bias in housing can help or boost home ownership and increase access to affordable rental housing, both of which are key vehicles. You saw that shit was less than 80,000. So quit dicking me over. Consumer protections, y'all can look up on your own. Let's do retirement savings, because Black people save more than their white counterparts who make the same amount of money. So the baseline was 1.87 million. So white people go up to 2 million and we go up a little under 200,000. Again, The racial wealth gap persists, and this is giving us retirement savings. White versus black wealth gap goes down to four times. Racial wealth gap will still be at 1.52 million. So again, all of your favorites that are suggesting, oh, let's just do some free college and let's just do some housing, and no, this doesn't fix the racial wealth gap. Fred Hampton leftists, again, I don't know if you're on some Bree shit, that Brianna Joy Gray shit, where she's just an enemy, or if you guys are just not well versed enough to know that you are working against our interests. So I'm gonna give y'all the benefit of the doubt, but if you fucked up, y'all need to fix it. If not, I'm gonna look at y'all like a fucking enemy, and I'm coming for you like I come for Brianna Joy Gray, or whatever the fuck her name is, like I come for bitch ass Kyle, like I come for Crystal and Sagar with their anti-Blackness. Like, we hold no punches around this bitch. Let's talk about baby bonds, which is Derek Hamilton, Sammy Day Darity's one of the things they've worked on. So again, not a bad plan, but it doesn't close the racial wealth gap. White wealth, 2.17 million, which goes up from the baseline of 1.87. The black wealth will go up over 400,000, but there'll still be a racial wealth gap, and y'all still owe us 1.3.7 million. So let's just go to all of the things that they have listed. The racial wealth gap will still persist if you do consumer protection, fair housing, debt-free college, retirement savings, and baby bonds. Wealth gap will still be 1.9 times higher for white people than black. The racial wealth gap will still be $1.7 million. Y'all have to pay us reparations. Fred Hampton leftists, you talking about an empty bucket. The bucket with the holes is because we're fucking poor, you dumb motherfuckers. What you're proposing doesn't fix us. This, on top of the great wealth transfer, you're basically saying that people should remain a permanent underclass. What you are asking for is not what Fred Hampton wanted. He was black. Again, you are trying to make us a permanent underclass.
I don't have time for Mrs. Elliott's problem.
Well, you better make time.
We are being crucified by a process that is turning blacks into a permanent underclass here, Frank. A permanent underclass. No, see, nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody.
I'm so mad the first one I recorded this guy didn't fucking take, because it was like 30 minutes. I was laying into y'all asses. Everybody go back and read this shit. It's fucking basic. There was something else I wanted to read. The racial wealth gap. Wealth eases the transition between jobs and neighborhoods and provides a cushion in a response to emergencies and during retirement. Wealth is also transferable and allows households to finance their descendants' futures. Wealth also is transferable and allows households to finance their descendants' futures by helping cover the cost of education, a health emergency. That's that fucking bullshit ass healthcare debt that you're talking about, that we have more healthcare debt than anybody else. We have a bunch of student loan debt too. You know why? Because we're fucking poor. If you give us reparations, we won't have this shit. Or even a down payment on a home. A lot of white people's parents and people of color's parents give them fucking down payments on their homes because they have the extra money in their wealth. We talked about this in the wealth transfer. However, in 2016, the median white household held $171,000 in wealth, almost 10 times more than the median black household, wealth of $17,600. The median racial wealth gap is more than $150,000. May understate the extent of the disparity between black and white households. The average of a black household was just $139,000, showing a much larger difference of $780,000. Regardless of the method of measurement of wealth, the evidence is clear: a considerable wealth disparity exists between black and white households. Racial disparities in wealth are not results of individuals, families' choices, or rather the result of structural racism in American policy. Many government programs are designed to access to home ownership, higher education, fair wages, and union protection have largely benefited white households, allowing them to build a transfer of wealth across generations. While Black households were systemically excluded as a result of the racial wealth gap persists even after controlling for educational attainment, marital status, age, and income level. In fact, college-educated households have 30% less wealth than non-college educated white households. And we know they have less wealth than white high school dropouts. Without an intervention, these disparities are expected to persist for another 200 years. The black-white gap was created and will only be eliminated by systemic and intentional policies. Y'all got to read the rest because I'm losing my voice. But y'all already saw. Y'all already saw where there's about to be this great wealth transfer. So the Fred Hampton leftists are basically saying that there's a big wealth distribution problem in this country, but at the same time, white people are about to get their money and they're saying black people shouldn't get theirs. And the wealth is going to be exacerbated. And I'm also going to take a moment to show you what black and white wealth looks like in real numbers. So here we are. This is the mean wealth, which is the average, right? So average black family is negative 25,622. White family, negative 11,760, right? Second quintile, 51,118, blacks 2,398. So remember, the Fred Hampton leftists were talking about this great wealth disparity and how white people and people of color are struggling, right? Y'all see that we have less money than black people. We even have less money than Latinx people who just got here in the 1970s. We've been here for over 400 years. The Fred Hampton leftists want to transfer way more money to white people at the same time denying black people. Just look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. I would read them all off, but my throat is killing me. So let me show you the charts that I made from this so you can really see this in real numbers. So again, the Fred Hampton leftists are talking about how there's this great wealth redistribution and we have to fix that first or else white people will come and kill us. So this is the first, second, and third percentile of the wealth. Let me share my screen again, y'all. Oh. Okay, so here's the screen share. So this is the bottom percentile, 1, 2, and 3, white and black, right? Because this is a black and white country. Latinos, sorry, y'all literally got here 5 minutes ago, and y'all shouldn't have the same wealth that we had building this country. Because again, I showed y'all this other chart that showed that you people just got here. And when I say you people, I mean people of color and white people, because most white people, y'all got here after 1865 too. So a lot of y'all are fucking newcomers to me. So let's talk about debt, right? White people in the first, these are your Appalachian trailer park whites. They're negative 11,760. Black people are negative 25,622. So you see, looking at this chart, that we have less money. It's obvious. Now we get into the second percentile. The second quintile. This is quintile, so there's only 5. So 2. White people are at 51,118. Black are at 2,394. So you're saying there's this great wealth disparity all across the board, and we got to fix white people. But white people in the second percentile, which is still poor white trash, let's keep it a buck, have over $48,000 more than black people. Let's get into the third percentile. This is supposed to be middle class, right? This middle class whites. They got almost $172,000. If you consider this middle class for the same quintile, black people have $20,000 at the same quintile. This is why I hate Matt Brunig, because he tries to play us like there isn't a wealth and Sagar too, because Sagar tries to play us like there is a wealth disparity at every single level between blacks and whites. Yes, white people have wealth redistribution issues that need to be fixed, but you motherfuckers have class. Black people don't even have class like this. And you Fred Hampton leftists aren't even smart enough to understand or know. And this is why you need to go out and research, and you need to talk to people. And you need to talk to economists, because that's how you know what's going on. You're only as smart as the questions that you ask. And you guys aren't smart enough because you're not asking the right questions. You can be smarter. I'm not calling you dumb. I'm just saying you need to do better. So let's get into the fourth quintile. I'm gonna restart sharing my screen. So this is the fourth, not percentile, this is the fourth quintile, because there's only 5. So white people have 434,817. So 435,000 versus less than 80,000. These people don't live in the same neighborhood. But again, the Fred Hampton leftists are talking about how we need to fix class first amongst white people, or else white people will come and kill us. So white people have more money than us, and they're going to come and kill us for us getting money that still won't equate to what they get. So let's say that these white people here in this 438 aren't going to get that great wealth transfer. Let's just say that they don't get shit. Let's say we get the same 272,000. So we go up to like 375, but we still have less money than these white people. And remember, they're still going to get a minimum of 212,000, which is going to take this shit well over 600,000. Y'all got to do the math. I know math is hard for some people. It's not easy for me either. But just think about all the money that middle class Americans are about to give to their Gen Z and Gen X children. Look to your left, look to your right. The white people protesting with you, somebody getting an inheritance. Y'all want a class war? Y'all need it. Y'all gonna have to come for these people money. And let's get into the top one that Matt Brunig likes to talk about, how there's only, no, it's Saga that likes to talk about how there's only a real difference between the top or the bottom. But I already showed you all the places where there was a difference. So here's the 5th quintile. I'm gonna pull this up. Oh, cool, it's already up. So this is the 5th quintile. You look, in the 5th quintile, the average white family has over $4 million. The average Black family has 618,000. These people don't live nowhere near each other. Fred Hampton leftists, you're talking about wealth inequality, but you don't understand that white wealth inequality and Black wealth inequality is a vast wealth gap at every level. And even if you fix white people and readjust their wealth levels, Black people, you still have to fix us. Reparations. So you guys are terrible at this. You guys shouldn't have did this video, and you need to holler at somebody, like for real, because if you do another one of these, y'all still got another like 40 minutes from that video that we can drag y'all all day, because, you know, don't make us have time. And let me pull up this fucking chart from bitch ass Matt Brunig, because I blame Matt Brunig for this shit. So this is the thing when people be talking about, oh, well, there's wealth disparity between Blacks and whites. So when you look at white people, right, you look at their chart, you're like, oh, well, white people have this great wealth disparity. And you look at Blacks, you're like, oh, they have the same. White people are sharing over $100 trillion. We are sharing 3. So 100 versus 3. That's not the same, even if the charts look the same. And Matt Brunig made the charts look the same so he could dupe you motherfuckers. And then you have bitch ass people like Sagar being on some bullshit. And then you got the Fred Hampton leftists. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. I don't know how to identify you, but right now I'm leaning towards an enemy, but I'm hoping y'all are just ignorant. So please just be ignorant, because if you're an enemy, I got time, cuz. They're doubling the
behind.
They're doubling the wealth gap, because we just saw that in the paperwork. I'm not tripping, right? I'm not tripping.
No,
right?
you're not tripping.
Oh my God, Darity,
No,
I can't wait to meet you, sir, because I am an untrained, I have a culinary degree, and you don't understand the stuff that I need you to clear up in my head, because I know I'm right, I just don't have the scholarship. So,
you don't need it, shit. You doing quite fine.
You got the cooking shit. What the fuck you talking about? That's enough. That's real. It's real. Fuck that.
Okay,
you know
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, y'all. I'm done. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, I think this is the nonsense, right? It's like we, us as the descendants of slavery here in the United States, it's like we are, as Malcolm X said, it's like we're a political football, right? We're not people to be served. Right? We're an entity to facilitate everybody else's growth. You know what I mean? And why on God's green earth is our destitution a prerequisite for everything the left wants to do? Right? And for you Black folks, that should be a signifier. If they put everything that makes you whole after 400 years on a back burner, I don't know what to tell you. right? At least with the Democrats and Republicans, we know how to deal with them, right? You're in a sea of fucking sharks and you don't even know it. And you got pork chop drawers on and you don't even know it because they smile at you. I'm telling you, it's real. These people don't give a fuck about you. They nice and they cool, da 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 da. But when they get that wealth transfer, look around you, right? You interview a lot of these people that play these pole mouth games. I ain't gonna mention no names, but you interviewed one last week. She got loot and she gonna get her transfer, and you niggas gonna be sucking wind.
She got mad. She got mad loot and resting bitches. Yeah.
Mad loot. That mad loot. Absolutely.
We can save that shit for the Negro meat.
Yeah, that's going. Her wealth transfer is going to be humongous.
Yeah, it was like, and the thing about it, nigga, wealth transfers. They say my mom, my dad, or whatever, they got life insurance. That's not a wealth transfer, man. Life insurance. You know what I mean? Like,
it is, but it's not the same thing as your grandparents putting $25,000 a year in a bank account from the time you're born, like they was talking about in that wealth transfer argument. Yeah. Let's get back to this shit because MG gonna have to leave soon. So I would like to get through the rest of this fucking video.
We gonna try.
Y'all is terrible. Y'all are so terrible. Like I said, we just chose one little piece. Like we got 3 other clips. We got 5 more minutes to go. Y'all did really bad on this. And Nick, you about to get slaughtered, baby.
This is sad. That's a crazy thing. I agree with partially what Nick was saying. That's crazy shit.
But then he be on the bullshit at the end. Like I said, I'm ready to red wedding you bitches. But I'm gonna give y'all a minute. I'm gonna give y'all a minute to come correct. And like I said, y'all could be mad about the shit that I say. You may never want to talk to me. Ain't gotta talk to me, but you gon' talk to Darity. All right, let's go. No, we gotta play. We gotta play.
It's Chairman Nick. He's the chairman.
We gotta play.
Let's go.
What money we have until we deal with the other issues. Those issues are still gonna be there. They're not going away. I'm not a black capitalist, so I don't.
Because you ain't got no capital.
I want the conditions materially for everyone to be improved. Then we can get reparations. That's not our responsibility. And that's not our responsibility.
To a third possibility, and you say, well, okay, why don't we just give out an equal amount to each black family, and we'll close the mean that way. And I've done the math on that. It's a little over 600,000. That's how much you'd have to give to each family to bring the 900,000 for whites and 140 to blacks to bring them together. But when you do that and you give every black family whatever it is, $620,000 or something like that, what ends up happening is the poorest black family, literally the poorest black family in the country, is wealthier than 68% of white families. So there are no black families in the bottom 2/3 of society. And curiously, there also would be very few black families at the very top of society because 600,000.
Would that be such a bad thing? I'm gonna keep playing it till Mud tells us to stop. But would that be such a bad thing?
1,000 is not going to get you up into the 1% or anything like that.
And by the way, as a side note, the Latino wealth is very similar to black wealth, right? Like
it's almost like
so. This would also leave that group just completely. Out.
All right.
Mud says, stop, fucking stop.
Thing about the this whole shit is like, okay, you taking off the mask and you're letting us know that you're white supremacists. Why the fuck does it matter if black people have more money than 69% of white people? Who gives a fuck?
After 400 years in building the country, yeah.
After 400 years, and a lot of these white people are newer immigrants. It's not like a lot of these white. Remember, didn't Bernie Sanders people get here in the 30s? Yeah, one of my ladies, her daddy got here in the 60s. The 60s.
Yeah, like here's the thing. Like there shouldn't even be a comparison. Like we're talking about justice for mistreatment that it was done to one group, not done to all groups, just one group. So if we're about doing justice in that regard, then why the fuck would you bring white people into it unless you want us to be inferior to white people? Like you want us inferior position.
Or your intention is for us to clash.
Ooh.
Yep. I said I wasn't gonna talk about it, goddamn it. Go ahead.
Yeah. But like Yeah, I mean, this is the correct answer. Like, obviously, this is the answer that makes the most sense. But like like what he's doing is poisoning all of these ideas. First, he threw out the bad ideas because he knew, we would be on his side with poisoning those ideas. But this idea, what he's trying to do is like you said, pit us against, the white people, and also like it is this thing where like white people just have it in their minds that we should not be better than the poorest white person. Like we should, like our general level should be
subservient, and that's how they've always felt.
Leave us at the bottom. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I always say, when somebody comes with policy for Black people, will we still be at the bottom at the end? You know what I mean? Then of course they come out, well, what about somebody else is going to be at the bottom? Why are you making that my problem? We're the oppressed, not the oppressor. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm sorry, John, you were up next. I'm sorry, Mud. Will you finish first? Will you finish?
Go ahead.
John?
We do this reparations the way it's supposed to be done. That means that 25% of the lowest Black families are going to be more wealthy than the. I'm like, you talking about how it is now? Or so you talking about how it is now? And not only that, like, don't you think, real talk, listen, man, this has been the position of Asians in this country since like the motherfucking late 1970s, and nobody got no fucking smoke for them. Nobody says you playing into capitalism. Nobody says you not with it. You ain't for the people. Nobody say nothing to these motherfuckers. But the group that's here, and real talk, and what
who built the country?
MG was, and built the country. Been through all the fucking pain and struggle, and had to deal with all this shit that helped other people come here. Real talk, you mad for at least real shit a few decades. Real shit, we gonna be wealthy. And he said, he's like, we could do that, and they won't be as wealthy as the wealthiest family. So basically, you're saying that the majority of our family is gonna be upper middle class and middle class. We're gonna have a stable community now, and white people won't have that. And if you like, so
no, they'll still have that. They'll still have the stable communities that they have.
They would see that, but he's making an argument saying that if we stabilize Black people, the poor whites, you feel me, at median, feel me, like real shit, we'll be above them. Yep, we should too. But now, for at least at least a few decades, y'all gotta eat the pain. We haven't ate the pain since we got here. You can't eat the pain for at least a century. And you know, like Sam said, we so good. If we so good at people, we get the bread, we'll still be like, all right, and that shit probably lasts 50 years. You know what I mean? Like quote unquote wealthy. But at the end of the day, you still have white. But you not bringing in a lot of shit. He's doing a lot of games with the numbers and shit. And I'm not saying he's an economist. He did his work. He did his homework. And I respect him as an economist, nigga. I don't real talk. Like I talk to real economists, people that really do the studies in this shit. At the end of the day, my ancestors, the common sense of my ancestors, telling me like, yo, bro, you gonna be mad that the most poorest group in this country, that been the poorest group in this country since the country was founded, will be wealthier. But their poorest will be wealthier than their poorest for a few years. You feel me? Like real shit, for a few decades or 100. Feel me? Like after all the shit that's owed to us. And you thinking that shit don't make this. You think he bugging. And real shit, like he's doing some real slippery slipping and sliding. Man, like real talk, man.
That's why they're both very careful with the language. Right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'll let you go, MG. My bad.
Yeah. Well, let me let Sam go first, and then
yeah, because you switched the order, sir.
My bad. Mud already spoke.
Definitely get him the fight.
I was after
Dragon Queen, go get him. Go get him.
But no, I just no, it's all good. No, I just
wanted you to close it out. You wanted you to bring us home. He like, yo, Sam.
I'm not done. I can't with you.
No, he's like, Sam, bring us home.
Y'all ever saw Mean Girls, but you just reminded me of the black principal when he like raised his hand when they were like, who has been abused by so, and everybody's like raising their hand.
Oh, hell no, Sam, hell no. Go ahead, Khaleesi, do your thing.
I just find it so funny, like how you guys said, where he's like, well, Black people would just be in the middle, would end up having more money than the bottom line. Well, let's talk about contribution, right? So everybody likes to talk about how white people were, how white people had to work in the North. And now, mind you, I know American history. I know that y'all got, you guys had, poverty wages. They worked y'all lots of hours for little money. But at the end of the day, you got paid. And guess how you got... And guess how you got paid? You got paid because that cotton that you were turning into textiles in the North, we picked that. So if we didn't pick that cotton, you didn't have no job. So we have always been a jobs program for white people. Even now, when you look at these prisons in the middle of these small towns, ain't no black people in the town but the ones in the prison. Black prison full of black people, nothing but white guards, all white town. So again, we are a jobs program for people. So basically, when you take out our, like Yvette says, with the eating the failure, right? When you take out us eating the failure, then all of a sudden everybody's looking around like, well, what are we gonna do? What about us? And why is it such a problem for us to have what we should have had? Like, we built this country, and I don't understand if y'all understand this or not. And maybe because we needed Baldwin, but like Baldwin said, I built the railroads. He said, I picked the cotton. I took the cotton to market.
Let me put it this way, that from a very literal point of view, the harbors and the ports and the railroads of the country, the economy, especially of the southern states, could not conceivably be what it has become if they had not had, and do not still have indeed, and for so long, so many generations, cheap labor. I am stating very seriously, and this is not an overstatement, that I picked the cotton, and I carried it to market, and I built the railroads under someone else's whip for nothing. For nothing. The Southern oligarchy, which has until today so much power in Washington, and therefore some power in the world, was created by my labor and my sweat, and the violation of my women and the murder of my children. This, in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And no one can challenge that statement. It is a matter of historical record.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, we built this country, and you guys do not respect our contribution. But without us, y'all, most of y'all who just got here in the past 20, 30 years wouldn't even have wanted to come here because this place was a cesspool. Like, we built this country up. Without us, there was no real capital to go forward. And let's just keep it a buck, because if everybody could have did what they say that they could have just did, they would have did in their own country. Y'all all had to come here. And I'm talking about your ancestors too. I'm not talking about people in the past 30 years specifically. I'm talking about all of y'all, going all the way back to when y'all came here, when y'all brought people here on ships, when you enslaved the native population, when you did all of that. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you have always needed us to make stuff better for you, because if you could have did it at home, you wouldn't have had to come over here to do it. So you need to start respecting our contribution. That's it. That's it. And that's all. So when you be like, oh, well, then we would, yes, because we deserve it. We built the country. Like, literally, we built this thing. And you guys have had too many years to feel like it was all done just out of a miracle. Like, I see people be like, oh, slavery was barely slavery was the biggest market economy going at that time. Not just on this continent, but in Europe as well. Like, if we really want to get froggy, we need to start talking about suing England and a few other places for our damn money. So,
absolutely. France,
like,
Spain too. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, everybody wants to sit here and play games, but we were the hottest thing smoking. If you take out our free years of contribution, and then even after that, all this land that you stole from us, all these people that you burned out of their homes, all these people that you lynched and took their property, a lot of that stuff is still in your families now. Some of y'all need to start doing some research, especially, it's not even, I was going to say, especially for those of you who live in the South, but I read Sundown Towns and I read Buried in Bitter Waters. Y'all was burning down people and running us out of towns all over the country. But specifically, if you live in the South, you need to do some research, because you probably know somebody whose family is living on land that somebody ran some Negroes up off of. That's not our responsibility.
Nope.
Y'all got anything? Because I got a clip from John on that shit. Like, or not even, I'll put it in later. But John has a clip where he says that they try to push the responsibility of everybody else's poverty on us. We are an oppressed group. We are the most oppressed group in this country. Yes, we're more fucking oppressed than Native Americans because some of those goddamn tribes are getting a check. No Black people are getting a check. So yes, we are more oppressed. So fuck you. If we're gonna play the oppression Olympics, Black people will win the fucking gold.
In this country, absolutely.
Sorry. So
it is
what it is. We're not carrying anybody else on our backs no more. Either you fight with us and we fight for what we want together, or fuck you. And that includes
let it burn.
You Negroes. Again, I use this metaphor all the time. The house is burning down. We are all in it together. I will chain the locks and watch us all burn together down and die in this bitch before I let these white leftists run up out this hole and survive this fire. Before I let the POCs run up out this shit and survive this fire. And you stupid Negroes still gonna be in the fire dying with me if I don't freaking hold them in here with us. You basically letting them run out the house. They set the fire. They help set the fire. They fucking pour gasoline to make the fire go faster. And y'all giving them cover and letting them run out the house while your house burns down with you in it. Fuck you. I'm not saying sorry to them. I'm saying sorry to y'all. Because I'm trying to work on being less vulgar. But again, 85% of our fan bases, of our watchers are male. So y'all feel me.
At the end of the day, real shit, like, real, you talking about Chairman Nick. You know, we seen you, Chairman Nick. We know them. Listen, because Chairman Nick, this what I call him quote unquote chairman. you know, I'm not gonna say the quote unquote Negro or whatever give me so called, or he say so called Chairman Nick. Like, this is what he did, like real shit. Like, this is gonna get late in the episode where he talks about I agree with cash reparations and this and that and blah blah blah, but we got medical debt. So at the end of the day,
because
the
we're poor,
is going to take the money because they work in the medical. So you need Medicare for all before you get your restitution. That's what I heard from you, Chairman Nick.
Hey,
man,
how about this?
Out, man.
How about this? You write in the reparations that none of the reparations money can be taken to pay prior debts. Oh my God, that shit's done.
Fix the problem. Fix the problem.
Whole argument murdered in 2 seconds.
Your money is, hey yo, this is the crazy part. Yo, they was like, all you gonna do with your money is pay off debt, bills. It's like the capitalist is going to find a way to. But guess what though? It's COVID time. People can't work. Everybody needs a check. But a check won't solve Negroes' problems.
But it'll solve everybody else's problem. Boom.
But it's not. But think about it. But you're not. For me, it's the check and the check has to come with the check and this, the check and that, the check with this. It's not about check. And then when they say check. You think $100 check is going to save you? Like they're not understanding the gravity of what we're talking about.
Not at all.
They don't want to understand it because they get paid to not understand it. So it's like we're talking about a real wealth transfer. We're talking about a massive amount of capital directed right towards the people that's getting beat up by the police, the poorest people in the country, low literacy rates, all these health rates. They're getting a massive amount of capital. Real shit, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can get I'm not an economist. You can somebody to break it down though. Like, real money, like real money, not no $1,000. Is you fucking nuts, man? But think about it, you want to do that because you want to make white people feel like you can get $1,000. So I get $1,000. See, that's the same thing with Bill Maher. I smoke weed, and as a consequence, that means so I get $1,000. Black people, they don't got no money, so they get $1,000. No, that's not what we're talking about. You're out of your fucking mind. Talking about vote for the Green Party. You out your mind, man.
Yes, vote for the Green Party when the Green Party is fighting for global reparations for all Black people.
Hey, Sam, I'm going to be quiet after this, but Sam, don't cut this out. Hey, Rome, stop doing this shit, Rome. Hey, Rome, hey, yo, I don't know what you're doing, Rome, but I got a feeling that maybe you want this to get. I don't want you to kill yourself. Don't kill yourself. Do not kill yourself. I swear to God, I don't want Black people to kill themselves. I'm with you.
We can't even talk about suicide.
I'm out of here. Fuck that shit, man. These niggas out of control. I see these niggas.
Okay. Let's go back to the video. Because we still got mad time. Like today I got time because okay, let's roll. It's starting to get late.
Know that there are people who argue we're always putting Black issues on the back burner.
Yes,
the number
are.
one Black issue to me is the climate because we can't.
No, it's not. Because we don't have enough power to control what's going on with that shit. We need money. If you give us money, we can put our money with the white activists who actually give a fuck about the climate, and we can help them fight for the climate. Right now, all we can do is kind of show up, and when we show up, they get beat up more because there's too many Negroes around. Can I keep going, y'all?
Live on a planet that is uninhabitable to humans. So that's the first thing we got to address.
I don't give a fuck.
Then,
I hope this bitch burns.
We, like JB said,
Let
we
it
need
burn.
universal health care. We need a living wage for everyone. And here's my thing. Like we do.
You say living wage, but you're not saying federal jobs guarantee. And they didn't bring up federal jobs guarantee in this thing. I didn't hear him bring it up.
All
I
of
might
these
be
social
wrong, but
programs,
I didn't
and
watch
then
Black
we
Left
get
a Minute.
reparations. We'll be in a way better place.
How about you do them at the same time? Why does reparations have to come last? And when I say do them at the first time, I mean sign the reparations bill and then with the same pen at the same desk, right after sign the bullshit for everybody else. But again, white people about to get this money. So I vote we wait till 2053 to do the Great Well Transfer. See, look, let me tell you, this shit, I don't know. I need some good whites to start getting in the comments because I was rooting for you.
Stop it! I have never in my life yelled at a girl like this. When my mother yells at this, it's because she loves me. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this. When you go to bed at night, you lay there and you take responsibility for yourself.
But this great wealth transfer, I need the 40 million poor whites to holler at a bitch because you other motherfuckers, I'm about to start a class war on you motherfuckers. We about to ride out. We gonna ride out. It's gonna be a class war on whites and people of color.
There's something. There is a because I had I get the same vibe from them that I got from Mark Thompson and Thompson and the Pan-Africanists is like.
Yeah,
I feel that there's some sort of insecurity or something that makes them feel responsible. That makes them think that they're worth less than other people, right? Or their uplift has less value than the uplift of other people. Therefore, I can put my uplift on the back burner and sling myself on the cross because you. White folks or whoever the fuck it is, the rest of Pan-Africa or Pangea, whatever the fuck they want to call it at this point, are more important than I am. And me on the cross, I'm going to put my family on the back burner. I'm going to put my people on the back burner. I'm going to watch Black children starve until everybody else is fixed. Fuck you.
Not even that. We are going to give up our fight that was started by our ancestors.
That backs both your points up, Jackie, because you can get a capitalist to support reparations. Tom Steyer is an example. There are plenty of capitalists that came out for reparations. They do that because they know they're going to get the money back. So Black people hold the most medical debt. We hold a substantial amount of medical debt. About 33% of the population has medical debt. So if you pass reparations without having Medicare for all or a nationalized healthcare system or without canceling student loan debt, you essentially just took Black suffering and oppression and wrote a check to Big Pharma. If you do it without taking out our prison industrial complex, you're pretty much going to get write a check to Black Americans that they take back via civil asset forfeiture and regressive fees. So I don't want my reparations to go back to the same system of white supremacy I'm fighting against. So we should fight for and advocate for reparations, but we got to do it in a very class-conscious way. We can't allow the capitalists to ruin it.
Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. To win, you need our energy. Go on, see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Place, because as he just said, we get the reparations first. We're just basically breaking even.
No, we're
so
not.
That's my take on it. Anybody got something to say?
I got something I can add that boosts that backs both your points up, Jackie, because you can get a capitalist to support reparations. Tom Steyer is an example. There's plenty of capitalists that came out for reparations. They do that because they know they're going to get the money back.
All white people who have money in America are capitalists. So if any white person who comes out to speak to help Black people is an automatic and because they're a capitalist, they should be dismissed, and what they care about should be dismissed, is kind of bullshit. Because Tom Steyer put his money where his mouth is in Black and Latino communities, because he did, way before he ran for president and endorsed reparations. So again, you got to do your research and got to know enough, but you haven't been around for the past couple of years dealing with this reparations struggle. I'm gonna keep going. I know, Mud, I said I was gonna let you go first, but I'm just gonna let him go a little bit more, and then I'm gonna shut up.
So Black people hold the most medical debt. We hold a substantial amount of medical debt. About 33% of the population has medical debt. So if you pass reparations without having Medicare for all or a nationalized healthcare system, or without canceling student loan debt, you essentially just took Black suffering and oppression and wrote a check to Big Pharma.
Mud, any thoughts? Mud goes first. This is Mud. After Mud, I want to go.
Oh yeah, the reparations package that we're talking about should cover any medical debt. Like I think that we're also talking about like free education, free healthcare. Like these are the type of things that we're thinking about based on the history of us being locked out from attaining education and dealing with medical apartheid. So yeah, I mean, and even if we're just talking about people having to pay out through their cash payment, the reality is that even if you wipe out that medical debt, if they don't have anything after that, they're still fucked because they have to deal with poverty. So if you're not really going to address that, which is not something that they really have in their plans, then it's not really going to be a good solution for us. Also, this thing of like, we got to look at all the capitalists, like they're evil manipulators that are trying to hustle us out of our money. Well, I think that we can also look at all these socialists and communists in a similar way, except they're not trying to hustle us out of our money per se. They're trying to hustle us out of our political clout, our political influence, our political capital. They're trying to use us to benefit their political agenda.
And, those days are over.
Agreed.
That's all I got.
Thanks,
Yeah,
bud.
they're basically, okay, I don't know, I'm gonna put a movie in here, but I'm not gonna use Hocus Pocus. I'll probably use American Horror Story if they let me use it. If they don't let me use American Horror Story, I'll use Hocus Pocus. But there's a part where the witch, she puts this doctor up and she's literally like sucking the life out of him until he turns into a skeleton in dust. What you guys are doing right now is you're using Black political capital and you're dispelling it and giving it to another group and letting them use that to empower themselves. That's what you're doing. That's some vampire shit right there. This is
Political
the same
vampires.
shit
Damn.
This is the same shit that people of color do when they talk about our plight and then they insert themselves. This is the same shit that the LGBTQAI community does. You see, they're pushing for gay reparations right now, which I'm not going to fight against. But if y'all do that for them before you do reparations for Black Americans, I'm not going to say what it should be, because since January 6th, I don't say what it really is. But at some point, we're gonna do a Patreon, or maybe when they get the booty clappers, when they finish getting the booty clappers off of OnlyFans, we might do an OnlyFans. OnlyFans is going legit. They want to be a new Patreon. I like the sound of OnlyFans better than I like Patreon. Like I said, once they get all the porn and the booty clappers off, we can slide on over there. So
no fun over there after that. Why we?
Whatever. So I'm not gonna say what it should be, and I'm not saying anything should happen to that specific group, but I'm saying if y'all keep doing stuff for other groups,
you will do as you are tasked. It is your soul's purpose because I own it.
Who is this man? What is this place?
Congratulations, Madame Delphine Lalaurie. You have been granted your sweet release from the world of the mortal. And as punishment for your crimes of murder, torture, passion, fashion, and being an all-around no-good, miserable bitch, you will spend all of eternity here. In my home.
My home.
No, it's mine.
like, excuse me, there were gay slave owners the same way there were white women slave owners. There have been gay people who have had power and influence in this country since its inception. They may not have been allowed to be outwardly gay, but they was doing they thug thizzle in the back with their money, and they was enjoying their best life, and they was oppressing other people as well. I'm not saying that all, but I'm saying let's quit trying to play these games. So stop taking Black people's political capital and using it for your own. We are going to keep beating you over the head. Let me tell y'all can't stop me. I don't want a motherfucking thing. I don't want to be famous. I don't want a contract. I used to be fucking known. I've been able to move around and people know who I am, and me be fucking broke. That shit don't interest me. And I'm about to have money, so I really don't give a fuck about you. So I'm going to talk my shit, and I'm going to tell you what I want to say, because you motherfuckers can't cancel me, because you can't cancel me because you niggas don't pay me. So I'm just saying, that's it. Okay, y'all got anything else?
Go ahead, John.
Yo, that's a woo. I don't know what to say after that. That's kind of crazy. Like, but I do got something to say with quote unquote Chairman Nick. Chairman Nick he's a funny character, man. He's a funny dude. I think he's a smart guy. I think that he cares about Black people in the same way, but I think that him being the head of the quote unquote Fred Hampton leftists, it's like, and the way he's talking about reparations, I remember he came at MG because MG just every day he just asked him. Every day all he did was just like, hey Chairman Nick, reparations, like what's up? But they ain't answering you yet. You like, I accidentally, and then one day he snapped. And one day he was like,
"You snapped because I said he didn't say nothing about reparations." But apparently, they ain't been saying nothing serious because they don't know shit.
For real, bro.
Yeah, they should just sat ate their food.
Yeah. All MG said to him was like, yo, he ain't respond to me like, where you at? Like, what's, hey, yo, Green Party dancing. I started going crazy. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I think he touched his soul because he knows deep down in his soul, though. Deep down in his soul is that they are a functionary of the left. Black faces of the left, man. I'm sorry. They black faces of the left. Let's keep it real, man.
Yeah. And you know, I was them in 2016. You know what I mean?
You see,
I was them. And I didn't realize it at the time. I thought I was doing the best I could. That was pre-reparations and pre this fight, pre this current iteration of reparations. But once the flag went up for reparations, that shit was over. Right?
I'm right with you. I definitely was in that type of space as well. But you know, I guess we.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I felt like I think that me and you both felt like, what the fuck? Like, anytime you bring up black, what the fuck is this? Like, anytime you like when they get too black, for some reason like when they got too black, it was something. It was like something. I can't get too black because you know what I mean. We starving. Like we do need Medicare and help. Like that's cool. We can get that. Now after a while, I'm like, man, fuck that. Because I see other groups coming in, other minority groups coming in and be like, yo, this is the fuck we want. They with them. You know what I mean? Asians, Native American, this and that. And then if you really believe in a socialist, and you really like a socialist, and you like, yo, money can't save everything, and we need to be, everything needs to be have some type of public entity. And all right, well, tell Native Americans then. Like, yo, the reason we came to your land, the reason that colonizers came to your land was for capitalism. They wanted to have free land and be able to grow capital on the land. And you know what? Let's erase all that shit and just get everybody land. Like, let's get everybody let's get everybody public utilities or public access to the land. Like, let's make your land public now. They're gonna be like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? And the thing about it, like, they feel like the private ownership of Native Americans' land. By tribe, they respect that, but they don't respect our justice claim. Like, they think that you should put it to the back burner when they, you feel me, they want to put other people to the front. Like, that shit is fucked up. It doesn't make any sense to me. I know why they're doing it, because the country is so anti-black and they just trying to survive, but fuck that. Fuck that. Because if you got kids and all that shit, when 2053 come around, I think we all gonna be out there for 2053. It's 2021. That's 30 years from now. We all might be alive. I don't know. But Rosa, out of everybody that's
gonna be alive.
I think I'm gonna be dead. I'm 23. I might be dead. I ain't gonna lie.
No, you made it over 25. Odds are you gonna make it, John.
I might.
I don't know. You were really in the danger zone until 25. You doing all right now.
I ain't gonna lie. I got about it a little bit, but man, I might. But at the end of the day, though. 2053, our wealth as a collective will average to zero. That means even with Oprah, she's still gonna be wealthy. That means with all the basketball players and the rappers that we got, it's still gonna be they're gonna be quote unquote rich. They're not even wealthy, they're quote unquote rich. Even with that, our wealth, when you combine the collective wealth to the bottom and the people that's under them, it's gonna equal out to zero. I don't think people understand the gravity of that shit. Or they don't care. Understand. They want to go to the pool party with Crystal Ball and Jimmy Dore.
That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is.
I should have cooked your ass a long time.
Class reductionist at its best. This is a bunch of class reductionist shit if I've ever motherfucking seen it. All right, Mud, you got anything before I go back to the video, sir?
Well, let me go really quick.
Let a little Mud, because Mud has barely been in the episode.
Ahead, MG.
Okay, go ahead.
MG.
All right, so this is that bullshit. Watch out, dog. Damn dog bothering me. All right, so this is the bullshit, right? So they're pinging us with this, capitalism shit, right? But Native Americans have casinos, right? Capitalism like a motherfucker, making ching 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 ching. House always wins, right? They are putting money in their pockets. They are putting their kids.
Where's our UBI from that?
They are putting their kids through school, right? They are buying property, doing all that capitalists do with that motherfucking money, right? But you are not telling them to shut down the fucking casinos until we kill capitalism. You're not telling them to give that fucking land back until we kill capitalism. You are not telling the Jews to cut those stop receiving those reparations checks. You are not telling the government to stop sending money to fucking Israel. You are not telling the State Department to help them hunt down that fucking money that we spend money on every year to help the Jews hunt down money that was stolen by the Nazis, right? You are not stopping any of that shit.
Just black people bag.
Just black people. That's the only thing that's stopping everything. That's the only fucking thing that's stopping everything. Do you realize how fucking stupid? That's fucking stupid. It is absolutely ignorant. And you, as a black face, spitting this bullshit out, because I've heard all this bullshit. I was there when they developed these fucking talking points, right? Because I was on the leading edge on the left on the reparations piece in this current iteration, right? So I heard them develop these talking points. They were bullshit then, and they're bullshit now, right? So if you're gonna, this is your chin check, Nick. I want to see you and Kim Tallbear's mentions and tell her you want the fucking mountains back.
Yup.
Until we kill capitalism.
All people. You gotta give that land to
everybody.
Poor whites.
Everybody.
Poor whites.
Tell them to stop anything that resembles reparations, put it back in the fucking pot until capitalism is dead.
And get that money back from the Japanese.
And good point. And call the Japanese to get that $20K out their ass. They can afford it.
Yeah, they can.
Right? Get all of them.
Family. Per family.
Get all of them. All right, it's your chin check, socialist MMA. Right? You can go put them in a motherfucking chicken wing. Treat them like you treat your own fucking people. Treat them like you treat your own fucking people. And you realize, let me finish, Sam, please. But you will realize how spineless and feckless this position is. That's a problem. That is a motherfucking problem. And as Sam said, Fred Hampton would spit in your fucking face.
Ooh, baby. And again,
spit in your face. He will whip your ass.
No
boy. Did y'all talk to the family?
Oh.
Did Fred Hampton Jr. approve this? If he did, okay, I'll shut up. But
and the wild shit is the 10-point program could be the blueprint for the new left.
The same program, for real.
The exact same fucking program for everybody except the reparations piece. The exact same program. Because that 10-point program was absolutely revolutionary. There is still nothing else like it. Still nothing else like it. You could have took that and ran with it, but you took the punk route, socialist MMA. Right? Right? If you gonna be that guy, be that guy. But you're not. You're not built for this reparations fight, champ. You're not. If you're gonna be in this fight, be in it.
And I'm not even gonna get into that. I'm gonna cut this because speaking about not being built for that, what you was talking about that I'm gonna cut from earlier, John, with Rome. Y'all, listen. Now I'm gonna come back in. I'm gonna come back in and because I'm gonna cut that part. But y'all know where I'm going with that. So I'm coming back in here. Y'all can't be in this fight. You can't talk. Fred Hampton died for his people. He didn't die for people of color. He didn't die for the world. He died for his people.
Facts.
If he wouldn't have been pushing Black people first, they wouldn't have killed him.
Facts.
The same way when Martin Luther King Jr. was pushing Black issues only first, they didn't give a fuck. They talked shit. They locked him up from time to time, threw a couple batons here and there, but they let him live. As soon as he did that "Why I'm Against Vietnam" speech, as soon as he started talking about coming to get our check, so he started talking about reparations, UBI, federal jobs guarantee, they killed that nigga. The American government killed Martin Luther fucking King. And you motherfucking white racists who would be like, Martin Luther King, he cared about the content of the character, not the color of the skin. Then you motherfucker shouldn't have killed him. But since you killed him, we're going to take everything he said, and then we're going to remember that peaceful man who talked about peace and love, you motherfuckers still put in the grave. He turned the other cheek to the point, and y'all still put him in the grave. So what should we do? We should fight, because you don't get into this fight if you're not willing to die for it. Do I want to die for it? No. I'd like to live to be 107. That's how I like to see myself, with my great-great-grandchildren running around me. But if I gotta go, I gotta go. I'm just another Black person who will have died in the struggle. Most likely, I won't make a history book. Most likely, nobody even fucking remember me. But I will have fought for my people. Y'all gotta pick a side.
Facts.
Y'all gotta pick a side, because right now, what you're doing right now, you're poisoning the well and you're muddying the waters. And like I said, I'm not going to judge you yet, but either you are ignorant and you're being used because you don't know enough, or you're like Brianna, Bree, Joy Gray, whatever.
Don't matter.
You like her where you know exactly what the fuck is going on, you know exactly what you're doing, and you're a fucking enemy. I don't know which one you are yet, but y'all better pick a side. Pick a side.
Fast.
Okay. Muddy, I think we're done, right? Everybody went, so we can go back, right? Did everybody adjust this shit?
Mud ain't go. Mud ain't go.
Mud, did you go? Please go, Mud.
No, go ahead and play the tape.
Thank you. Okay. Woo. We're
Sorry,
getting
Mud.
through it. We're almost done. We're almost done. Mud, go first the next time, please.
If you do it without taking out our prison industrial complex, you pretty much going to get right check to Black Americans that they take back via civil asset forfeiture and regressive fees. So I don't want my reparations to go back to the same system of white supremacy I'm fighting against. So we should fight for and advocate for reparations, but we got to do it in a very class-conscious way. We can't allow the capitalists to ruin this. We already seen examples of I remember they had an area that just passed reparations, and it was implemented in a very capitalist way.
I'm sorry, Mud, I want you to go after this, but how do you bring up something, but you don't even remember what city it was? It was done in a really capitalist way. Which one was it? Evanston? Evanston did a housing grant that's only going to be for 16 people, and it's only for 25,000. Which, if you did the research, you would have realized that wasn't enough. That isn't even enough money for a down payment in a home in that area, because the average home is over 400,000. And then you would have said that's not really reparations. That was a housing initiative that they hoodwinked people as reparations. That has nothing to do with capitalism. That has everything to do with the Democratic Party and people trying to use reparations as a buzzword to do shit that they should have been did for Black people.
And Narcan and Cobra having their fingers in it too. Go ahead.
Mud, you got anything before I go back? Because I want to let you go, and then I want to play some more.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this thing of like, all right, we can't do reparations in a capitalistic way. It's just an excuse not to do the shit.
Exactly.
Like they just want to go around it and do some class-based, but they're not serious about reparations.
Well, I think we missed like the last couple seconds, Mud.
Yeah, you just muted yourself. So just kind of start over if you can remember.
Oh, I mean, basically I was saying this is all a game. Like it's just a way to avoid reparations, to go for some class-based stuff. Because what does that even mean? They're doing reparations in a capitalistic way. What other reparations has been done? Like what reparations has been done in the socialistic way? What example was that?
It means reparations to everybody, I guess.
Are we saying that
it's stupid?
It's dumb as fuck.
I mean, I don't know what exactly that would mean, but you know, hopefully he explains it. That's all I got.
He won't. John, you got anything?
Can we go a little bit further before I let John go?
Sure. I would like my reparations. I would like a piece of all the Native American lands, and I would like to go build. I would like to go build wherever I want to go build and go whatever. I don't. I wouldn't like that. I was older my people like. Period. And you're talking about capitalistic this, and I think that Sammy made a great point. Is like real shit, like the capitalists. Like we never was able to fully even participate in the system, and based off the thing about it, everything is built off this system of us being exploited like this, like and never be able to participate. This is what the system is built off. So when you give us an opportunity to participate in the system is going to be something different. The system is not. It's not like they think that we're going to be absorbed by the system because they have no. First of all, they have no faith in our people. They have no real political imagination, and they do not understand like how they don't understand the gravity of what reparations is and what we're really asking for, what we're really trying to do. We're trying to change the society of America. When you feel me, like, bro, y'all niggas believe in Jesus, you take care of the lowest, man. Like, bro, you should look at society and how they treat the lowest people in their society. You done elevated the lowest people in society. This occurs a massive way through fucking. This is something that this is something that's crazy. You know what I mean, not crazy in a crazy way, but I'm just in the same way. Like this, you can get whatever you want after you take care of Negroes. They don't want to have that fight though, because they comfortable being in a spot and they subconsciously comfortable.
Because they know if they have that fight, they're gonna get thrown out the way MG got thrown out. That's what it is. Yes. That's how it works. If you fight hard for Black people, y'all are not fighting for Black people. You guys are cosplaying fighting for Black people. Like y'all and Brianna Greyjoy are literally saying the same shit about reparations. And listen, if I tell you you are pretty for, if I say you're pretty, or not even just like how you say I'm for reparations, I'm for gay marriage, but I don't think blah, blah, blah. Anything I say after that is a problem.
Yep.
You don't say, anytime you say but after something, you're not for it. Yep. They're basically saying I'm for reparations, but not until the climate is fixed and the ice caps stop melting. I'm for reparations, but not until we fix all white people, even though they're about to get a wealth transfer that is about $50,000 under the base minimum that we're asking for reparations. And that's the average. We are literally asking for the same money that white people are about to get from their grandparents. And y'all are
which they didn't earn.
Us. Which they didn't earn. Which they didn't earn. And y'all are fighting against us. Y'all made your ancestors torture you in your sleep.
Well, according to them,
go ahead.
According to them, isn't that money going to go right back to the capitalists?
Like I said, they need to fight for it. Go ahead, Mud. Please go ahead, Mud. I'm gonna shut up.
I'm just saying.
I thought it should. I don't know.
Let Mud finish. I want Mud to talk. You just finished. I've been talking too much too. Let Mud talk.
It's basically the point. Like, yo, like all these arguments that they would use against us should be arguments they're using in that fight for their wealth transfer. Like not the wealth transfer, but
no, they should. The Fred Hampton leftists, y'all need to come after these white kids fucking trust funds. That money's going back to capitalists. They buy houses, they fucking fixing, they doing all kinds of shit. That's all going back to capitalists. Go fight rich white people.
But it's not going to be rich white people. It's
go fight middle class white people. I'm sorry, go fight middle class white people. Go fight your friends.
The problem, it's going to be their friends, and that's why they don't want to do it, because their friends are going to be like all this socialist shit that their friends are talking now is going to go out the window when they get their houses from their goddamn grandparents.
those $1 and $2 million houses, like the average house in the hood in LA is going for over $500,000. Don't let your parents don't live somewhere with white people. Your shit's $800,000-900,000 averaging in Los Angeles. And a lot of people are inheriting $1 million. A lot of these white people are inheriting $1 million homes in LA, New York, San Francisco, like major markets, baby.
Yeah, and like Darity says, money is going to capitalists no matter what the fuck you do, whether we're poor or whether we have a little money in our pocket. Money is still going to go to capitalists, right? So you're going to tell the 53% of homeless people that are Black who could be lifted up out of homelessness with reparations, continue to live in the street because we don't want that money going to a landlord. What the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Oh my God.
They crazy in the motherfucker. Like.
And go ahead, keep going, John. I mean, keep going, MG, keep going.
It's just that they want to elongate our suffering to save the world. Superman is dead, and he wasn't even black. This is stupid.
If he was black, he wouldn't be Superman.
He's stupid.
He'll be a black.
I think it's crazier than that. I think they truly believe that for them to achieve their political goals, it requires our suffering.
It does. It does.
We have to be in such a position where we have no choice but to side with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, that's their politics. Like as far as how they deal with us, just the left in general. Like how they deal with us, we have to suffer so that they can continue using our struggle as fuel for their politics.
The human body generates more bioelectricity than a 120-volt battery and over 25,000 BTUs of body heat. Combined with a form of fusion, the machines had found all the energy they would ever need. There are fields now, endless fields, where human beings are no longer born. We are grown. For the longest time, I wouldn't believe it. And then I saw the fields with my own eyes. Watched them liquefy the dead so they could be fed intravenously to the living. And standing there, facing the pure, horrifying precision, I came to realize the obviousness of the truth. What is the Matrix? Control. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world, built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this.
No. I don't believe it. It's not possible.
I didn't say it would be easy, Neo. I just said it would be the truth.
Stop.
We have to suffer so that they can continue using our struggle as fuel for their politics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I often say, because you'll often hear, I think it comes from Marx, to say struggle till revolution. They mean our struggle. Yes. They ain't talking about their struggle, because they're going to get their little inheritance, right? They're talking about our struggle, because we talked about this before, because our struggle is the core of the economic issues in this country. So if we get fixed, all the economic issues get nearly cut in half, right? And that blows all the steam out of their stuff, all of it, right? So we have to continue to suffer in order for them to get there, to get to their utopia or nirvana, whatever the fuck they want to call it. And that's bull. And they want us to continue to suffer on the bottom when we get there. Fuck these people. All right, let's go.
I want to jump in this little part. I'm not going to read any of these articles. Y'all can just Google shit. But they keep talking about how the money from Black people is just going to go to capitalists, right? Money from Black people right now is just going to capitalists. Poor Black people are being extorted by capitalists every day in this country. Y'all remember the housing crisis, right? Wells Fargo deliberately put strangers' loans on Black/Hispanic lawsuit. I got a homeboy who is a magic Negro who is respected in his company. They give him a company car. He has great credit. He owns one home. He has another home. He is everything. And they still try to defraud him at the bank. He just knows enough to not let it happen. He switched all of his money out of one bank to another bank. This is just one thing. And are we not going to pretend like they're not using predatory loans to get us? Like all these people using payday lenders and payday loans. We are being extorted
just to get by.
We are being extorted by capitalists every day right now. The only difference is it's happening because we have no money. You give us money, we're not paying payday loans. You give us money, we can hire a lawyer to go over our contracts when we buy a house. We can find a real estate attorney. I know they exist. We find a real estate attorney. look over this contract, make sure they're not fucking me. You can afford that shit. I can afford not to go to a payday lender. I can afford to have health care. So when I get sick, I don't have to go and just fucking run up money. And also, listen, I understand a lot of Black people don't have health care, but a lot of Black people are under the poverty line. I have health care because I'm poor currently. I'm cash poor anyway. So I am land rich and cash poor. So I have free government health care. A lot of Black people are like me because we're so poor. Yes, there's a lot of middle-class Negroes who get squeezed and they don't have free health care and they get fucked over. But let's not pretend like we're not being extorted and like we don't, like every single one of us, like, oh, we have the most healthcare debt. No, we don't. We would have less healthcare debt if we had money. Everything you're describing about why the money would go to capitalists, we're being extorted by capitalists because we don't have any money. Why
we can't defend ourselves. Yep.
I go to the white community all the time. You don't see payday loans everywhere in the white community? Like, come on. So that's all I want to say with that. And if y'all got anything before we go back to the video, but I just had to pull that up to just debunk their talking point. Black people are already being extorted by capitalists. The only difference is right now we don't have any money. Y'all got anything, or should I go back to the video?
Let's go.
Well, I mean, the alternative is to like sell us a dream on a world that does not exist yet.
In a world that we have never seen, like James Baldwin said. I'm gonna put in the James Baldwin video right here too. You know which one I'm talking about.
I'll tell you this. When I left this country in 1948, I left this country for one reason only, one reason. I didn't care where I went. I might have gone to Hong Kong, I might have gone to Timbuktu. I ended up in Paris, on the streets of Paris, with $40 in my pocket on the theory that nothing worse could happen to me there than had already happened to me here. You talk about making it as a writer by yourself. You had to be able then to turn off all the antenna with which you live, because once you turn your back on this society, you may die. You may die. And it's very hard to sit at a typewriter and concentrate on that if you're afraid of the world around you. The years I lived in Paris did one thing for me. They released me from that particular social terror, which was not the paranoia of my own mind, but a real social danger visible in the face of every cop, every boss, everybody. I don't know what most white people in this country feel, but I can only include what they feel from the state of their institutions. I don't know if white Christians hate Negroes or not, but I know that we have a Christian church which is white and a Christian church which is black. I know, as Malcolm X once put it, that the most segregated hour in American life is high noon on Sunday. That says a great deal for me about a Christian nation. It means that I can't afford to trust most white Christians and certainly cannot trust the Christian church. I don't know whether the labor unions and their bosses really hate me. That doesn't matter, but I know I'm not in their unions. I don't know if the real estate lobby is anything against black people, but I know the real estate lobbies keep me in the ghetto. I don't know if the Board of Education hates black people, but I know the textbooks I give my children to read and the schools that we have to go to. Now, this is the evidence. You want me to make an act of faith, risking myself, my wife, my woman, my sister, my children, on some idealism which you assure me exists in America, which I have never seen.
What is it you wanted me to reconcile myself to? I was born here almost 60 years ago. I'm not going to live another 60 years. You always told me it takes time. It has taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brothers and my sister's time, my nieces and my nephews' time. How much time do you want for your progress?
You know, it took my mother's time, my father's time, my sister's time, my brother's time. How much longer do you want for your progress? Because these motherfuckers is telling us to wait another generation.
And it's worse than that, Mud. It's not that that doesn't exist, or we are not there yet. They don't even have a plan that they're willing to tell us to get there.
Exactly.
That's the wild shit. That's the wild shit.
They got nothing. My bad.
We should put our political aspirations on the back burner based off of this like fantasy, this belief. Like it's like, honestly, it's like religion. Like
it is. It very much so is.
Because it's not really based in reality.
You're correct. It is not based in reality at all. Right. So we're supposed to. even if they get everything on their agenda right now, capitalism will still be here. As IRMB says, you can have good healthcare under tyranny. It's still not gone.
That's what John says all the time. Like they're not even talking about being real socialists. They're talking about being democratic socialists with what they're planning. Yep. I mean, but see, here's the thing: like they throw these ideas out there that they know aren't the full socialist thing. But then when we talk about like something like reparations, which is radical compared to what they're talking about,
absolutely,
then that's when they pull out this. Well, if you want to do real reparations, what you really need to do is socialism, where we just change everything. And it's never really clearly defined what exactly they're talking about doing, but apparently it will take the globe. Like we would have to wait until we can get every nation on the planet on one accord so that we can have an economic system that actually works.
It's some Pan-African shit. It's the same. I think we said this is the same shit the Pan-Africans today. We can't fix Black Americans till we fix all Black people globally. No, I hate all of y'all.
But so they we can't fix anybody. We can't fix Black Americans, so we fix everybody that's poor, regardless if they hung your granddaddy and they still here. But I mean, even the middle, we have to fix the middle class too, the working class. We got to fix everybody. Like socialism would fix everybody, but they fix us. And I understand, in real shit, what we trying to say is like, listen, like, you cannot have anything close to a social democracy, nothing close to something that's in your brain until you fix Negroes. I'm sorry, it won't work. Disparities will still come out. It won't function the correct way. You have to get us off the like energy, like Sam, Murray, also you gotta get us on the board. Get us on the board. You could do a lot of things that you couldn't, and it'll be way easier because you did the hard step by taking us off the board.
Absolutely. You cut all those problems in half. All those problems we had, we cut them in half. And for me, like John said, the easiest. This is much easier than trying to get all those things on their wish list, right? And even if they get all the things on the wish list, because it's just like they're moving the goalpost. Okay, it's not just wait till we get all our policies in place, but the end of capitalism. Okay. Get all your policies in place. What's the plan to get to the end of capitalism?
No, the end of climate change. They're going to end of climate change.
So we gotta wait for all the icebergs to come back. We gotta come for the ice caps to come back before we can get. Before we fuck out of here.
Navajo Nation. So we can't fix anybody. We can't fix Black Americans, so we fix everybody that's poor. Regardless if they hung your granddaddy and they still here. But I mean, even the middle, we have to fix the middle class too, the working class. We got to fix everybody. Like socialism would fix everybody, but they fix us. And I understand, in real shit, what we trying to say is like, listen, like, you cannot have anything close to a social democracy, nothing close to something that's in your brain until you fix Negroes. I'm sorry, it won't work. Disparities will still come out. It won't function the correct way. You have to get us off the like energy, like Sam, Murray, also you gotta get us on the board. Get us on the board. You could do a lot of things that you couldn't, and it'll be way easier because you did the hard step by taking us off the board.
Absolutely. You cut all those problems in half. All those problems we had, we cut them in half. And for me, like John said, the easiest. This is much easier than trying to get all those things on their wish list, right? And even if they get all the things on the wish list, because it's just like they're moving the goalpost. Okay, it's not just wait till we get all our policies in place, but the end of capitalism. Okay. Get all your policies in place. What's the plan to get to the end of capitalism?
No, the end of climate change. They're going to end of climate change.
So we gotta wait for all the icebergs to come back. We gotta come for the ice caps to come back before we can get. Before we fuck out of here.
Navajo Nation, give up your land. Navajo Nation, give up your land because Arizona's going to be an ocean. It's not going to be dry no more.
I know Mud got some fire. Let Mud go. I know
No,
you
I
got
was
some
just
fire.
going. I was just going to piggyback off of what MG said, because we got to end climate change, we got to end capitalism, we got to end policing, we got to end so many different things before we could deal with the American Negro.
We might as well go to Mars with fucking Bezos. What the fuck?
Can we just say, can we just say the Cookie Monster? I'm making a pause just in case I decide I want to cut it. But can we say the Cookie Monster is just really saying I'm not fucking for reparations, because all the shit that she listed that has to happen before to get reparations, we got to go through like 10 things. Not on my back, not in my name, not in my name, and not on my back.
It's this long term, way down the road bullshit. It's
Throw
crazy.
this shit in the garbage. Throw this shit in the garbage.
Hot garbage.
Hot garbage. Like the fucking meme, the Lion King meme where they fucking throw Simba. I'm throwing you, Cookie Monster. I'm throwing.
I don't know who Cookie Monster is. I have no idea what's going on.
I'm gonna call her Cookie Monster, and I'm gonna call her Cookie Monster because she wants to take all Black people's reparations and give them to other little poor baby at the border. Here's some cookies. Rich middle class white person who's gonna get $212 grand from their family. Here's some Negro cookies.
This is crazy. I want one of them to give me a list of all the shit that has to end before we get our reparations. That would be crazy. All the shit that's got to be in place, and then all the shit that's got to end before we get our reparations. Make that list and you write that down and put it on Twitter, and you'll see how stupid this shit is.
They're gonna see you Armageddon on VHS. Like this what got to happen. It's gonna be Armageddon on the VHS with Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis got to get our reparations.
No. I'm gonna piss y'all off. Let's play. So we got to do all this shit before we can let any new immigrants into the country.
Ooh.
We got to
because America is reparations for a lot of these folks.
We got to get rid of capitalism. We got to fix climate change. We got to do all of those things first. You know why? Because white people will get mad about all these new immigrants coming in and they might try to kill them. And we want to protect new immigrants from getting the nigger treatment in America, where they actually come in, burn down your house, shoot your people, and they only kill the people who own land. They don't give a fuck about the broke niggas. Well, from time to time, they'll hang the broke niggas. But look
wrong
at
place,
it.
wrong time.
Go look at those, what is it, the Equal Justice Initiative. Go to their YouTube page. Look at those lynching stories. Those were businessmen. Those were people who had hundreds of acres, and then they ran their family up off that land.
From Grandpa to Emmett to Trayvon, the trajectory of lynching history has shifted over time in America. I am the great-great-granddaughter of Anthony Crawford, who was lynched October 21st, 1916. And my aunt's home, which was where we had our Thanksgiving dinners and Christmases, she owned the largest photograph of him in a permanent space over the dinner table. And they always pointed to him and said, walk with a sense of pride, because Grandpa Crawford stuck up for his rights to the time of his death. As a child, when we were told the story of Grandpa Crawford, he's like a king almost. We were told that he was born enslaved and had worked his way up to owning property and was wealthy. He started a school for the Black children in Abbeville. He was the president of the Black Masons of South Carolina. And at the time of his death, Grandpa Crawford owned 427 acres of prime cotton land. So one day in 1916, it's a Saturday morning, Grandpa Crawford went to town to sell cotton seed And they offered him 85 cents per unit. It was worth more. He said, "Give me my damn cottonseed back," and was arrested for cursing a white man. Word had gotten around town that Anthony Crawford had started acting uppity. And so about 400 people gathered, taking Grandpa out of the jail. They stabbed him, beat him, tied him to the back of the buggy and drug that around town to the county fairgrounds. They hung him there and riddled his body with 200 bullets. The last thing he said was, "I thought I was a good citizen and give my bank book to my children." The family tried to retrieve the body and were told to leave it there. So if you could imagine your grandfather being at home eating breakfast with the children, laughing, and then all of a sudden he's hanging from a tree with 200 bullets in him, that's a form of terrorism. And then there was an ad taken in the newspaper by white citizens. And they said that the Crawford family needed to leave the state of South Carolina, otherwise everybody's life was in danger. My great-great-uncle, Walter, Grandpa's oldest son, wrote Governor Richard I. Manning and asked him for protection. Governor Manning wrote back and said while he deplored the lynching, he could not guarantee our safety. So my family didn't leave the South. They were chased away from the South. We moved to Evanston, Illinois, and not only did the Crawfords leave, but half of the Black population of Abbeville was gone within the next 10 years. I haven't spent a lot of time in the South. The first time I went to Abbeville was the first time I could understand what 427 acres looks like. And that's when I think I got really offended. That's the day I became an activist. I came home and I started writing congressmen, and I'm saying, do you know that our family was kicked off this property for this? These are unsolved murders. And people who benefited from lynchings, their families are still alive, and they're still benefiting financial rewards from the land of our ancestors. And that just seems a shame. So from Grandpa to Emmett to Trayvon, the trajectory of lynching history has shifted over time in America. Because when Grandpa was killed in 1916, there was no charges brought and no trial. In 1955, Emmett Till's murder, there was a trial but no convictions. And then Trayvon Martin, now you have a trial and a not guilty verdict. So all the time you have dead Black bodies, and nobody's ever convicted for the murders. On the 100th anniversary of Grandpa Crawford's lynching, we went back to Abbeville. Over 200 family members came from all over the United States to help unveil the marker dedicated to Grandpa Crawford's lynching. And I remember Grandpa's granddaughter, one of the only living grandchildren, was next to me in a wheelchair. And when we took the cover off of the marker, she looked at the picture of him. I saw her face light up, and I heard her say, "My, my, my." And to watch her enjoy that moment, that meant the world to me. So the marker being in Abbeville is important because the story has been denied for so long. But now, if you go to Abbeville City Hall to do business, you have to walk right past Anthony Crawford to do it. You can't bypass him anymore.
Because they said, we'll kill you too. And I'm gonna insert those videos in this shit so y'all can understand this shit has been going on forever. Whoa, this wealth transfer thing might make me change my whole position on how I was feeling about y'all whites. Like, listen, because before I was trying to fuck with y'all middle class whites, but I don't know. I think I'm strictly poor. I think I'm strictly fuck with the poor whites because y'all middle class whites about to get 212,000. So if you are a middle class,
you won't see him anyway.
If you are a middle class white person and your parents or your grandparents own a house and you're not for reparations, I'm coming for you. Because if I can't have reparations, I want 100% motherfucking wealth tax. Like Elizabeth Warren said, you didn't build that, you didn't earn that, bitches. So if I can't have the money that was supposed to be given to me as a wealth transfer for my people, you can't have your wealth transfer neither. Let's go. Let's go. Class war. That's what y'all wanted. Y'all been talking about how we race reductionists and this, that, and the other. Then fuck it. Let's have a class war because y'all niggas ain't talking about this class. If we have a class war, that's gonna involve middle class white people too. Because the great wealth transfer is coming over the next 30 years. This shit's about to shake up all over again in the demographics because white people gonna have some more money. And let's not just talk about white people. Don't forget people of color got money too. That wealth transfer is coming from people of color. It's coming from Japanese people. It's coming from Chinese people. It's coming from it's coming from Indian Asian people. Oh yeah, class war. Y'all ready?
Yeah, I mean we talk about this all the time on our show. But you know, other than refugees, immigrants skew upper class. Right? The ones coming in from India and China and Brazil, they got Africa. They got loot. They coming here with loot.
Some of y'all refugees is running away from conditions that black people are living in Detroit. I'm gonna insert some video. Detroit look like some of these gang infested places in these third world countries too.
Worse.
I was watching this video on the Philippines, but I like Filipino people, so I'm not fucking with them. Every Filipino person I've met personally has been really from the rich ones to the poor ones. So I'm not going to talk about them because I haven't had one fuck with me yet. So I'm going to find some videos about the, south of the border motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Right? So I only fuck with people who fuck with me. So, I'm going to pick the groups that have told me to go fuck myself and they don't owe me any money. I will be inserting a video. But so a lot of these so-called refugees are running away from conditions that black people are living in the inner city. Let's talk about this.
They like talking about Chicago all the time. Let's have the conversation. You know what I mean? Let's have the conversation.
Hey, real talk. Like, can a black mother from Chicago go to one of these, the country that even Haiti? I know Haiti going through a lot. I know that a lot of these poor black countries, they going through a lot. You know what I mean? Like, nobody has ever disputed that they going through a lot. But can my grandma if my grandma was in Chicago, she's scared of violence, she's scared because her grandson got killed, can she go to Haiti? No, because Haiti, their citizenship is really, I'm not gonna lie, they got some, it's damn near blood passion citizenship. Even with the poorest country in the hemisphere, they understand that as a black country in this hemisphere, that like being Haitian means something. Citizenship means something to people that's from Haiti. They don't play them games, man.
Your grandma couldn't even go to Canada.
Get another citizenship from another country, you're not a Haitian citizen no more. That's how crazy. And a lot of Haitian, if you're like, they like a real shit, like you gotta be a Haitian citizen, you could be a legal resident, but if you accept citizenship from another country, you're not part of my country no more. You gave up on it.
That's wild. Are they xenophobes? Do they hate people? Do they hate immigrants?
I don't know what they do.
I'm just
I love them though, they my cousins, but I don't know what they do. I'm just saying what I seen on TV.
Right.
I seen on TV.
Let's get back to this because we only got like 3-4 more minutes. Yeah, we got 3-4 more minutes. Let's rock this out. Let's rock.
Right. So landlords are gonna benefit a lot as our system is right now. They're gonna benefit. Wall Street gonna benefit. The prison industrial complex gonna benefit. The big pharma that charges a ton for subscription.
Prisons won't benefit because when you look at numbers, poor people commit more crimes. Give a bunch of black people money, our numbers will drop to white levels. We'll just start killing
lawyers.
We'll just start killing each other for money like white people do. Most of the crimes, when you start don't plague us. Y'all talk about how violent black people are. Do y'all not watch ID? I love murder TV. That's 95% y'all.
All I remember is him turning around looking at me. I just started shooting.
Boy Scout, swim team, active in his church.
All of a sudden, he's attacking someone with a knife.
Jeffrey did everything a parent would want his child to do. He didn't know what he was doing.
It was a time bomb waiting to explode.
Killer Kids, season premiere, Monday at 10 on LMN.
And of that 95%, I feel like a good 60% of that is y'all killing each other for money.
That's a good chunk of it.
Can I play some more?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Drugs and through medical debt, they're gonna prop up a ton. I want us to keep our money. I want our money to go to our community. And by having the leftist policies that we support via, like I said, I'm a big sponsor of UBI, like Jackie's saying as well, because we have the money to do this stuff. We should have UBI reparations, Medicare for all, living well. We should have all this stuff because we gave billionaires trillions of dollars. So I don't want to hear.
Cookie Monster wasn't talking about reparations and UBI. She said we should do a UBI. See how they double talk? Like, y'all not even agreeing with each other.
They do a lot of flip-flopping in this video. I don't know if they're doing it on all their videos, but they do a lot of flip-flopping in this shit.
This is some flip-flopping fishy ass shit. Like when when fish is trying to, like, it's gasping for air when you fishing and you take it out, when you flopping around.
On the table, they Harlem shaking it.
Breathe, yeah.
They get with it.
Okay, Mud, you got anything before we keep going?
No, let's go.
Yeah, yeah. We want to talk about UBI going to capitalists. We ain't gonna talk about that. But go ahead.
Exactly. That's the whole point of UBI. That was the point of Andrew Yang wanting to give everybody $1,000. It was so you could cover the base capitalist shit, so capitalists would still get their money. That was the whole point of it. That's that libertarian bullshit. Not saying that I'm not for UBI, but UBI should be an American thing, not a reparations thing. Unless you're gonna do UBI for all Americans at $2,000 a month, and
we get a premium.
No, and then you're gonna tack on $8,000 a month per Negro. So blacks get $10,000 a month, and y'all motherfuckers get $2,000. And we do it till the money starts to shake out for blacks and whites. So if it takes 400 years.
Hey Sam, no. I gotta push back because I low key, I really am a part of the Fred Hampton. Chairman Nick, I'm with Chairman Nick. No. All right? Medical debt, we got to put solar panels in the ghetto. We got to do that. We have to do that. No, Negroes don't get money to solar panels in the ghetto. We have to end every war around every country. I know about 500 different countries. We have to end every war. Everybody has to have Medicare, at least Part A, $50 an hour. Then we can do the UBI where Negroes get the 10,000 and everybody else get the 2. I'm cool with that. We can do that. That's what I'm about. I'm a Fred Hampton leftist. That's what I'm about, Sam. Don't talk about Sam and Nick right there no more.
And every former president is a white woman, like on Boondocks. Y'all remember that Boondocks episode when Tom was president, and it was a scared straight episode, and they was like, we all want a white.
And through medical debt, they're gonna prop up a ton. I want us to keep our money. I want our money to go to our community. And by having the leftist policies that we support via, like I said, I'm a big sponsor of UBI, like Jackie's saying as well, because we have the money to do this stuff. We should have UBI reparations, Medicare for all, living well. We should have all this stuff because we gave billionaires trillions of dollars. So I don't want to hear.
Cookie Monster wasn't talking about reparations and UBI. She said we should do a UBI. See how they double talk? Like, y'all not even agreeing with each other.
They do a lot of flip-flopping in this video. I don't know if they're doing it on all their videos, but they do a lot of flip-flopping in this shit.
This is some flip-flopping fishy ass shit. Like when when fish is trying to, like, it's gasping for air when you fishing and you take it out, when you flopping around.
On the table, they Harlem shaking it.
Breathe, yeah.
They with it.
Okay, Mud, you got anything before we keep going?
No, let's go.
Yeah, yeah. We want to talk about UBI going to capitalists. We ain't gonna talk about that. But go ahead.
Exactly. That's the whole point of UBI. That was the point of Andrew Yang wanting to give everybody $1,000. It was so you could cover the base capitalist shit so capitalists would still get their money. That was the whole point of it. That's that libertarian bullshit. Not saying that I'm not for UBI, but UBI should be an American thing, not a reparations thing. Unless you're going to do UBI for all Americans at $2,000 a month.
And we get a premium.
No. And then you're going to tack on $8,000 a month per Negro. So blacks get $10,000 a month and y'all motherfuckers get $2,000. And we do it till the money starts to shake out for blacks and whites. So if it takes 400 years.
Hey Sam, no. I gotta push back because I low key, I really am a part of the Fred Hampton Leftist. Chairman Nick, I'm with Chairman Nick. No. All right? Medical debt. We got to put solar panels in the ghetto. We got to do that. We have to do that. No, Negroes don't get money to solar panels in the ghetto. We have to end every war around every country. I know about 500 different countries. We have to end every war. Everybody has to have Medicare, at least Part A, $50 an hour. Then we can do the UBI where Negroes get the 10,000 and everybody else get the 2. I'm cool with that. We can do that. That's what I'm about. I'm a Fred Hampton leftist. That's what I'm about, Sam. Don't talk about Sam and Nick right there no more.
And every former president is a white woman, like on Boondocks. Y'all remember that Boondocks episode when Tom was president, and it was a scared straight episode, and they was doing the band, and they was like, "We all want a white bitch."
Listen, I'm not doing it for white ladies, even though they go through things. They go through things that black people in the home, you know. She ate a mayo sandwich one. I seen her eat a mayonnaise sandwich one day. So yeah, she just like Negroes. It just happened. Whatever. I don't know. Native Americans, they land back, but socialism. Yeah.
Socialism with open borders.
Socialism.
Democratic socialism with open borders. Not realizing that shit don't work.
Yeah, everybody
insert Denmark.
We're gonna start calling you Chairman John. Chairman John, get him, Chairman John.
I'm not a chairman. Chairman Nick is my leader, and we need to get everything for everybody.
Listen. So I'm not a Christian, but I did grow up as an open door Christian. So as the church was open, I was there. Ain't this some Job shit? Don't they want us to be punished with all the plagues and everything else from God until the point? And we're supposed to never curse or say anything, and then at the end, God will reward us. This is some Book of Job shit. Let me tell you, black people are tired of being your sacrificial lambs. We are tired.
Sacrificial lamb. That's exactly what it is. Yep.
Tired. And the worst part is y'all done pissed off the Negroes that grew up in the suburbs. It's not even. Like, to be honest, I feel like the hood Negroes aren't even as mad as the suburban Negroes.
Oh, they're not even in the fight yet. They just starting to get in the fight. When they get into the fight, it's going to be a problem.
Wait till John get out here and command an army. Y'all going to be so
Half a North going to be knocking at your door.
Don't put that pressure on me, man.
Hey, you young, baby.
He's trying to survive out here, man.
You young, baby. I can't do it. I'm ready to burn people down.
Chairman Nick will show you the way, John. Chairman Nick will show you the way. What you got, Mud?
I think you would.
Go, come on, Mud. Yeah, let Mud go, because after that, we got 2 minutes and 47 seconds. I feel like we might finish this with everybody here. Yes, come on. Go ahead, Mud.
No, I was just thinking, like, in what hood would any of these people be relevant? Like, who, like, do they even know who these people are? Like, I barely know who these people are, and it's like my job to fucking find out who these people are.
And Compton J, we were doing reparations work out here for like 2 years. I ain't never heard of Compton J, so I saw him on YouTube.
Yeah, like honestly, like, oh my God. And this is part of the problem. They think that, like, the people that are propping these people up think that they're actually, like, reaching Black people. Like that's the hope of all of this. And the only Black people that are seeing this are us, and we're disgusted by it. So,
but
so MG, before you go in, can you just hold it for 1 second? This is exactly what Mud was talking about in that lectual video, where he was talking about how they go to Black people and Black people talk about shit that Black people are not even talking about, and then they form their arguments from that. What's the name of that video again, Mud? Because I want people to watch it. Can you plug it and then MG run?
Oh shit! What is the name of that video?
It's okay. I'll pull up the picture. Fuck it.
Yeah.
But it was like, yeah, I'll pull it up because we literally dropped that shit this week, so that should be last week. So go back and find that shit because it was on Bitter Dose TV and that shit was fire. Go ahead, MG. I'm shutting the fuck up.
I think, Mud, I agree with you. I agree with you to agree, but I don't think the people propping them up or the people who are supporting them really care if Black people listen to them. They're more valuable as a inoculation for them. They're more valuable. Say, well, the Black people we know say, or rather the Black people we propped up say, the Black people we curated say, you should listen to
Black
them.
Friend.
Yeah, exactly. These are the my Black friend Negroes, right? And I got a lot of white friends, right? I got friends from all over the fucking world, literally, right? But this mess. This is somebody got in their head after we appeared on the scene. We'll add that to it.
The same shit Ben Dixon tried to do. They had to remix some shit in the lab.
Yeah,
it's been around since October of last year, and Bitter Dose has been around forever.
Yep, and somebody put this shit together, or Nick put it together and put it out there to somebody else or whatever. But their value is to give white people a reason not to do anything for us, because Black people like this allow them to do that. Right now, again, everybody here on Reset Race is for universal programs, but we are also for prioritizing reparations because we are in worse shape than anyone else. And in no other context would that be controversial, right? If I said we need to go to Israel and take care of poverty, but we need to take care of the Palestinians first. If I said that, people would be like, yeah, that makes fucking sense. But here, this makes no sense. If I went to say, okay, we need to go to Israel and fix that shit going on over there, but we can't get the Palestinian shit until all Israelis have their money. Until all Israelis have their own land. We're not gonna give the Palestinian shit until all Israelis are taken care of. It doesn't make any sense in any context at all.
Leftists would be calling you a fascist.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mud. That's exactly what they be saying.
Can I jump in here? Yo, so my analytical brain is doing math in my head, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Darity's video talks about how there's like 282,000 or something. No, it's like $382,000, right? In between Black and white households per group, right? Something like that.
No, it's 800,000 per household. So that boils down to it's divided by 3.1, whatever that is, 200 something thousand per individual.
So if it's 800,000,
well, four people.
Let's just say 400,000 per family, right? Because this is intergenerational wealth transfers, right? So white people are about to add an extra 212,000 to the wealth gap. And that's if we're only talking about one family member. If you're married and you're a couple, you could possibly be bringing in another 400,000. So the wealth gap, if we do what the Fred Hampton leftists are saying and wait till after all of this shit, that means y'all gonna owe us like $600,000 per Black person as a base to close the racial wealth gap. Because again, this shit is gonna expand that shit.
But we know that once people get their grip, they become right wingers quick. White folks can do that in a minute.
Especially white people. Because listen, when I was in middle school, I used to go to private school. I used to go to Christian school, and there was this white kid in my class named Glenn. He was an Eminem type. He grew up in like the wigger. He was a straight wigger. Like what you see of a wigger, like think about the Eminem type. Like he was like that all through like middle school, elementary school, middle school. So we actually went to the same daycare. So we went to daycare before we actually went to the same school in middle school. And then we went to get to high school together. By high school, he joined ROTC. He gave up all that wigger shit. He went off to be white. You understand what I'm saying? And he was like a poor trash. So you see the transition. Like they moved from one side of town where he was around a bunch of blacks, and then they moved him to the white side of town. Then he became a white boy and got on his shit, and he stopped talking, dressing, and acting a certain way. So y'all keep playing us like money changes shit.
And we see that in the numbers in employment, right? If a white person with a felon is more likely to get a job than a black person with a degree. With a felony, it's more likely to get a job than a black person with a degree. They basically, all they got to do is cover the tattoos and get a haircut, and the uncle will give them a job, right? But we don't see that. We see this in this wealth transfer stuff we're talking about. We see that white person is more than likely, is much more likely to be connected to someone with money who can help them get out of this shit than we are, right? I mean, it's just what the numbers say. So we see all this stuff manifested in so many ways, and these folks are acting like none of that exists. Damn, Sam, you ain't bullshit, man. Damn. All right, y'all go ahead.
They just an arm. You know, they just an arm of the left. Like real. My bad.
No, you can go. I just wanted to, because we only got like 2 minutes, 4 seconds. But go ahead, John. If you want to get into how they arm of the left, we can go ahead. I'll let you go, baby. But after that, I want to play. So I'm gonna let you go, and then I'm gonna play.
All right. Well, I'll keep it short and sweet, man. They arm of the left.
Short and
they arm of the left. I think that them using Fred Hampton's name is a way to trigger, like I said, emotions, and they intimidate. It's black people saying I'm a Fred Hampton leftist, and then a lot of things they focus on is just like they focus on like the surface issue, racial issues. Like he called me a nigga, don't do that. Racial justice, you already know. Like that's a big thing for black lefties. Racial. That's how I know how black I am. I'm about racial justice. Like, like I don't want black people to go to jail. All right, cool, good, of course. Like you really,
but that's all racial justice is to them. It's criminal justice reform. That's the only thing is racial justice to them.
Yep. Real said if black people don't go to jail like that, and and you can smoke weed, kinda, and they don't really kill us. Like, all right, but they not really understand the deep state of why they killing us like that. Because we don't have, you feel me? Because our community is unstable, and you know what I mean? Like our community is vulnerable.
Because we don't have wealth.
Because we don't have wealth. We don't have anything. So it's easy to beat up on poor people. You already know, like you say, Sam. At the end of the day, though, like real shit, like you say, like Appalachia, they beat up on the poor whites just because there's probably no niggas around there. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's the thing. Same thing in Canada, right? Canada has a really bad history with the indigenous population, right? There's not as many black people in Canada as there are indigenous. They will oppress the majority group that is around, the majority non-white group that is around them. They will find a way to oppress. All right, can I go back and play the rest of this, guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
That was Bob.com, John.
You kick who's by your feet. That's what it's all about.
Oh, that's it.
Exactly. Then we bite me. We trying to get away from that. But then, you know what I mean? Like real shit, like you want to change the whole framework of how the system works because white people are upset because they're not getting enough inheritance, or white people are upset because, you know what I mean? Like because the system is not functioning the way it did in the 50s when it was Jim Crow. Like,
so y'all are already 800,000 ahead of us, and MG said that's a family of 4. So if we add 212,000 again, that's another 900,000. So y'all gonna be at $1,800, and Negroes supposed to sit around and wait for nothing. So if y'all keep waiting to pay this debt, it's gonna get higher. I love Darity, but Darity's number is the beginning. That Thomas Kramer number is like 6.4 quadrillion, which yes, it may sound obscene, but y'all keep waiting. Like the way y'all keep talking, we already gonna be at $1.6 million because of what white people have, and that'll become the new base. just because the wealth transfer.
I think that they can
and I hope, and I'll have to send this to Darity so he can let me know if I'm right or not. Because I'm not a mathematician, I'm not an economist. I'm a girl who fucking got a culinary degree because white supremacy beat the life out of me in schools. So as an adult, I just realized I can learn at 26. So I've had a whole 10 years. So a lot of stuff, I just look at it and I understand, but I need people who have the expertise to let me know if I'm right or not. But I am smart enough. You know what the smartest people do? They reach out to people who know what the fuck they're talking about and ask for help. That's what the smartest people do in the world. It's not about your education level. It's not about what you know. It's about knowing how to ask the right questions and ask people who have the expertise if they can help you understand things that make sense. And that's how you grow and that's how you get smarter. Okay, let me just play the rest of this. No, John, let me just play the rest of this, please. God, because we talk so much. 2 minutes and 47. It's all of it. It's all of it.
The argument that we don't have the money. So that's where our mindset came from. The people who are not nuanced, like, oh, I can't believe you guys coming out against reparations. No, we're not. Reparations are something that you should fight for.
Yes, you are.
But you gotta understand that we can't allow our money to go right back to the capitalist hands that are responsible for our oppression.
That's not what that's not what Fred Hampton.
And also one more thing I wanted to bring up your point up, Jackie.
You're against Fred
because you were talking about generational wealth. You mentioned that earlier on. I wanted to share this just to highlight the issue that you brought up. They was shared on Twitter a few days ago, but 1 in 5 Black Americans are experiencing poverty for the third generation in a row. Is it sharing? I don't know if it is. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't click the last button. Okay, I caught myself. Okay, so here it is. 1 in 5 Black Americans are experiencing poverty for the third generation in a row, compared to just 1 in 100 white Americans. Late to this, but this is a study of a remarkable grim look at economic mobility. And this is John. This is exactly going over the generational wealth that even a lot of poor white people benefit from.
So you see here, they're talking about how Black people are going to be in poverty for the third generation in a row. We just literally showed you how white people of color with money are about to fucking get a wealth transfer. So your answer is not give Black people money. Let white people have their wealth transfer. Plus do UBI, all these other fucking wealth transfers.
Free college and get rid of that college debt.
Get rid of that college debt. Get rid of all this shit that's going to give white people all this extra boost, but you don't want to give Black people shit. I'm not against you giving white people anything. I'm not against you giving people of color anything. I'm 100% for you giving poor people shit after reparations. You give Black Americans our reparations first, because from what I'm seeing, I don't know if you guys are weaving this together in your head the way that I'm weaving this together. This is alarming. The wealth gap is about to increase in an insane way. And I understand that we've been talking about this for years, but seeing these numbers and reading that article, my head is screaming. Y'all got anything before I finish playing this? Because my head is screaming.
Yeah, because I think part of the point here, they're going through what we're telling them, right? They're going through this shit. We, like you said, Sam, this is alarming, and it should set off alarm bells in their head, right? So you go through this shit, and honestly, and I got to be real about this, I wrote about it before. The people on the left, the people who are in charge of the left now, they're literally waiting for us to disappear. That's why after Bernie's performance in 2016, he failed with Black people, they pulled up stakes and shifted to people of color and immigrants, right? Because they know these numbers just like we know these numbers. They're banking on us being politically, socially, and economically irrelevant within the next decade. That's what they're banking on. And these niggas are helping them put that shit in the bank, right? They are literally, there's no way that a movement that can't beat the Democrats doesn't need a Black vote, and should pay for the Black vote by giving us policy. There is no fucking way. Yet still, these folks are fighting for the same votes that Democrats and Republicans are fighting for, even though we're sitting here unserved. It is obvious that they are banking on us being gone. And once this wealth transfer is done, that's what they're banking on. When this major wealth transfer is done, we'll be even further behind, and they won't have to give a fuck about us at all.
Let me tell you, this
At
shit is
all.
starting to feel like Game of Thrones. And when it comes to allies, I'm looking around. Listen, you know, the crazy thing is a lot of you guys are new. And for those of you who are new, I ask you to please go back and listen to our whole catalog, because I have really evolved on some shit. But right now, I'm on some American descendants of chattel slavery, Black American descendants of chattel slavery, freedmen first, poor white second. I might fuck with Americans, but with this great wealth transfer, I don't know. Listen, I need allies to start showing up and presenting themselves to me, because right now, y'all got me feeling some kind of way. And understand, because I have this video where I talk about how I don't want to deprogram your grandmother, and I don't care about old white people saying the word nigger. Understand the reason why I feel that way is because my best friend currently, which this motherfucker snuck up on me, I've never had a real white friend. And how this woman I met in like October, and now she is my best friend who I talk to damn near every day and spend every week with, which is fucking obscene, is now my best friend. This white woman is the person who told me, no, you can't appeal to white people's morality. You can't try to change white people's hearts and minds about how they feel about race. You just have to talk about brass tacks and numbers. That's how they... So white people change my feelings about how I feel about white people. So the way I feel about white people, I feel that way because of other white people. The way I feel about people of color is not only because of my experiences with people of color being anti-Black and racist. It's because I have friends who are people of color who have literally spent years telling me the bullshit that was going on in their community and the anti-Blackness. You can't have stuff like that happen and not shake you. So after this and reading that article, I'm gonna have to have a whole come to Jesus moment over the next couple of weeks to see how I feel. So if you are an ally and you really care about Black people, and there's a couple people that be in our comments that just came over from Tim's group. I think it's like Dallas, and there's the other one like Irene. Y'all some writers. I see y'all in the comments. Y'all white folks. I see y'all good white folks. David's a good white folk. Like, we got a few good white folks in our shit. So y'all don't even have to comment. If you want to comment, just to comment, but I already see you. And I respect where you're coming from. But otherwise, I need y'all to start showing yourselves, because this right here, y'all want a class war, you gonna get it. And if you a middle class person, y'all gonna have to get it. And this is coming from a person who's about to be in the top 1% of Black people. And if I'm willing to fight a class war against myself, oh, I'll come for you motherfuckers. Because, you know, I'm a simple person. All I need to do is be able to eat well and go on vacation from time to time and raise my kids and me not have to work. And I'll be fine. So, like, you know, if y'all got to take some wealth from my future husband, even though he, you know, we can talk about this a little bit. I'll give up a little bit of something, but you motherfuckers got to come up first. You white people and you fucking people of color, your Japanese people, your Chinese people, your Asian Indian people, y'all got all the money. Y'all got to come up off of it. Then after that, we can talk about taxing Bill Gates, not Bill Gates. We can talk about taxing Oprah Winfrey and Byron Allen, but not until after we tax and drain everybody else. Black people last. And we should be tax exempt for 400 years. So even if we tax the fuck out of everybody, it shouldn't come out of our money. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. I'll shut up. I see you got something to say, NG.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay, so should I keep playing this or are y'all good?
I'm good. Anybody else?
Cool.
So it's not the same level. And once again, I stand in solidarity with anyone who in this class struggle, but if you don't have any generational wealth, like a lot of Black Americans, because of the new Jim Crow, because of the racist institutional capitalist system we live under, this is why we need reparations. So I just want to add those two, because I think that backed up what you said.
But you said we should get that after everything else. But this is why we deserve reparations, but it should come after. This is the thing. Again, you can't say that we should have all this shit, but you, the white people and people of color who are against reparations will take what the first part of what you said and ignore everything the fuck else. All right.
Hey, you know what? Nah, man, these motherfuckers be lying. because I feel like the framework of what this motherfucker is talking about, this guy, and his team and his crew. I know that some of them, they make good arguments. The thing about it is like, there's something about that sensationalized about arguing for our humanity. That's like you really with black people, because you can argue with a motherfucker that think we ain't dirt, and you could be like, yo, real shit, like, I guess black people kind of him. And you argue with this motherfucker for 3 hours straight. You feel me? Like, about his brain is small. And for some reason, you come out of that and feel like, you feel me? A lot of white leftists do this, like Bosch, like motherfucking, whatever the fucking other white leftists is that argue with other white, like neo-Nazis about our fucking humanity. And they feel like because they had to spend 10 hours arguing about our humanity. And if you already you understood our plight, because you bring up our plight and our humanity, you bring up all the reasons why we need reparations in our humanity when these fights, but you're not talking about why the fuck you feel me? You're not fighting to really change our social condition, which is disgusting. And I feel like what he's doing and shit like that, like I said, he's a tool of the left. He says, I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck. He's fired the I don't care. I'm sorry. These Fred Hampton leftists is the fucking worst, man.
They are, you know what? They might as well just recruit Bree to the Fred Hampton leftists, because they on the same shit when it comes to black people.
Definitely. Mm-hmm. But he been double speaking this whole time though.
Yes.
Because I heard him in the beginning saying, like, I'm down for cash payments, man. I understand. I'm definitely with that. I'm definitely with that, but capitalism, this and feel like he's trying to find an out so white people won't feel uncomfortable around him. You call yourself a Fred Hampton leftist. You think Fred Hampton gave a fuck? White people got down with Fred Hampton because he ain't give a fuck. He said, listen, I'm about my peoples, man. The system fucking you over. They fucking my people over. But real shit about my peoples, you about to, let's wake up. Let's find a way
People forget that Jane Fonda was fucking with the Black Panthers heavy in her heyday, in the middle of her, you know what I mean? In her heyday, she was fucking with the Black Panthers.
Marlon Brando too.
Throwing fundraisers and all kinds of shit while they were demanding reparations.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it that those black people could do it, but y'all can't? Let's get through the rest of it. We got 1 minute, and then we can do final thoughts.
They wasn't no joke, and I feel like they a joke to me, and the Black Panthers was no joke. It's no, you feel me? They was very serious about black people. So like real shit, like they put black people first, like you said.
Black y'all. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they're not doing this. So all right, that's all.
Can I add just one thing?
No.
If you have a bucket that is filled with holes,
this nigga,
no matter what you do, if you don't plug those holes up first, you're just gonna be losing whatever contents you have in it.
Okay, so let's rock.
I thought we were gonna keep going.
No, sorry. But I just need he used the shitty analogy, so let me give you a shitty analogy, right? Let's say that I'm thirsty, right? I'm dying. I am dying of thirst, right? If I don't drink some water, I'm going to die. If you give me a holy bucket, if I put my hands around the bucket, I should be able to get at least enough water to help me survive until somebody pours some more water in my bucket, right? You want Negroes to have an empty bucket with holes in it. That don't help us either. You just want us to not have a fucking thing. If a white person was saying this, they would be roasted. Y'all need to do y'all research on the Black Panther Party. I feel like y'all saw a trailer for the fucking Fred Hampton leftist movie and thought that's a good name.
They did.
I don't think you did your motherfucking research. And Fred Hampton talks about not having a political education. Y'all niggas, just because you're talking about how you not Negro capitalist and you not Negro imperialist, he might not have called y'all that, but I don't think he would have called you friend.
So let me
yes,
two
sir,
things.
go ahead.
Two things. The main thing that white folks love about Fred Hampton is that he wanted to work with white folks, and he worked with the I forget the name of that organization, the Freedom White Boys, whatever the fuck they were. But people don't understand that coalition was agreed upon. They had meetings, they had discussions about what each one of them was about and what they were for. So these white folks came on and signed on with the Black Panther Party, with Fred Hampton, and the full 10-point program. These white folks were reparationists. They were reparationists. And that's what his pairing of white people is the only reason these people chose Fred Hampton. If Fred Hampton had not fucked with white people at all, they wouldn't be talking about him at all, right? But they want to emulate Fred Hampton and bring black and white people together. But to white people, especially these white people, that's all Fred Hampton was. That's all he was. And that's all that matters to them. He was nice to white people. That's all that matters to them. They don't give a fuck about nothing else. That's one thing. Number two, Nick says he's pro reparations, but let's do a little litmus test, right? I say I'm pro Medicare for all, but I don't know if we should get rid of the insurance industry. It's a little strong, right? Am I for Medicare for all? Am I for Medicare for all, or am I bullshit?
I'm for criminal justice reform, but I'm not for getting rid of qualified immunity, and I'm not for abolishing the police, but I'm for criminal justice reform because before we do all of that, we need to take care of the climate because I need to breathe. I need to be able to breathe. So when the police choke me out.
Exactly. All these caveats.
Leave Chairman Nick alone.
All these fucking caveats.
Y'all know a part of the team.
Yes.
Leave
It's
my
like,
chairman alone,
if Hillary came to you and said, I'm for universal health care, but we got to wait until we can work something out with the healthcare industry. Is she for healthcare, universal healthcare, or is she just telling you some shit to get her off, get you off her back and on her side while she's in the background doing something else? That's exactly what the fuck Nick is doing. I'm a black man who's for reparations, but 100 years from now. It's bullshit. And that's why I called his ass out in the first place. They're not for reparations. They're not. And this nigga talk about some fucking holy buckets. Fuck you, fat boy. Let's go.
Oh.
him and the fucking Cookie Monster can eat it.
Fucking
I think that he's not understanding that we don't have a bucket. I mean, like, we're like,
all we got is a handle.
We don't even got the bucket. So, like, reparations is gonna give us a bucket that got like holes as little in it. And you feel me? Like, as compared to everybody else bucket in it, we don't even got a bucket, my nigga. Like, because you're comparing black people struggle to white people struggle, and then when you do that and you start breaking the numbers down, you realize that you ain't got a bucket. You feel me? You feel that you got a bucket with holes in it.
I
ain't got a bucket.
Mud, what was your analogy? What was your analogy? I was like, we have a dinghy boat. No, I remember Mud's analogy. I'm stealing this from Mud. Mud was like, we don't, okay, so rising tide, this is
Mud's
rising. I know, but
Mud right here. Mud just watching these. Y'all going crazy. I'm saying this. Most of the big Mud just watching
but Mud gets tired of repeating himself because I always have to ask him to repeat himself because he says good shit. So I'm just giving Mud credit because I'm not going to say his shit and not give him credit. Now, can I fucking finish? God damn. So this is some rising tides lifts all boat shit. This is the same shit that Obama was preaching to us when he was talking about we can't do reparations because immigrants won't want to pay it because they're new. So I was like, we have a dinghy boat with holes in it. And Mud said, we are hanging on to the fucking piece of wood like Jack in the motherfucking Titanic. These motherfuckers, yeah, Mud is a beast. Mud is a beast. So basically, y'all want us to hang on to the fucking piece of wood in the middle of the Arctic and hope we don't freeze to death by the time you finish bringing the ships for everybody else and then getting us. Fuck you.
Hey, everybody be quiet. Let it ride through, including you, Sam. Everybody let it ride through.
It's the same thing with reparations. We have to plug up these holes. What are these holes? The holes that are, who holds the most medical debt out of anybody in this country? It's black women. When it comes to medical debt, we hold a lot of medical debt. It's kind of hard to get reparations when you're sitting in prison for a marijuana, a nonviolent drug offense. It's hard to get those reparations. So plug up the holes first, and then you can be able to fill up that bucket to equal that of what everyone else has. Until then, we'll just it will be what's the word I want to use? It will be it won't be productive, and we want it to be productive. So
all right, let me get this nigga real quick. Final thoughts. I got to go first. Buckets. That's a weird start. Buckets. What is the natural state of a bucket? A bucket does not naturally have holes. That's called a sieve or a strainer, right? Somebody put the holes in that fucking bucket, all right? The same people you're trying to save put the holes in the fucking bucket. And you want to keep our bucket holy and tell these folks, reparations it's not the holy bucket. Reparations is a bucket that catches water, right? Reparations heals those holes. Your analogy is all fucked up, because even if we have debt, we can pay off that debt, right? Even you M4A and Medicare for all people aren't talking about erasing medical debt. You're talking about moving forward with Medicare for all. I have yet to hear anybody concretely say that part of Medicare for all is erasing all previous medical debt. And I fucking guarantee you the people that owe that debt are not going to let that happen, because it's mostly insurance companies, mostly hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, and whoever that holds that debt. They're not going to let that just disappear, just like this college debt shit is not going to just disappear, right? So if we're going to we need a whole bucket. Reparations is our whole bucket, because it heals reparations takes care of all those previous wounds and helps us build forward to other things. And it's maniacal to me. This is verging on sabotage, really, what they're doing here. They're really handing people stupid ass talking points to soothe their soul about leaving us on the bottom. Can you imagine that? These people are collaborators.
Collaborators, yes, that is the perfect word. Thank you, collaborators.
They are helping people hold us down. This is crazy.
This video is gonna be like 5 hours long, because all the bullshit that Matt Brunig says about we can't do reparations because Black people have as much money as middle class white people and all this other shit. This is all the Matt Brunig, the Zed Jelani, the Breevery, all of the anti-Black leftists. And this is coming from people who call themselves Fred Hampton leftists. Did y'all consult the family about using these people's names?
Are they even living up to what Fred Hampton was all about? Besides holding hands with white people, right? Even Fred Hampton, they had a litmus test. You ain't just not going to be a white person just coming in his circle. You have to have some sort of commitment to the movement in order to and commitment to their 10-point program.
He had white people coming in who was like, fuck, we not giving Negroes no kind of economics. Fuck you niggas. And they was on the team. Oh, wait, no, they didn't? Oh, yeah.
No, they didn't do that. Else? No, Fred Hampton is famous for talking. Fred Hampton was famous for talking to anybody. That nigga would talk to anybody about his plight, just like we are about reparations. He didn't care, right? But people who are in his circle that he says he's in coalition with, they got to sign on for the whole load. It's not just piece by piece. Well, everything's cool except the reparations. Get the fuck out of my building. Get this nigga out of here. That's the treatment they would get. That's the treatment these niggas gonna get unless they get their shit together on reparations.
Or just stop talking about it. But
yeah, leave it alone.
I don't know if y'all should be able to keep your name though. But
no, definitely not.
But I'm not. You know, that's not for me to say. But maybe Fred Hampton Jr. should start watching your show and see if he approves. I don't know what his politics are. Maybe he would approve.
Maybe somebody in their crew knows Fred Hampton Jr. and he said it's okay. Maybe that's the case.
Maybe, but if not,
hopefully they're helping him raise money to keep the house, because I remember Fred Hampton Jr. was trying to raise money to keep the house his father was killed in. So maybe they're doing that.
I don't know. I don't think they're doing that.
One would hope. I don't watch their show like that. One would hope they're doing that.
And they black people, but my whole thing is this, man. Like real shit, man. Like they politics in the present day is similar to Kennedy, what they call a John F. Kennedy Democrat or something like that. LBJ kind of Democrat. Somebody that Fred Hampton would have not liked at all. Like I don't even think Fred Hampton would like FDR. He probably would have hated him. He was down with lynchings and shit like that. Like, and you're centering his politics. Excuse me. You centering his politics, like what he stood for as a black man, like real shit, like as a black in the '60s though, when this is a real radical time. So Fred Hampton came after the civil rights movement, when motherfuckers was getting their things blown out. He was a child of that. It came out like fuck that. We doing something different. And it's the '60s, '70s hippies thing. So you're getting down with other people. But it was always black first. Like he was always like the real shit. Like he came. The coalitions that was built from the Black Panther Party was built off of respect. It wasn't built because they was like, yo, this is what we want, man. Get down with us, like, or try to, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like, yo, I'm just with you because I believe what you believe in, and the imperialists are screwing you too. I mean, that's part of that. That was part of his pitch.
It wasn't some Daryl Davis shit. It wasn't some Daryl Davis. We need to get rid of Black History Month because at this point we don't need it anymore. It should just be American History Month. That Daryl Davis that Jimmy Dore likes to show taking Planned Hoods.
Give me a robe so we can get rid of Black History Month. Give me a robe so we can get rid of Black History Month. That's what fucking
I would
people.
say they politics ain't Daryl Davis type politics, but the thing about it is like. Their politics is really more tame than Fred Hampton politics is. Like, if Fred Hampton came up in this time, I think that he'll definitely be on our side, and he'll try to build coalitions from our side for real. And if you can't get there, you gotta lay down. You feel me? Because it's the '60s though. It's a different time though.
That's what Deans would do.
You want to get down with Kennedy Democrats, people that motherfucking Fred Hampton would have really hated. Bernie Sanders. Jill Stein and them, like, is you fucking crazy, man? Fred Hampton would have been on their ass for real, like. And you feel like this is what you need to do. You out of your fucking mind, man. You done lost, y'all are horrible. You lost the whole soul of our... Horrible. You taking the soul of our people and doing some bullshit with it. My bad.
And that's the wild shit, though, right? That's the wild shit is that, again, the 10-point program could be the blueprint for what the left could be, right? If they are the Fred Hampton leftists, they should be carrying this thing around. Hey, this thing is perfect for what we want to build. They talk about healthcare. They talk about jobs. They talk about building wealth and all this stuff. They talk about destroying capitalism. Yay, kill capitalism, right?
Yeah, no, real talk.
And
talking about only thing is UBI.
Yeah, and they talk about
and add that.
Exactly, and they talk about reparations as a blow to capitalism.
Not as a gift to capitalism.
Yes, as a blow to capitalism.
And you motherfuckers are the reason that I have these fucking white racist leftists talking about, you black capitalists. Bitch, I'm not a black capitalist. I'm still poor. I don't have enough money to be a black capitalist. But even if I become a black capitalist, that means that I have exceeded the wealth of the 90% of my peers. So even if there are a few black capitalists, most Negroes can't be black capitalists like the Cookie Monster. Of course you're not a capitalist. You're broke.
Yeah, and that's the thing though. Everybody's participating in capitalism. You buy a stick of gum.
Aren't allowed to.
Yeah, exactly. You buy a stick of gum, you're participating in capitalism. You buy a bottle of water, you're participating in capitalism. You turn your fucking lights on in your house, you're participating in fucking capitalism. But niggas gotta wait. Niggas gotta wait.
So, and speaking of the Native Americans, when I was a hot girl in my early 20s and used to live in Miami, I had a Native American homeboy. I can't remember what tribe he was from, but I think he was connected to the Seminoles, but I'm not sure.
Florida, probably so.
but he was connected to casino money. We used to go to Heat games. We used to hang out at the casino and blow money.
They get an allowance.
We used to go to all them rich clubs. That he wasn't working for that money. He had no job. That was money that was coming to him from the casinos, from the tribes. You can call it what you want, reparations. You can call it their treaty, whatever. But stop talking to me about Native Americans.
They were building wealth.
Stop talking to me about Native Americans and them getting money when we can already show you over and over and over again where they've gotten money. And for the people who haven't gotten money, they want their treaties respected. And again, that ain't got nothing to do with us. So all of this is terrible. We only took like less than a 12-minute clip. There was 3 other clips. Y'all better hope we don't have time to do a part 2, 3, or 4 because we got other stuff to do. But we might just revisit this. Like we might revisit this out of the blue in in a month or so, depending on how we feel. And especially if y'all say anything, like y'all say boo, say anything. Come for us disrespectful for this video, and we will do part 2, 3, 4, and 5. We will dissect this bitch play by play like we are football players sitting in the meeting, and it's our job.
But that's the thing though. That's the thing though. They're gonna come for us. They got no choice. They really have no choice, right?
They better not.
They got 2 choices. They got 2
y'all
choices.
Just better go talk to Darity and shut up and pretend like this didn't happen.
That's option number 1. Or option number 2 is to come at us all with both barrels blazing. Those are only options.
Y'all need to pull a Mariah Carey. Y'all need to be like, I don't know her. And then you need to go talk to Darity. Because if you have Darity come on your show and you start talking better, stop talking crazy, we not coming back at you. Because this is what we need to talk about. But if you come at me foul, understand this, all the little charts, all the stuff this was thrown together in less than 24 hours. Don't fuck with me. I will spend a week on me and Mud. Do they want a bitter dose? Do they want a bitter dose / Khaleesi project? All the motherfucking leftists? Do they don't want that?
As a follower of Chairman Nick, I don't want that. I'm a follower of Chairman Nick. Don't do that to us. All right? Medicare for all.
So I'm gonna fight my urge as a black.
God damn it, John! I was drinking. God damn.
I'm gonna fight my urge. So y'all remember that old joke where people be like, you know how black people be wishing a nigga would, and how you be walking to your seat like, I wish a nigga would be in my seat. So I'm gonna fight the urge to say, I wish you niggas would come back at us. But instead, I'm gonna say, please go do some homework, do some research. Talk to Professor Darity, talk to an economist, learn something. And if you don't agree with what we have to say, bow out now. Because if not, that's a
leftist, do not invoke none of our heroes. Do not say I'm a Malcolm X leftist, Martin Luther King leftist, Fred Hampton. Do not invoke none of our heroes if you ain't serious about the people
Don't do it. I don't like to do black on black crime, but this is some us shit. Y'all are doing some tether shit to the Fred Hampton leftists, and y'all are not the real. Y'all the fake.
And I'm sorry, hey Sam, we gotta ask, where they grandparents from? Who them?
That's why I brought it up early. Who
grandmama them from, man? And at the end of the day, when I figure out what your grandmama them from, and I figure out your grandmama them is from where we from, I'm gonna be like, damn, man.
Yeah, just while we're talking about that, I mentioned it earlier. This is a long video. This is probably gonna be split up into parts. But the reason we're asking where their grandparents are from, because if they're not eligible for reparations and they're speaking on this, right, they may be speaking from a place of not wanting us to get it, right? So, or in a space that we've seen a lot since we started this fight, where they'll be against it unless they can get in on it, right? So sometimes it becomes a form of blackmail, right? So we have to be careful about where people are from, what they're all about, and to assure that they're coming at this from an honest point of view, at least a space where they can what a space, at least coming from a space of honesty, a space of, okay, I'm eligible, but I don't think it should be done.
They can be like Brianna Greyjoy and be black, y'all, and just be anti-black in their policy. What you guys are pushing for reparations right now is anti-reparations and it's anti-black. Because you're basically saying that black people have to sacrifice themselves again for everybody for them to get something. So that's
that mammy gene. That mammy gene is a motherfucker. That mammy gene is a motherfucker.
Pull out the big mammy video with the white baby on the titty. I ain't gonna lie. The picture that Sam like to pull up of this big mammy it's a white child on the nipple. It's really disturbing, but it's funny to the motherfucker at the same time because you gotta laugh at it to hide the pain. That's why I said like it's just like, oh damn, there's a white baby on this. And
I gotta know that is a beautiful woman. That woman is gorgeous. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, that's a beautiful young woman.
That woman is absolutely gorgeous. But in any event.
Yeah, let's kill this because it's gonna be like 4 hours long.
Split this up, Sam. Don't try to do all this shit at one time.
No, I'm gonna do it all at one time, and then I'm gonna murder they motherfucking asses in clips because people ain't gonna watch this. People only watch like 20 to 30 minutes of our videos. Only the diehards watch the full video from beginning to end. I'm going to clip the fuck out of this. I'm going to beat y'all over the head with every single clip, and I want you to sit there, eat your food, and not come at me because if you come at me, I'm going to burn
your food silently.
John calls me the Khaleesi for a motherfucking reason. And not only will I Khaleesi you, I will motherfucking Cersei your ass at the motherfucking set. I will blow your whole motherfucking shit to the ground because I feel offended about how you are treating me and my people. I don't want to go scorched earth on that ass yet, but come at me, bro.
Hey, sis, I'm just asking one thing. I know that you do a lot of editing. I know you do a lot of editing. You know, I never asked you to put no clips in. All the clips in is dope. All the clips in is fire. But one clip though, that one clip from Game of Thrones where motherfucking Cersei is all bloody and everything, got the hair, and got the big nigga with the gold shit on, and she chose violence.
No such promises. If you refuse to come of your own free will. Move aside, sir. Order your man to step aside or there will be violence.
I choose violence. Please tell His High Holiness he's always welcome to visit.
MG wanted to go ham months ago. MG, John, they wanted to go ham months ago. They wanted to choose violence. And I was like, no. We gonna sit, we gonna watch. We're gonna sit and we're gonna watch.
Yes. Yep.
I officially let go of the chains. We choose violence. We choose violence. So, and what I mean by violence is I mean knowledge. Because knowledge is some violent shit. Because we debunked everything that you said. This was less than 12 minutes. We didn't break a sweat, and we only watched the video maybe twice. As in once before we watched it to tell y'all watch it. We didn't break this shit down.
This is what we
didn't
do.
Work hard. This wasn't mental gymnastics. We didn't go out here and solve rockets. We barely thought about y'all. We killed your argument. So again, I'm gonna need you to sit, eat your food. I'm gonna need you to go talk to Darity. I'm gonna need you to read What We Get Wrong About Closing the Racial Wealth Gap. I need you to look at Running the Numbers, right? On closing the racial wealth. I'm gonna need y'all to do all of that. I'm gonna need you to talk to Darity, and I'm gonna need
read From Here to Equality.
Read the whole book, and there's a motherfucking audio book.
I sent them the link.
Excuses. No, there's no excuses. There's a whole audio book. You ain't even got to read. I'm dyslexic. I can read books, but I much rather prefer listening to them. So there's no excuses. Y'all shouldn't even have done this shit without you have been read this or whatever. Without having read this. So again, sit and eat your food, because if you come back, we will choose violence.
Yeah, we already chose. It's too late. We chose.
No. This video, I'm gonna put in the space ball shit. This video was a shot across the bow. We didn't blow up your ship yet. This was a shot across the bow. Come at me, bro. Come at me.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. We put him. My bad.
No, go ahead, John. Go ahead, John. I'm gonna close. Go ahead. I'm gonna close out with this. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. I'll say one last thing, man. I think that we really was giving them like the benefit of the doubt, because you know what I mean. Like, because you already know we come from a leftist space. We don't like to attack black people. I ain't gonna lie. Like, Adolph Reed don't count, and Bree at the time, like. I ain't gonna lie, I think that Bree part of my ethnic. I can feel that she's part of my ethnic group, but I'm like, she just lost. Like, so I come at her like she's my sister. Like, man, you better wake the fuck up. We cook her though. But it was something about these particular group. We see them coming, and we felt it in our spirit. Like, something about this shit ain't right. Like, something about these motherfuckers ain't right, man. Like, what the fuck is they doing? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, but. With MG, MG, but you know you asshole because you was just like reparations, whatever. Y'all with it? Cause they're like, yeah, police is killing black people all day. We gotta get Medicare for all. For Hampton, you like reparations? Like, it's on the menu. You got a big menu. Like, I'm like, yeah, I got turkey burgers. I got a veggie burger. Reparations on that menu. Anything?
We help you.
And then one day, when people started responding like, yeah, real shit, I ain't gonna lie, our sister like that, watch, you know what I mean? I believe her thing is James Baldwin thing. She was like, yo, they ain't responding yet.
Yeah, Gloria, Glow, yeah.
After that, and then a few other people responded. The nigga lost it. I'm Green Party, and I start going.
I voted green because I love reparations.
I voted green. So those for reparations, I voted green. We like, what the fuck? Like, he's a neo-lib that voted for Joe Biden. That means I
voted green for global reparations.
He did. See, I understood that he thought he was going to use these talking points, and we looking at him like, oh, you just revealed yourself to us. And at that time, MG wanted to get him, but Sam was being nice. Sam was like, no, I've seen some of these videos. Like, let's not go. We ain't going to jump the gun because, you know what I mean? Like, we not going to just jump. That's not what we do. We cook people, but we cook them for a reason. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we feel like it might be some. But after this video, when they really tackle reparations, Like, they really told us how they felt.
And they fucked up.
The final straw. That was the straw that
you don't fucked up, right?
Balance. So we chose balance. Took a little pop shot at you, but we chose balance though. So I don't give a fuck, man. No, you can't come in this space playing these games, man. If you're gonna be a black leftist, be a black leftist. If not, then stay the fuck away from reparations. If you ain't gonna be talk serious about it, don't use it as a political tool to get leftist agendas, politics, or right way. Anybody that play games with this shit, because this is so serious to us, because I feel me like this. It's not even about me. If it's about the generations coming up after us, it's about people, our grandparents and that's ones that's still alive. This is not no game. We don't play around with this. We have fun on the show, but we don't play around with it.
This goes back to the end of slavery. We are standing on the backs and in the shoes of our ancestors. Please don't stop, John. Keep going, my brother.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? It's like you talking about your mom, Sam. You talking about your grandma or your great-grandma. You know what I mean? MG, your parents still alive, and the shit they had to go through, Alabama. You ever sat down and talked to your parents like, yeah, what the you really talking to them, and what they had to go through as children? Like,
knew my great-great-grandmother too. So I knew a person who knew a slave. In my lifetime, there was a person in my family who knew their slave ancestor. You could have paid a spin.
Yep.
So MG,
I knew my great grandmother.
because you
I knew
wanted
my
to
great
close it out
grandmother
for
for sure.
us. So
My
so
bad.
let's go ahead and
All
close
right,
this out.
so
No, because
really,
it's after midnight where you are. It's going on 1 o'clock. I know you
yeah,
gotta work, John. So let's just close it out with MG.
yeah.
Take
So
control, bro.
so first of all, for those of you who are new to us, this was a kind of a lit situation we got going on here, because we kind of fired up about this because we take reparations very seriously, because we are literally facing genocide. Our people are literally facing genocide in this country, and reparations is a very serious issue, and it's literally the only thing they can save us at this point, right? So when people dabble in it and don't come with a learned position, and as we stated earlier, there are literally, at this point in the reparations movement, there are literally thousands of people that you could have talked to that could have done this better than you guys did, right? And you could have interviewed them, asked them questions about where the movement actually is, and work from there, right? And talk about what the movement actually is talking about and actually demanding. And I've sent you guys ActifyMG_RR, right? I sent you a link to Darity's book. I sent you a link to one of my articles, Future of a Movement. All right, you can't say we didn't.
Are you saying that they can't use that excuse like, oh, why don't you reach out and talk to them? So you're saying that we've been reaching out and you're not reaching back. Ooh, see, MG didn't tell me that he was already sending y'all shit.
Yeah, I mean, after that, the white lady, the young lady that's in this video, she posted it. That's the first time I saw it. It popped up on my timeline. They were talking about reparations, and the first thing I did, I sent them a link to Darity's book, right? And then I sent them right under that. I sent a link to the article that I wrote called "Future of a Movement" that really laid out what reparations, just bullet points, really, like we talked about before when we were talking to Darity about building something bigger, right? I just basically just bullet points of what reparations is really for, that to build a foundation to grow on, right? So just for everybody to kind of rally around, right? I sent them both of those things, right? So they can't say that they don't know better now, right? So go back in your mentions, right? Look for ActifyMG_RR along with your name. It is in that link is in there, right? So those links are in there. So you can know better now. You don't have to talk to me. You don't have to talk to any of us. We're handing you Darity, right? And I say that in all seriousness. He is the leading scholar on reparations. He and his wife are the leading scholars. No disrespect. I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen. He and his wife, Kirsten A. Mullen, are the leading scholars on reparations in the nation, right? Contact them. They're completely professional. They are kind, brilliant people, right? Tell them we sent you or don't tell them we sent you. But it's at Sandy Darity on Twitter. Okay? You don't have to talk to us at all. You don't have to say shit to us. But like Sam says, be careful what you say if you choose to say. Right? So
if you choose violence, be ready.
Woo,
man, yeah, I told you. So I'm waiting for you. I don't give a fuck. Come see me. My shit is at John Daniel C. Come get me. Don't get at them. Come get me.
I'm always willing for a little Twitter mix up. It's all gravy. I'm old man. I don't do physical shit no more.
Don't play me. Y'all know I love to drop in our personal group chat. Y'all want to see a dead body?
I'm just saying, we talk. We talk a lot of trash. It's what we do. This is what this whole show does. We talk shit the whole time,
and we mean all metaphorically. We mean
all metaphorically.
We mean with our mental fortitude, our stats, and our education, because we have taken time to actually educate ourselves in this field. So when we say choose violence, we mean we are going to use our intellect to break down and beat the fuck out of every argument you have. That is violence, because your ideas are stupid and we're going to beat them the fuck down. That is the violence, not physical violence. And no, ain't nobody have time for physical violence.
We have 3 weapons: history, facts, and data.
That's it.
Right.
Okay.
That's it. So with all that said, okay, this is an opportunity. We did one 12-minute clip of your 53-minute show, right? We're glad you touched on reparations. We really are, right? Okay, maybe Sam isn't, but we're glad you touched on reparations, as I'm glad you touched on reparations as a subject in a semi-serious manner. Kudos for that, right? But here's an opportunity for you guys to learn from what we said. If you kind of can sort through the bullshit, the shit we're talking, trash talking, right? So here's an opportunity for you guys to learn. And for those of you who are just outsiders, who are not a Fred Hampton leftist, or you're just new to the show or whatever, there's a lot of resources for you guys to check out. Our people are in dire straits, and we have no more time to play, and we have no more time to prioritize anybody over ourselves. And if you can't find a way to understand that, you were never going to be an ally anyway. So fuck you. So at the end of the day, thanks for listening to Reset Race. Thanks for checking us out. We're here every week, and we're out.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. To win, you need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.
Negroes should do whatever is necessary to bring about a complete solution to their problem. When I say whatever is necessary, they should have the flexibility to do whatever is necessary to solve the problem.